NerdyNeo on the mic tells a story. Open mic, a world of digital glory. Talking quests and pixelated dreams. Gamers journey on the mainstream. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles all to new. Every game a brand new crew. Week by week a new guest appears. Sharing love for gaming through the years. Button mashing tales of late night kills. Level up, adrenaline thrill. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles all to new. Every game a brand new crew. From pixel art to high-end screens. Open worlds and cutscenes. These questions deep they go. Discovering every game in tow.
Hello, everyone. Good evening and happy Thursday to you all. It is time for another open mic with a official open mic debut. We got my friend Winter Prince joining us tonight. Good evening, Winter Prince. How's it going?
Hello. I've never seen that intro before. That was sick.
Yes. Shout out to Nerd Slap, good friend of mine. He's made a couple of the intros for me. Open mic, party chat.
Oh, was he the one that made that? Okay.
Yeah, and what's the other one? I swear. Oh, Metroidvania Monday. That's the other one because that's the one that intro I have that's not for a panel stream. But yeah, he's a great dude. He does great work. The link to his channel should be in the stream description as well because I always want to send traffic his way because he does awesome work. So, but yeah, so we've got Winter Prince joining for his first official open mic because we did an open mic together in the past, which was a failed Mass Effect Monday. But he's been on Party Chat before, but it's first time for open mic. So I went back and looked to see when those were. You were on Party Chat back in July of 24, so coming up on 2 years ago. So it's been a while since then.
My goodness.
And then we on Mass Effect Monday number 4, it crashed on me 4 times that night. And we were supposed to play Mass Effect together. He was going to join me that night, and we could not get in the same lobby together. So we ended up just talking for like an hour and a half and just scrapped the whole Mass Effect thing. So that was in January of last year. So a little over a year ago.
Was that recent? Okay.
I went back and re-listened to that right before this one. And I was going through guests for who I was going to reach out to for open mic. And I was like, holy crap, I can't believe I never had Winter Prince on an official open mic. So it's good to have you on for the first time for an official open mic. Looking forward to our chat tonight.
Heck yeah, I'm excited.
So we've done collaborated a number of times, although I think we've done probably more on your channel than we have done on mine. We've done a couple years worth of Overcooked streams together, which have been fun.
Yeah, we do Overcooked for Thanksgiving every year. I have to wonder if I'm like one of the only content creators that does Thanksgiving specials each year.
Well,
at least like related to gaming and not like a cooking channel.
Right. So, let's say hi to chat here real quick. Ariana Floyd is in chat as usual. Always good to see you. Says, hey there, Nee. How you doing today? I'm doing well. Hope you are doing well as well. Faceless is here as well, which I think you are familiar with.
Yes, that is one of my fans.
Yeah, Faceless. I've seen Faceless in a bunch of your chats since you've been playing through. You've been playing Prime 3, right?
Prime 4.
That's what it was.
You just watched me finish it last Sunday, dude.
That's right. I was like, I know it was a Prime game, and I was trying to remember which Prime game it was. But yeah, and then Faceless showed up in my chat for Metroidvania Monday the other night. I think it was Metroidvania Monday. But good to see you, Faceless. Good evening. And Nightmare's also in chat saying, hey, guys, what's up, Nightmare? So I'm glad that we may have some mutual friends now. So
Heck yeah.
well, as per usual for open mic, I don't have anything planned. We kind of just start talking and go wherever the conversation takes us. So, is there anything in particular you wanted to talk about?
Actually, I do have a question for you that's on my
Ooh.
mind as of like 2 seconds ago.
Oh, we
Do
got
you
Rocker Dude in
do?
chat as well. Good evening, Rocker Dude.
Hello. Do you do any like April Fool's stuff for your streams?
I have never done anything April Fools before. I was streaming last night as I finished up A Link to the Past on stream last night.
Nice.
And someone did ask me about April Fools because I basically didn't even realize it was April Fool's Day. It's like I knew it was
Yeah,
April
it's
1st.
easy to
I
miss
didn't
if you're not paying
I
attention.
didn't make the connection that it's like, oh, it's also April Fool's Day because I didn't really see anything much April Fool's jokes on the internet. So I didn't do anything. It's like,
Yeah,
I mean, I could obviously it's too late now, but I didn't really think about it until later last night. So I was like, it's kind of too late now. Maybe next year, but yeah, not. I can I can be creative, but in very specific scenarios. Like I would not be able to. Like I don't consider myself a creative person.
yeah, it's hard to think of like something to do that's suitable.
But like if it was like, hey, here's an idea I have, I could like, I don't want to say nitpick it, but I could, like tweak it or give my feedback on what I think could change. But, coming up with a new idea out of the clear blue, sometimes I can do that selectively. It's just I wouldn't consider myself a creative person. Um,
Yeah, so I've been trying to do April Fool's events as well for my live streams, just little things. I actually had a stream planned for yesterday, and then it fell through because I got home way too late. I was gonna play "Thank Goodness You're Here" for the first time.
Thank goodness, I've heard of that one. Which game is that?
That is, I don't know how to say which game it is. It's a British humor like comedy game
Is
where you play
it?
as like a salesman or something.
Let's see here.
But yeah, since I couldn't play it last night, I'm planning to play that some other time this month, and I can give you a heads up if you want when I decide to do that.
Oh,
And
okay.
then I will also play The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. It's another one I have planned for this month.
Before we moving on to the next one, I have seen a slight bit of Thank Goodness You're Here. I've never played it, but I have seen it briefly mentioned before. So I don't know like anything about the game. I've just seen like a couple seconds of someone talk about the game.
I've actually seen full playthroughs of both, but it's been a while, and all of the Thank Goodness You're Here playthroughs I've seen were like they were jump cutting between moments. And so I'm like, this is going to be interesting to like play through it myself now. And then I also have tons of friends that have never even heard of it. I'm like, oh, this is going to be good if I can get a good turnout to watch it.
So what was that other game that you mentioned? Something about Sonic?
The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's a real game, or is it like
That's a real game that came out on April 1st last year. And I was gonna play it just on my own, and then I saw other folks started uploading it before I got around to it, and I was like, I'll just watch them instead because like I want to check it out. It's a real game, and it's really fun actually. It's like a visual novel style thing.
okay? Yeah, I
Yeah,
had
you
not
could
heard of it. If you asked me about it, I would guess it's like a ROM hack for a Sonic game, but no, it's like a
right?
legitimate
No,
game.
it's
I'm assuming
the
it's not official from Sega or anything, is it?
I think they did that thing like they did with Sonic Mania, where like Sega endorsed it, but technically a bunch of fans made it. I don't remember for
Okay.
sure, but I do think Ian Flynn was part of the writing team.
I don't know who that is. Is that someone who's
He's the guy that's writing the Sonic comics currently, and he's also
okay?
helping with the movie scripts.
Oh, okay. So basically, someone on the actual Sonic team was involved with the
Yeah,
development of
he's
the
like
game.
the Sonic writer right now. I don't know if he helps with the games, but other than that,
Okay.
Yeah, it says developed by the Sega Social Team and published by Sega for Mac OS and Windows via Steam. The player converses with various Sonic the Hedgehog characters to investigate Sonic's apparent murder on Amy Rose's birthday.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah,
So
I don't remember voice acting in that game. It probably has it, but if it doesn't, I'm looking forward to trying to voice all the characters.
and so that one, have you played that one before? Or would that be a first playthrough?
Both games would be a first playthrough from me, but I've seen full playthroughs of both from other people.
Okay.
But yeah, that's my ideas. I think maybe for April, I'm just gonna find something funny to do. Like one of my other plans, which I'm debating if I want this to be an April stream or a birthday stream, is I'm gonna play the Quest for Camelot for Game Boy, which I grew up on, but I didn't realize until years later how terrible that game is.
I've heard
And
the name of that game, but that's it. I don't know anything about it.
so it was a movie, and I loved the movie as a kid. And so my parents got me the game for the Game Boy, and it's a Zelda clone.
Oh,
But
okay.
it's a Zelda clone made by the same studio that made Superman 64.
Oh, that's not good. And was
I
this
actually
Game Boy or Game
beat
Boy
it.
Color?
Hmm?
This game, was it a Game Boy or Game Boy Color?
I think both. I think it came out during that period where you could play it on Game Boy, but it had proper colors on the Game Boy Color. Because like the Game Boy Color had already come out, but the Game Boy itself hadn't been phased out yet.
Okay. I'm just looking for it on Retro Achievements, and I am not seeing it.
Yeah, it's a functional game. I have finished it at least once, and the only reason it took me years and years to actually do it was because I misunderstood how to beat one of the bosses.
I
But
found it. It was a Game Boy Color game.
oh, was it just Game Boy Color Solid?
Yeah, I was looking for Game Boy games, and I didn't see it. I switched to Game Boy Color games, and I see it, and it does not have a Retro Achievement set.
I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. I mean, there's only one way to do pretty much everything. Okay, yeah, it was that classic in between cartridge. It had the black cartridge that worked in either version of Game Boy.
Hmm.
So yeah, that was a thing that Nintendo did, was they had the original Game Boy, the black and white one, with a little notch in the corner of the cartridge.
Yes.
And when you turned on the Game Boy, a little thing slid over that notch so the cartridge wouldn't come out.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Game Boy Color didn't have that. So
Yep.
Game Boy Color games didn't have that notch, so they wouldn't work in the old Game Boy. But
Right.
when the Game Boy Color was new and the classic Game Boy was still still the popular thing, they made some games that worked for both of them.
I learned that somewhat recently in an
they
open mic. I was like, I did not know that.
Yeah, they were specifically because like you can play any classic Game Boy game on the Game Boy Color. The
Yes.
backwards compatibility was perfect, but some games made during that transition period were designed to have a full color set for the Game Boy Color, but could still be played in black and white on the old one.
Yeah, I did not know that until not that long ago.
Yeah, Quest for Camelot is one of those. But yeah, that game is weird, and I think a perfect example of how like how Titus the company, like the perfect example of their style of making games, the Superman 64 part, I guess you can call it, is the game has secrets that are extremely cryptic. And they're a little fun to find, but it also feels like you're breaking the game whenever you find them. In the first map, if you go down to the very bottom left corner of the map, there's just kind of an empty space there. It's just like, oh, it's just a corner of the map. You just go around the corner. But if there's a specific tree there that doesn't stand out at all, if you swing your sword against that tree, a pond just shows up in the middle of that, like in the wall, basically, with just a gemstone in it, and the gemstone is just worth like extra points or something. It's like the game like loses a couple frames when it happens, and just there it is.
Not necessarily the performance thing, but the like. It's like, how does that make any sense?
Yeah.
is I had a similar thing. Rocker dude will probably know what I'm talking about too. In the game, it's a more recent game, came out a couple years ago, but it looks like it's a game that could be played on the NES. So it's got that old classic pixel art style. It's called Infernax, and there was an achievement for you go up to this random wall and you like crouch for like 4 or 5 seconds, and then a tornado shows up and like carries you off, and you get an achievement for it. And I'm like, how the heck would you ever figure this out if the internet didn't exist to tell you this stuff?
I know what that's a reference to.
I did not know what the reference is, but it was either Rocker Dude or it might have been one of our other guys in our AH101. Might have been Koosh or Big L who explained the reference to me because I'd never played it. But if you want to go ahead and enlighten us on what that reference is to, it's an Easter egg.
So I haven't played the game that it's a reference to, so I don't
have
remember
not either.
I think it was like Castlevania 2 or something like that. One of the Castlevania games was it tried to be a little RPG-ish. You could go left and right and all over and explore a town. And one of the points in the game to progress, you had to go to like this kind of this corner out in the wilderness against a cliff, crouch there for however long, and then a tornado would pick you up and carry you off to the next part of the game.
Yeah,
and I distinctly remember the angry video game nerds screaming and ranting about that.
Rocket said it wasn't me. I didn't get it either. Okay, it was either I want to say it was Big L that explained it to me, but I was like, if you were playing that game back in the day before the internet existed, how would you ever figure that out? Especially since it's
Nintendo Power magazine.
Whatever Castlevania that was in, it was you had to do that in order to progress with the game. Fortunately, in Infernax, it was there just had the Easter egg for an achievement. You didn't have to do it. But in an old game like that, it's like, how would you know to do that? It's like there's nothing else left to do in the game, and I haven't played it, so I don't know. Maybe there's stuff in the game that does hint at it or tells you to do that, but it's very not obvious at all.
Yeah, but it was like I think it was NES. Right, and so like you still had
the first
lots and lots of games coming out for like PC that were all like text based or very cryptic, like point and click type stuff, like Space Quest and all that, and so it's like it kind of makes sense that you'd have cryptic things like that, and they wouldn't really know how to express those, but also like somebody definitely made some logic leaps coming up with this. I think part of the problem was they actually did have a hint system that hinted at that, but the translation didn't translate the hints very well. And so the townsfolk in the English versions of the game kind of seem to be speaking random nonsense. But I don't remember for sure if that's what was going on.
Okay, but I think the first 3 Castlevanias were NES because I know that Super Castlevania is Castlevania 4.
Yeah, that's 4, and that one's great.
I played 1 and 4 for just like a couple of minutes on someone's NES and Super Nintendo back before I even had my own consoles. But so I wouldn't say that I've actually played them because when I say I've played something, that means I at least beat it.
Yeah.
But I do plan to play through basically the entirety of the Castlevania franchise at some point.
Yeah, but believe it or not, my first time playing Castlevania was on a Palm Pilot.
I had a Palm Pilot. I did not know Castlevania was ever on Palm Pilot.
I didn't have one, but my uncle had one. He had a color screen one, and I remember
I did not have a color one.
I remember one day he showed me that he could play games on it. He somehow got like NES games on it and such. And there were 1 or 2 games I really, really liked playing on it that I recently found out were exclusive to Palm Pilots. And I'm kind of mad because I really want to emulate them and play them again, but it's like impossible to do.
I didn't know that there were any Palm Pilot exclusive games.
Yeah, there's not many. There's not many, but they are there. But that was also the first time I played Mario Brothers 3 was on that Palm Pilot. I hadn't even heard of it before I played it on that thing. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. But
your first experience with a Mario game was on Palm Pilot?
No. My first experience with a Mario game
Mario
was either Land 1 or 2 or Mario World. I'm not sure because I think I had access to all 3 when I was little.
Okay.
Because the rest of my like parents' family had them. But specifically Mario Brothers 3, I had not heard of or seen any footage of until my uncle had it on his Palm Pilot, and I'm like, "Oh, this is weird. All the
Okay.
level selects are little black boxes. Why?"
Okay, so just your first introduction to Mario 3 specifically was on Palm
Yeah.
Pilot.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
since then, I have played the crap out of that, but
That's actually the Mario game that I'm currently in the middle of. Um, I've been playing through it very slowly because I actually started, um, because of the challenge that me and a couple people were doing last year. We'd get bonus points for playing multiple games in the franchise, and I mentioned him to you before we went live tonight. But friend Angry Canadian, he challenged me to Mario Sunshine, which I haven't gotten to yet. I will play it, but I wanted to play through basically all the Mario games leading up to that. So I started at the first one. I beat the first one,
yeah.
and then I went into the second one, and I haven't beat it because I really, really don't like Mario 2. So I skipped it. And I've been
Oh, that's a
slowly
shame. I love wait, Lost Levels or American
no
Mario?
actual Mario 2. I tried doing Lost Levels because I'm doing the Mario All Stars collection. That's the one that I had as a kid. Um, which I beat. I'm pretty sure I beat all 4 of the Mario games in that collection when I was a kid. But I don't think I've ever played it since I was a kid. So I went back and I played through Mario 1 and I beat that sometime last year. And except for World 8, that game was not bad, but World 8 was incredibly frustrating. So I was planning on going through Lost Levels and I got to like 2-3 or something, and I'm at what appears to be an impossible jump. I don't know how it's possible to progress. So I put that on hold. Then I came back to it, and I was like, "Nah, I'm just going to go to Mario 2." And I've done like the first 2 or 3 worlds of Mario 2, and I've hated almost every second of it.
I
So
have to ask why.
I just I just hate the um just like the format of the game. It's just so different than all the other Mario games.
Okay, so
Um,
2 things about that. For one, I love it personally.
and it's funny because another friend, Nerdporial Lifeform, also loves Mario 2, and I'm like, I hate it. I don't get how
Kid
you
me
people like it.
first time I saw it was Mario Advance, and I was like, "Oh, this is," and it was like I was well into Mario fandom by that point. I'd played Mario World, I'd played the land games, all that jazz, and I looked at it, I'm like, "Oh, Mario in a different direction. This is cool." Game Boy Advance was like a huge mind blower period for me because it was just so it was the first technology jump that I saw in gaming growing up, or like the first major one that wasn't from like Game Boy to console. This was Game Boy to Game Boy,
Okay, GBA
and
was fantastic. That's my favorite handheld. The
oh yeah, it
GBA
was.
SP specifically was my favorite handheld.
I had a micro, believe it or not.
When I told you I re-listened to our chat, I remember
Yeah,
you brought up the micro a few times.
yeah, it's like 3 feet away from me right now. Doesn't work well. The R button just it wore out years ago, and then oddly enough, the D pad has one direction on it that's also worn out. But yeah, Mario Advance fascinated me, and so when I finally played it, I played the crap out of it, and I didn't find out until later that that was a remake of Mario 2.
Oh,
And
okay.
then I found out that Mario 2
Was a reskin
is
of Doki Doki Panic.
yes, and I keep completely forgetting about it, but I've been meaning to play Doki Doki Panic or see if I can play that as like a Christmas special of some kind.
So, but yeah, because I was like, I really don't like this Mario 2, and I was dreading it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna move on to one that I actually do want to play, and that's Mario 3. So I picked that up again a couple weeks ago, and I'm in. I think I'm in world. Oh shoot, where's my?
And I think
Oh,
my favorite thing
I was like, where's
about
my
Mario.
Retroid? Because I usually keep it right here on my shelf underneath my monitor. I think it's in my car because I haven't used it at all this week. But I want to say I'm in World 5 right now, either 4
Nice.
or 5. Maybe I beat 5. Oh, you know what? I don't have to. I was like, you know
I
what? I
just
don't
noticed
need
the
to actually
Ori
look at
plush you
it.
got back there. That's cute.
Oh, yeah, we can definitely talk about that. Um, but it's like, I don't actually need to pull up the game on my Retroid because I can just pull up my Retro achievements for it and see where my progress is. Um, so the last achievement I got was in they group them now. That's nice. on True Achievements on collections, not True Achievements, Retro Achievements. They group collections by game now, which is very, very convenient. So I just beat. Why are they ordered this way? All right, reach World 5. So I beat World 4. So I'm at the beginning of World 5. So, but World 3 was like, I think it was World 3 was like crazy difficult compared to all the other ones in this in 3 so far. But for the most part, I'm enjoying my time with it way more than 1 or 2
Which
or
one is
boss
3
levels.
again? World 3.
Oh, I'm just talking about Mario 3. I'm enjoying much better. But World 3,
okay.
I don't remember.
World 3 is a little bit tricky, but Mario 3.
I died a freaking lot in World 3, and that's why I was getting very frustrated with that one. I have to go back and look at it. But yeah, that one I was not a fan of. But 4 wasn't too bad, and 1 and 2 weren't too bad. So I'm slowly making my way through Mario 3 because after that I'm gonna play Super Mario World again, which I haven't played in decades. I'm actually looking forward to that one.
Oh yeah, Mario World is like the best one, low key.
I know a lot of people. It's no secret. I mention it often that I'm just not a big Mario fan. The last Mario game I played was in its like release was Mario 64. So and the only ones I've owned were Super Mario or All Stars, Super Mario World, and Mario 64. Those are the only Mario games I owned.
I played them all out of order.
Really
I'm not as much of a Mario
much.
fan as I used to be, but I definitely loved them growing up, and I still appreciate them. I actually really got into Mario Wonder for a while. I liked the strange direction they took that one. But what I think would sell like wildfire if they tried it is a sequel to Mario 2 where they go back to Subcon.
Oh goodness, and keep the kind of like game design of that one in another one.
Like they've
you.
kept the Shy Guys and the Bombs. I don't know if you noticed that's where they came from. They technically came from another game entirely, but it's
I didn't even know that Mario 2 was a reskin of I didn't even know it. I'd never even heard of Doki Doki Panic until like a year or two ago.
Yeah, I learned about it, I think back in middle school. I don't remember. I think I was just looking up Mario 2 or something, learning more about it after I found out that's what Mario Advance was. And it's like, oh, it's Doki Doki Panic. I'm like, yo, check this out. But yeah, it occurred to me at some point in the last few years. I'm like, Shy Guys, bombs, pulling plants out of the ground. So many Mario staples came from that game. You'd think they would like it's basically officially a Mario game by this point, rather than just an American skin.
Yeah,
and so it's like you'd think they at some point they ought to go back there. They ought to bring that kind of gameplay back, bring back Wart, because also it's a dream world. The dude could totally come back from the dead.
yeah. I would have zero interest in it because I don't like Mario 2, but it would be interesting to see how it did if they did go back to that style.
Yeah.
But anyways, where I was going with that was, I'm trying to go through all the Mario games just way slower than I ended up planning on because I am going to play Sunshine, even though we were doing the year-long challenge, so that ended at the end of December.
Dude,
but I'm still going to try and
a
get through
sequel
all
to
of them.
Sunshine called Mario Eclipse would be nuts.
Well, so after I do Mario World, I'm going to do Yoshi's Island, which I've never played before, and then Mario 64,
Ooh.
and then Sunshine for the very first time. And then I'm also going to play Mario Eclipse, which it actually is a real game. It's a ROM hack of Mario Sunshine.
Well,
where,
right,
from what I hear, I haven't talked to anybody who's actually played, like not face-to-face in like a stream like this. I've talked to people who have been in chat before when I'm talking about it, have said that they've played it, but I haven't actually like talked one-on-one with anyone who has actually played it. But supposedly, from what I hear, it's it's Mario Sunshine, but with a lot of quality of life improvements. Because from
Sunshine
what I've been
was a little
told,
bit buggy.
Sunshine kind of plays like Mario 64, where you have different areas that you have to kind of return to the hub world, but you can see them, but you can't get to them. You have to like go back to the hub world and then go to the other areas. Whereas Mario Eclipse makes it where you can actually go from point A to point B without having to go through the hub world first.
That's really interesting.
And that's the main thing that I've heard is different, but there's some other quality of life improvements that I've heard about it. So I'm going to eventually play both so I can know the difference between them from firsthand experience. But if you are a fan of Sunshine, from everyone that I've heard, I've talked to, seen in chat, seen on forums and stuff, say that Eclipse is like the definitive way to play Sunshine because it fixes a lot of the issues. So if you haven't played Eclipse, based on what I've heard, I would recommend playing it.
I might look into that purely for the fact that I would love to stream Sunshine, but the GameCube controller that I have for live streaming has digital trigger buttons instead of analog.
Oh,
So
my
I wouldn't be able to run and
joystick-
gun.
or my controller that I use for everything when I'm well, that's everything that I play on stream that's not Xbox, basically Retro Achievements. I use this controller, and these are digital, not analog as well. And it's really annoying when I need to lightly press it, and it doesn't make a difference because it's it's
Yeah.
a 1 or a 0. It's not a it's I can't just lightly press it. It's either on or off. So
Yeah,
I did not know that when I got this, but it's a
I thought
third-party
you were
Switch
about to tell
controller.
me that you programmed the buttons to be the partial press, and I mean the
I
bumpers.
tried doing that, but it didn't work.
I was gonna say that sounds really smart. I don't remember if I tried that.
I
have
probably
a
use my Xbox controller for that, but I've just when I'm playing Xbox games, I'm using my Xbox controller. When I'm playing anything else, I'm usually using my little third-party Switch Pro controller.
Yeah, I've got a third-party Switch Pro controller as well that I use. But yeah, everything is like 1-to-1 with the old GameCube controller, except that one of the not really the start button, but one of those buttons on the front of it is a little squishy.
Okay.
But then the triggers are digital, and they claim to be analog. But I saw that in the reviews of it, they were like, it says it's analog,
Liars.
but it's not. You liars! But everything else about the controller is like perfect. And I'm like, all right, I guess I'll get this. It's a bummer that I can't reliably stream Mario Sunshine with that issue, but I think that's the only game I'd really struggle with that with. Because
Okay.
like, I think you were there for at least part of my Luigi's Mansion stream recently, weren't you?
I don't think so, because I don't know that I've ever actually seen anyone stream that game.
Yeah, but like you don't really need to move. You don't really need to run while you're vacuuming anything in that game. So it wasn't really a big problem for me playing through that. But with Mario Sunshine, there are points where it's really handy to move and spray at the same time. So it would mess with me a lot harder.
Yeah, the one issue for me was when I was playing Metroid Primes 1 and 2 for Metroidvania Monday is on the GameCube controller, lightly holding the right trigger has one effect, and then fully pressing the right trigger has another effect. But because it doesn't have that with a digital trigger, I had to map those to two separate buttons. Fortunately, I have an extra button on this controller because the GameCube controller had a Z, which would be the right trigger or right bumper.
Yeah.
But it didn't have a left bumper, so I was able to map it to one of these buttons instead. So it wasn't really that big of an issue. It's just I had to press both buttons instead of just pressing one. So fortunately, it was easy to work around since it wasn't like a pressure sensitive, like an accelerator sort of thing where you might, like if you were doing a racing game, that's, that wouldn't work. But it was just like two separate, I just had to map the two functions as two separate buttons rather than having them on the same button.
Yeah, I had like 5 different thoughts, and now they've all disappeared. I love Mario Sunshine. I would love to stream that at some point. I've never 100%ed it because some of the shine sprites I find I'm just like I don't have the patience for this. Especially the one out on the island that you need to get Yoshi all the way over there with the 2-mile-an-hour boats.
Because when I do end up playing it, I'm going to be doing it for retro achievements, and people remember whenever it's brought up, they're like, don't go for 100% in Sunshine. It's not worth it. But for the people who have played Eclipse, they're like, do 100% in Eclipse because it is worth it. So
yeah, I was going
to knowledge.
When you mentioned quality of life improvements for that, I thought of 2 things. One of them was hitboxes, because some of the hitboxing and that kind of stuff in that game is just a little bit jank, and it's most noticeable in the pinball mini zone, whatever it's called. And the other thing I thought of was the getting Yoshi to that island.
Okay.
I'm like, I bet they sped the heck up out of those boats, or just made a bridge or something.
Even if it's just like a speed based thing, at least when playing for like retro achievements, since you're doing it through an emulator, there's usually a fast forward, so you can speed up waiting times, which is really nice.
Well, are you familiar with it at all? With that challenge?
I haven't played Sunshine, so I know nothing about it.
Oh, so you got like the regular shine sprites like in Mario 64, right?
Like the
Where you
stars
go
in
to
Mario
you go to different,
64, right?
huh?
Like the stars in Mario 64.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you're going to the same world, but there's like different challenges each time you go in, depending on which shine sprite you choose to do.
Oh,
But
yes, I have had someone tell me about that, and I think Eclipse, you don't. Oh, I think it might have been Dude that was telling me about this. That yeah, you have to like go in and like pick a challenge at first, whereas I think in the Eclipse you can go and do them all at once. You don't have to leave the world every time to start a new one.
that would be really nice. And there's a few of them that are like that. There's tons and tons of hidden shine sprites in the game as well as like a lot of them take you to a world, but there's also occasional little challenge zones that like have their own shine sprite. Some of them are some of them are the challenge in the world, and some of them are hidden. And so it's like, oh, the like in Isle Delfino, the hub area,
Mm-hmm.
it's like you might see like a door, and you can get a nozzle that lets you run at like top speed, and you can blast through that door, and you'll go into like a shine sprite zone. That's just like complete the challenge to get the secret sprite.
Okay.
But one of those requires there's a few of those that require you to get Yoshi because they're specifically covered in paint that only Yoshi can wash off for some reason.
Okay.
Because one of the
Video game
best
logic
substances for washing paint
is
is
Yoshi
freaking
saliva.
fruit puke from a dinosaur.
Video game logic.
Yes, but one of those is on an island, which is just a little pipe on a little island, and the pipe is covered in that paint. But Yoshi in that game, for some reason, cannot stand getting wet. He just straight up vanishes
If
if
he goes in
you
the water.
if you go into water. And the island is too far to like jump and fly to. So there's two ways to get to the island. One of them is to glitch your way through an underground pipe system. The other way is the intended way, where you have to go to the complete opposite end of Isle Delfino and hop Yoshi onto a little boat that's a little hard to land on correctly with Yoshi's physics.
Okay.
Take the boat, I think, to a different nearby island. Then hop from that island to another boat, to another boat, to another boat, and it's this big like looping cycle, but the boats are all moving in a big loop themselves, but they're also going painfully slow.
Okay, so it sounds like it's easy, it's just annoyingly slow.
It's slightly easy. Like I said, it is a little tricky to land on them correctly because of the way Yoshi works. And because they're out in the water, if you land incorrectly, you're going in the water and you have
And
to
you gotta
go get
start all
Yoshi
over
and start
again.
all over. And I've done it once. I decided I'm just going to crack down and do this because I already, just looking at it, I'm like, this looks painful. And oh yeah, I think one of them you have to jump onto the next boat from a high platform, which makes it even harder to land on it correctly. And then you have to get it all the way over to the island, get the paint off the pipe, jump into the pipe, and then you have the actual challenge to do, which I would argue would be the easier part, if not for the fact that you have to go through so much to get there. Like I guess that is what makes it the easier part. Really, is just that you have to go through so much to get there, and then the
The
actual
challenge is
challenge.
actually the easy part.
Yeah, the actual challenge is you're on a lily pad on a river, and the lily pad is slowly disintegrating, and you have to spray the flood or Yoshi, I don't remember which, if Yoshi follows you in order to direct it through this river to collect 8 red coins. But because it's a river, if you miss one, that's it. You've failed, and you just have to get to the end and then try again. But of course,
If you
if you,
fail, you don't have to do the whole Yoshi boat thing again, do you?
I believe you do.
Oh my goodness.
And that's the part that's why I only did it once. It's because it's like, oh, that's painful.
That is awful.
The the funny thing is the pinball one I mentioned earlier is also infamous just because the hitboxes on it are kind of terrible. It's I guess it's pachinko, not pinball. It's technically pachinko.
Okay.
But you as Mario with the FLUDD are the pachinko ball.
Okay.
And if you fall out the bottom of the pachinko machine, you lose a life and have to start over. But any of the other holes in the pachinko machine lead you to like a slide on the back that takes you to the back to the beginning. The weird part is being a pachinko machine, you don't have platforms. You have little pegs.
Right.
They're just like little sticks to land on. And I think the only actual platform you can land on in there's like 3 of them that all lead to that ramp in the back, and everything else is just pegs. But being an early GameCube game with janky physics, the pegs can be landed on, but if you land slightly wrong, you'll just slide right off of them. And it almost like throws you to the side when it happens. And then the platform in the middle is also where the Shine Sprite spawns once you collect all of the coins in the pachinko machine.
Okay.
It's a big space, but with a little funnel leading into it. But the funnel doesn't quite work right. You can slide from one side of the funnel to the other side and over the edge.
It's like that's not how physics works.
Yeah, so you kind of have to go right down the middle of it instead of sliding in. And you can see the Game Grumps played through that game a while back, and they tried the pachinko machine. And you can see that happen to Aaron. They got all the coins. Aaron stressed through it all, be very careful, and then he went to get the Shine Sprite, messed up the landing, slid around in that little funnel space for a bit before flying right off the side and all the way out the bottom. And then he got so mad that he like stopped for a bit, and then their editor came in and beat it in like 5 minutes.
That's funny.
And I'm like, I identify with the editor here because I understand all of the hitboxes in there through trial and error. I can. It's still stressful, but I can beat it way faster than Aaron could.
Okay.
So yeah, have fun with that when you get there. I think I'll gladly watch you play that game.
I wasn't planning on streaming it. That could change, but it'll probably be a while till I get to it. But after I do, well, not necessarily after, but that was the plan, was to go through all of them up to Sunshine. And now that we just launched for Retro Achievements a couple weeks ago, the plan was to do all that and then do Mario the Galaxy games 1 and 2 for the first time. But I don't think I'm going to get through all of those Mario games first. My plan is to beat Mario 3 and then do Super Mario World, and then I'll probably jump straight to Galaxy 1, because there's a very limited time for the Wii rollout in order to get points for the launch event. So I probably wouldn't have enough time to get through all those games if I was going to do them before Mario. But for Mario games, since it's not like you really need to play them in sequential order, it's not like there's an ongoing story where you got to play the previous one to understand what's going on in the next one. So I'm going to finish 3, and then I'm going to do Super Mario World because I'm familiar with that one. I played it a bunch as a kid, and I actually really like that one. And then I'm just going to jump straight to Galaxy. But I will get back and go through 64, Yoshi's Island.
I would love to watch you play Yoshi's Island as well, because that's a very different game.
Yes. So
that was one I was really excited to play as a kid, but I never actually got the chance to play it until I want to say late middle school years. I remember specifically the day that I got it and played it for the first time, because it was a life-changing day for me. So I'm also a huge fan of Wario Land, specifically Wario Land 3. And as a kid, I borrowed Wario Land from Blockbuster back when you could do that, and I played it. I thought it was a Mario game, and I'm like, this is weird, but I love it. But I never owned it until this one day in middle school. We went to GameStop to get me a new game, and they had both Wario Land 3 and Yoshi's Island in there.
Yep, you mentioned this story on our Mass Effect open mic.
Oh, did I? Well, I'll
But
tell
it's
it
okay.
again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they had both of them there, and my parents were like, "You can only pick one," and I was stuck deciding for like 5 or 10 minutes. I could not pick because I loved Wario Land 3 and I really wanted to own that, but I had never played Yoshi's Island and I really wanted to play that. And finally, my parents caved and got both of them for me. And I was like, "This is the best day of my gosh dang life."
Day ever.
But because of familiarity, I played Wario Land first after getting
Okay.
home, and we were supposed to watch a movie that night, but my parents decided, okay, you can play games for like 2 hours instead of one or something, because this is clearly something you're excited about. You're going to be crazy about it if we don't let you. And I was so distracted playing Wario Land that I was just neglecting my dinner, and I ended up not watching the movie with them because I took way too long to eat my dinner and like play the game and all that.
Do
But
you happen to
then
remember what movie it was?
I do not. I think it was it. I was gonna say I think it was The Illusionist, but I think that was actually a
Okay.
different day that I'm thinking about with The Illusionist.
That was an okay movie. I remember everyone was like, "Oh, The Illusionist is so good," but it's funny because there were there's been a couple of occasions where like two similar movies come out in a very short period of time. Like the big one that everyone remembers is Armageddon and Deep Impact, and usually one of them is the big one, and the other one is like gets overlooked.
I actually don't
And
think I've heard of those ones.
really, you've not heard of Armageddon or Deep Impact?
I might have heard of Armageddon, but that's such a common word as well that I don't know.
So
Deep
Armageddon
Impact, I don't
was
know.
1998, and it was Michael Bay, and it was the asteroid was going to come and wipe out all life on Earth, and Bruce Willis and his drilling team got sent up to go drill into the asteroid and blow it apart from the inside. Any of that
Okay,
sound
I haven't
familiar?
seen that, but I think I have heard of that actually. I might have heard a mention of that because of how
Okay.
crazy that is.
Yeah, it was, Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck are the biggest leads in that movie. Deep Impact was very similar, except it wasn't an asteroid; it was a comet. It was on a collision course with Earth, and I want to say, I think James Cromwell was the president in that movie, or was it Morgan Freeman? I want to say they were both in that movie, but the main character was Elijah Wood, and it was more so of what was going on Earth while all this was happening. I don't remember what they sent up because I've only seen that one once, but I've seen Armageddon many times. But anyways, it was one of those situations where Armageddon was the big one that got all the recognition, and then the little one, so to speak, was Deep Impact, and it didn't do anywhere near as well. Similar thing with The Illusionist, but in reverse, in my opinion, where there was The Illusionist, which everyone was praising, and then The Prestige, which is two very similar movies about magicians in like either the late 1800s or early 1900s, and everyone was always talking about The Illusionist. And The Illusionist is good, but The Prestige is one of the greatest movies ever made. So,
Oddly enough, I don't think I've heard of The Prestige.
oh, it's in my opinion,
I was gonna say my favorite magician movie is Now You See Me.
those are good. I do like those. I haven't seen the third one yet, but I do really like
I
those movies.
I forgot they were making a third one because like I remember the second one happened and I was like, they didn't call it Now You Don't.
That's exactly what I said when it got
Yeah,
announced. I'm like, why
yeah.
did you call it Now You Don't? And they
Well,
call it
now
Now You
they
See Me
did.
Too. And I'm like, that's a missed opportunity. Um, I had the exact same thought, but I did enjoy both. The two, because there was a long gap between 2 and 3. I didn't even know they were doing a third one until it was already out, and I was like, "Oh, I had no idea."
I didn't
there
even
was a
know it
third
was
one.
out yet. I just heard they were doing one like a few months ago, and I'm like, oh, sweet.
Yeah, I think 3 came out late last year. It's very recent, and I don't, did not get almost any uh, recognition. So
Yeah,
I'd be surprised if many people even knew there was a third one. I've been meaning to watch it because I don't really watch much.
I collect poker decks, usually the very artistic ones. But the first deck I got that I was like, this is going to be like the number one, like the first major deck in my collection was the brand that they used in the film.
Okay.
And I think they're called Monarchs or something.
So the third one, it's called Now You See Me, Now You Don't. So they
Yeah.
kind of did do it.
I
Let's
think
see
what they
here.
should have done is Now You See Me 2, call it Now You Don't, and then the third one should have been Now You See Me Again.
Yeah, I didn't have a name for a third one because I didn't know they were going to do a third one, but I would have agreed with something similar to that.
Yeah.
Um, let's see here.
But
It came out in November, so I was right. It came out late last year.
So yeah, going back, my little
Real
story with you. Go ahead.
Just to finish my thought on that, and Rocker Dude's chiming in the chat, says the Prestige is so good. Prestige is, in my opinion, is the best Christopher Nolan movie by far. It is a fantastically amazing movie. So if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Illusionist is good, but I think Prestige is it might. I've never ranked my top 5 movies, but I would not be surprised if I ranked my top 5 movies if it was in my top 5.
I'll admit I don't watch a lot of movies anymore unless it's with people, so I will probably
Same here.
completely forget about it by the time I have the chance to.
I
actually
rarely
see it.
watch any movies. I think I actually went to the theater on Tuesday for the first time in like 3 years, and I think that's the first movie I've even watched this year. So
What did you see?
Oh, I went and saw Project Hail Mary.
I've been hearing a lot about that.
I really enjoyed it. It was quite good.
I'm most excited to see Mario Galaxy, honestly.
Okay.
Especially
I'll probably see it
after.
eventually. The next movie I'm really most interested in, I was talking about this on my stream last night, that I'll probably go and see it in theaters with my dad because we're both big fans, is the Michael Jackson biopic called Michael. Comes out at the end of this month.
Oh, I didn't even remember that was happening. Yeah, I saw something yesterday. I don't know if this counts as spoilers or not. Apparently, Fox McCloud is in Mario Galaxy, the movie.
Yeah, apparently he was in the marketing material, so I would not call it a spoiler.
I didn't know that, but I saw a
didn't either.
picture of it yesterday, and I'm like, oh shoot! Funny that we were just talking about Star Fox, but faster the other day.
Oh, that's right, we were.
Yeah. So yeah, going back, my little story with the Illusionist is all I remember about that is my family saw it, I think without me. That might have been the one that they saw because while I was too distracted, and then I went and watched it again later.
Okay.
But I just remember they were not at home while I was watching it, and so I was absolutely playing my Game Boy while I was watching it. So I only kind of remember what the movie was about.
Yep, I know exactly
But
what you mean.
the specific night that I got Wario Land and Yoshi's Island, I played Wario Land.
Yeah, we're backtracking to that.
Yeah.
So Wario Land and Yoshi's Island, which versions? Because apparently there's like 3 versions of Yoshi's Island. So I was curious on which versions that we're talking about.
I only know of 2. There's the original SNES, and there's the Mario Advance remake on the Game Boy Advance.
There's
and
a DS one as well.
I thought the DS one was a sequel.
Oh, it's called Yoshi's Island DS. I don't know if it's a sequel. I thought it was just like they ported it to DS. So I was just curious, which one did you play?
I think that's a sequel. If it includes like Baby Wario and stuff, that's a sequel.
I have no idea. I was just looking it up on True Achievements. I see that there's 3 of them, so I was just curious which version you played.
Yeah, the one that I got was the Mario Advance remake, which is just
that's what
a
I
remake
figured.
of the SNES one, with slightly different sounds in the music, and the map is like a straight line instead of all over an actual map. But yeah, I played Wario Land 3 so much that night that my parents grounded me and took away my Game Boys. And I hadn't played Yoshi's Island yet. So that night, as a kid, I was always afraid to be the last one to go to sleep because I felt lonely and vulnerable.
You mentioned that, yeah.
But that night, I said, frick it. And after my parents went to sleep, I got up and I made sure they were sleeping. And then I went and stole my Game Boys back. And then I played Yoshi's Island. And I was enjoying it so much, I accidentally played it until 5 a.m. I got through 4 out of 6 worlds in that one session. And that was at a time where I was usually going to sleep by 10 p.m.
That's great. So Wario Land 3, that's a Game Boy Color game. You were just playing it on your Game Boy Advance. Is that right?
That one I was playing on Game Boy Color because at the time my only Game Boy Advance was the Micro, which was not backwards compatible.
Oh, okay. So you had a Game Boy for Wario Land, and you had the Micro for playing your advanced games. Is that right?
I have. So I have classic Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance Micro, and I have since. I also had the Game Boy Player on the GameCube,
That's
which
right.
was how I played my Game Boy Advance games for a while until my parents got me the Micro.
Yeah, I had a Game Boy player as well, and it was awesome playing my advanced games on the TV. It was like, this is amazing.
Yeah, I convinced my parents to get that for me because it was cheaper than an actual Game Boy Advance, oddly enough. And then later on, they got the Micro because I randomly found a coupon for it in like a magazine at my grandparents' house, and I was like, "Look!" And they were like, "No, we're not getting it." And then they like secretly sniffed that out later and then used it to get me the Micro as like a Christmas gift.
Very nice.
But which I had never heard of the Micro until that point. And so I was like, this is crazy. But since then I have gotten multiple DSs and Game Boy Advances just from like thrift shop buys and such.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
I don't have any advance now. I don't know whatever happened to my Game Boy Color. I might have sold it when I upgraded to the Game Boy Advance. My Game Boy Advance broke, and then I had an SP. It got stolen, but I do still have my DS Lite. It's right there, and it still works.
nice.
Um,
Yeah, I still have all of the same Game Boys I grew up with, and they still work.
Nice. Yeah. So all of my
Aside from the Micro's broken buttons, but
yeah. My obviously all my GBA games I can play on my DS Lite, but all of my actual Game Boy Color games I have nothing to actually play them on since the DS is not backwards compatible with Game Boy Color, only with GBA.
yeah, if you're curious enough about Wario Land 3, I did stream that a while back. That game is a lot of fun. It's really wacky,
Yes.
and you can't die in it.
Interesting.
You're immortal. Instead, the puzzle system is just you have really severe knockback, and then the puzzles are designed so if you get knocked back in the wrong places, you have to start the whole puzzle over because you basically get thrown out of the room.
Okay, I think I remember you mentioning that before, not in our Mass Effect open mic, but in another discussion that we've had. That sounds very familiar.
Yeah, that was why Kid Me liked it, was because you couldn't die. So I was like, I'm invincible, and I just went on a power trip.
So a couple things that in chat that want to mention. Rocker Dude said Project Hail Mary, another good one, but the book was better. I'd never even heard of it until maybe a couple months ago.
Yeah, same here.
But
I've heard a lot of
that
people say it's
book,
just as good as the book.
I didn't know there was a book, but I do know that it was I'm pretty sure it was written by the same guy who wrote The Martian, and I haven't read that book, but that was a fantastic movie. I love that movie.
I don't remember if I saw that movie or if I'm getting it mixed up with Interstellar. I probably didn't see The Martian.
Interstellar is also a Christopher Nolan movie, and that's the one with Matthew McConaughey and who was it that played his daughter in that? What was it? Was it Bryce Dallas Howard or was it Jessica Chastain? I always get them mixed up. And then The Martian is the one where Matt Damon. I always get them two mixed up.
Yeah. He gets stuck on Mars and
he
has
got
to like
stranded
survive.
on Mars. That's The Martian. That's
yeah. I know about
movie.
it. I don't think I ever saw it.
Great,
but
movie.
I definitely saw Interstellar.
But anyways, going back to at the very beginning of the stream when we were talking about April Fools, Nightmare did point out that we did do a top 5 last April of top 5 video game April Fool's Day pranks. That was my co-host on Top 5, Jason. That was his idea, so I did not come up with that one. But we did do a April Fool's themed top 5 last year. So
that actually reminds me of two things. One of them is I'm in a writing group on Discord, and one of the folks in there pulled a prank on us that I didn't see until today. Where like 11 p.m. last night, he's like, "Hey folks, I wrote a book." Then they're like, "Oh, congrats!" And he goes, "I'm faking you." That was a prank, and they're like, "You waited until the end of the day to pull that. You son of a gun! We all forgot."
Kind of along those lines. It's almost like a reverse April Fool's prank. Someone posted a meme in my Discord, and it was it was a thumbnail. It was like a YouTube video. The thumbnail was like a metal version of some song. It was a reverse Rickroll, is what it was.
Yes, one of my a different server I'm in. They shared that. It was like it started with like a Yu-Gi-Oh card that said reverse Rickroll or unrickroll.
The thumbnail was Rick Astley, and the thumbnail said something about like a metal version. I'm like, oh hell yeah, because I actually unironically I love that song, Never Gonna Give You Up.
Yeah, it's a good song.
And so I was like, oh, a metal version, I'd love to hear that. And I click on it, and it wasn't Never Gonna Give You Up at all. It was something completely different. I'm like, you got me with the reverse Rickroll. I was like, I wanted it to be it, and it was something else.
Yeah, in this case, one of my other friends shared a meme that was unrickroll. It showed a Yu-Gi-Oh card called that. It's like, if you've been rickrolled, then this undoes it, or something like that. And then it just played Never Gonna Give You Up backwards.
That's great.
And I'm like, you know what? That's perfect. I love that. The other thing I was gonna say is my first April Fool's stream. I don't think I played Caesar's Palace for Game Boy.
That's a casino game, right?
Yes. And I played it for game. I oddly enough, I grew up with that one too. For some reason, my family had it, and kid me, loved it. Partly because there was no end goal or anything. You kind of just play slot machine games. But also because
Palace on NES has retro achievements, but not on Game Boy or Game Boy Color.
Yeah, the thing that cracked me up as a kid was it does it like a computer where you actually have a mouse cursor, but you're just controlling it with the D-pad.
Okay.
And it lets you like move it around like the lobby of Caesar's Palace and pick what game you want to play. But there's also bathrooms, and if you click on the bathroom, it plays like a toilet flushing sound. But yeah, I played that for my first April Fool's stream. I streamed it for 10 minutes. Nobody showed up. I called it Casino King the whole time as a joke. I also discovered somehow there's never been a game called Casino King, or at least there hadn't been at the time.
Okay. So yeah, that sounds like a good name for a casino game.
Yeah, but I think the funniest thing was completely unplanned. I went to the roulette, and in a reference to the Game Grumps, the first thing I did was bet all of my money on 23, or what I thought was all of my money. It turns out I'd actually only bet like pennies. I'd bet like $10. It landed on the 23, and I got $300 out of
it. That's freaking awesome.
And you can find that clip on my Twitch channel. I clipped that because I'm like, there's no way. Oddly enough, that is one of 2 times that has happened to me.
Like the exact same thing, or
I think so. I think I don't remember exactly when it happened, but I think there was another occasion where I bet on 23 as a joke at a roulette table and actually got it. I think that time was at a casino night that my landlord held, and I did not bet everything on it, but I did bet on it singularly as a joke and actually got it.
Oh, is this like actual roulette, not in a video game?
Kind of, yeah. It was a charity thing, so it was
okay.
Utah legal. It was a special way of doing casino stuff in Utah. But yeah, I actually did bet on 23 and I got it. I'm like, you gotta be freaking kidding me.
That's awesome. Is 23 your lucky number?
I don't think so. My favorite number is 52.
Okay. Because yeah, I would bet on 21 because that's my favorite number.
Yeah, the reason it's a joke is because the Game Grumps did an episode of Dead or Alive Extreme where they went and did roulette. And Aaron was like, all right, here's the secret. You bet on 23 and only on 23. And he spent like a full 10-minute episode betting on 23 and losing like constantly. And I think maybe 8 minutes in, he finally got it and just massive dump of money. And then they like called it there and ended the stream or something. And then the next stream, Aaron was broke and Dan goes, why? And Aaron goes, I spent it all on gambling.
Oh yeah, I haven't played any of those games, but it's like, oh yeah, there were gambling games in those games, weren't there?
Yeah, I haven't played them either, but yeah, it was
not what
that
most
was
people
like
think of
the
when they
only
think
way to
about those
earn
games.
money was gambling or something like that.
So I see a new name in chat. Lane, welcome to our open mic. We're just talking about random video game stuff. And a couple things. One I saw Faceless Chat says I had the Princess Peach game on DS. That was my first Nintendo game. And
yeah, Super Princess Peach. I never played it. I kind of want to, but I keep forgetting it exists.
I didn't even know that Princess Peach had a game until that one that came out like a year or so ago on Switch.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
That was the first Peach game I had ever heard of. They're like, oh no, there are other Peach games. I'm like, I
Yeah,
have no
Super
idea.
Princess Peach was the first one I heard of way back when it was new. And I remember being excited because I'm like, "Oh, Peach gets to be the star for once." I hadn't yet played Mario Brothers 2 yet, I think. So I didn't know you could play as Peach in that game.
Okay.
But
I would.
I was also bummed because I didn't have a DS yet, so I never got to play Super Princess Peach.
Yeah, yeah. Peach is playable in Mario 2. I wouldn't really call that a Princess Peach game, though. Even though that is who I usually use because her floating ability makes the game a lot easier.
Believe it or not, I use Toad
Okay.
or Luigi. Toad or Luigi are my main ones for that one. I like Toad for his speed.
Okay. Maybe I'll give Toad a shot next time I go back to Mario 2,
Yeah,
which won't be anytime
Toad
soon, since
has
I don't like it.
I think Toad has the weakest jump, but you can kind of make up for it with the super jump. But he has the highest speed and the highest strength, I believe.
Okay. So, but Faceless also said that I'll see DS and thrift shops now for like $20. Nice. It's like, if I didn't
Right.
have mine, I might be interested in that, but I since I've got one, I'd rather get my hands on another GBA SP because that thing was great.
So you might remember I told you I have a Neo Geo Pocket Color that I picked up
Yes,
from
you
the thrift
mentioned that
store.
on our last stream as well.
Yeah, and I,
before we get
turned
into
on
that, I also see Star Wars Scran in chat. What's up, Star Wars Scran? I don't know if I've ever seen you on my channel before, but good to see you, man.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I don't know that name either. Was it a completely new person?
No, I know him from other channels. I just don't think I've seen him in my chat before. But what's up, Scran? Good to see you.
Hello.
So your Neo Geo Pocket Color, was it?
Yes.
Yes.
It was a competitor to the Game Boy that never quite took off. Yeah, I got that at the thrift store once. It does work. I don't remember if I managed to get it working on the last stream.
You tried, and your batteries were corroded.
Yeah, battery was corroded, but I cleaned it out, got it working again. I wonder if they're corroded again by now.
Yeah, because that was over a year ago.
Yeah, and I never played the thing.
When you got it working, because my question was, did it have a backlit screen? Because the advertisements I pulled up, the screen looked backlit, but it could just
I
be
think it
that way in the
does.
ad. Because there's a lot of Game Boy Advance ads where the screen looks like it's backlit, but the Game Boy Advance did not have a backlit screen. So I was curious if they did the same thing with the Neo Geo Pocket Color, or whether it legitimately was backlit.
Give me a second and I can check. I need to take my headphones off for this.
All right. But I think we're getting some. All right. I just got a brief interruption. It says, oops, we're reconnecting. So I think we should still be okay. But Star Wars Scran saying, Lurk, I'm just glad you're here. Good to see you, Scran. Hope you're doing well tonight. So, yeah, if this is your first time to my channel, everything I talk about here is video games. So if you like video games, I think you'll enjoy it here.
Where'd he go?
Where'd what go?
Neo.
Can you
hey,
not
chat,
hear me?
Where'd Neo go?
What, you can't? Can you not hear me or see me? What? I can hear you. I can see you. Now can you hear me and see me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Hello? What? Why can't you hear me? Can the stream hear me? No, the stream can hear
Neo's
me.
here?
Yeah, I just had to pull the
I
stream
don't
on my
see
other
or
monitor.
hear him now.
I'm here and I can see and hear you. And
am I the one that needs to rejoin? What's happening?
Yes. The stream can hear and see me, but apparently Winter Prince can't see or hear me for some unknown reason. It did drop me out for just a split second, but I don't know why he's having trouble. Yeah, stream can hear and see me, just you can't. So,
technical difficulties. You hear and see us both.
Yeah, the stream can hear and see us both, but you cannot hear or see me.
Okay, that's weird. I guess I'll try rejoining or something. I'll reload the page, see what happens.
All right. That is weird. I've never had that happen before. I mean, I've had pop up and say, "Oops, technical difficulties reconnecting." I've never had it where the person in the stream could not see or hear me at that point. All right, can you hear and see me now?
There we go. Yes, I can. And
That was weird.
yeah, it's like I put my headphones down, grabbed the Neo Geo box, came back, and I saw your name, but your I couldn't hear you, I couldn't see you, and it was like, what happened?
Yeah, when you went to grab your box, I got a little thing popped up said, "Oops, we're reconnecting," so it dropped me out and added me back in just like over like 2 or 3 seconds. And the stream could hear and see both of us, but for some reason you couldn't hear and see me, which I've never seen that happen before. That was a weird one.
Yeah, it's
So, all right, well, everything's good now. So,
oh,
what'd you find out?
I just tried to turn it on. I'm like, oh, it's not turning it on. It turns out there's no batteries in it at the moment, so I must have actually
Oh.
thought ahead this time. But the back of the box says reflecting TFT format LCD allows playing in both bright and dim lights. So I'm assuming
take
it's some
mine.
kind of backlit. Huh?
Here, take mine.
I actually do have batteries somewhere over here. I just need to find them. I took a box of batteries from my parents' place when I moved out, just for things like this. But I don't remember where I put them off the top of my head.
Oh, that doesn't help. Scran says he was unplugged from the Matrix. He had to replug himself back in. So, was there anything that you were going towards specifically about the Neo Geo Pocket Color?
Not really. I was just asking if you remembered that. I don't remember if I ever turned it on for you guys because I was gonna do that on the last time I joined you for open mic, and then the batteries were corroded.
Yeah.
But I was gonna be like, yeah, listen, it works. Can you hear this?
Yes. I remember last time you were trying to do that, and we could not hear it. But this time,
I think
can
that's
hear it.
because it was on Discord, and Discord has noise cancellation.
It does, because I
Yeah.
was on a stream one time and I was trying to show that my ocarina right there is actually playable, but it was the auto mute function, like no one on the stream could hear it. But
Oh, I believe it. I've seen so many ocarinas since then.
but because that last one was through Discord and it was automatically muting stuff like that. In Restream, I don't think it does that. So yes, I could hear the clicking because you were trying to do that last time.
Do you
and it
know
wasn't
what that
working.
clicking is?
That's the clicky stick.
Yes, you remember the clicky stick.
I would not have remembered that if I hadn't just re-listened to our Mass Effect open mic.
Yeah, the for anyone in chat that doesn't know, unless I misread or something, the clicky stick is the official name for the joystick thing that they have on the Neo Geo Pocket Color. It's like I think it might be the best joystick adjacent thing I have ever seen on an old device that wasn't just an actual joystick. It's adorable and I love it.
Let's see here. I am going to pull it up here on screen real quick so everyone can actually see it. So here's the Neo Geo Pocket Color.
Oh, that's is that carbon fiber?
It's probably not actual carbon fiber, but it's carbon fibered colored.
I mean, mine's like indigo.
Okay, so
it looks a lot like a Game Boy, but it's bluer.
Okay, so this
it's like a sky blue.
This is the tech. That's what the technical term was. What you told me last time is that this is actually called the clicky stick.
Yeah, did you just look that up or something? Or
no, I just remember you know, since I just re-listened to it, you were telling me that that's the actual technical term for it. And so it's like a D-pad in that it's got like the 8 or four, these 4 directions, then the diagonal directions. So you actually hear it as it clicks, as it moves. It clicks through the different directions rather than like just softly going through them like you would on a D-pad.
Yeah. I don't know if I can actually find anything on whether or not that's the official name, but every reference I see to the Neo Geo's little joystick thing, it calls it the clicky stick. So
okay.
There's people being like, "Hey, does anyone know where I can find a part like the Neo Geo clicky stick thing?"
So, what did you have on the Neo Geo Pocket Color?
Literally, the only game I managed to get for it was Pac-Man, unfortunately. which is like, oh, it's like arcade Pac-Man, but it's also freaking everything has Pac-Man. There's nothing novelty about having that, unfortunately. And I'm bummed because they had a lot more games for it at the thrift shop, but for some reason they sold them separately when I was not there.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time.
Yeah, I'm still bummed about it. One of these days, maybe I'll
Let's
get around to
see.
buying them online or something, but I bet they go for a fortune.
Yeah, I'm looking on here, and oh, there it is. Neo Geo Pocket. I'm looking on retro achievements, and I'm looking to see. So I don't know if this is all of the games that were on the console, but on retro achievements, it has 96 games listed, and of the 96 games that existed on the Neo Geo Pocket, 41 of them have retro achievements. Let's
Yeah,
see if
I know.
Pac-Man is
Let's
one of
see.
them.
On the back of the box, they have a
Pac-Man is one
baseball
of them.
game. Yeah, on the back of the box, they have a baseball game, what looks like a fighting game, and Puzzle Bobble,
Puzzle Bobble. Let's see. Puzzle.
also known as Bust a Move.
Oh, Bust a Move. I was like, I don't see anything under Puzzle Bobble,
Yeah,
but
it's called
Bust a
Puzzle
Move.
Bobble in the East, but it's Bust a Move in America for some reason. I
Let's see.
really like those games. I think they're a lot of fun.
Let me go to all. I don't see anything. Bust a Move Pocket does not have retro achievements.
Bummer. Yeah, that's the one that I really wanted for this thing, actually.
Let's see. Is there anything under Puzzle Bobble? Puzzle Link. Yeah, Puzzle Link 1 and 2.
That might be a different thing.
That's something different. So, all right. So Lane says the fact that the clicky stick is the official term, assuming that's actually the official term, is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, exactly. It's like there's like a medical condition. You would think it would have some sort of like technical medical term for it, but I don't know what the exact what the symptoms are of it. But I've heard there's a condition called leaky gut, and that's the technical medical term for it.
Oh dear.
So.
I'm reminded of Jeff Foxworthy's bit about side effects listed on medicines, where some medicines have side effects worse than what the medicine cures.
Yeah, or it's
And
like when
one
the
of
side effects are the same as the symptoms. It's like, then what's the point of taking it?
Oh no, he was talking about like, oh, itchy, watery eyes. Side effects include, lists off like 30 different things that are way more concerning, and one of them was he goes, anal seepage. Not even fun to say. It's like, no, it isn't. But on the back of the Neo Geo box, it does refer to the joystick, but it just says revolving joystick for enhanced gameplay.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's the official term or if that's just like, oh, people will know what this means. But the other reason I brought up the Neo Geo is because I was recently watching a compilation of Game Grumps clips, and in one of them, Aaron mentioned playing his Neo Geo Pocket Color, and just nobody commented on that. And I was like, wait, Aaron has one of those, and just nobody asked what it was or anything, really? just passing comment of this obscure console that he happens to have. But so yeah, that was a little interesting. Scran says, what is each of your all-time favorite gaming console?
I was just going to bring that up because I was going to say Scran has a very excellent question. It says, what is each of your all-time favorite gaming console? Do you
that is one actual way to spell favorite. I think that might be like the European way or something.
It is. I whenever there's a U in words that don't have words, I make sure to extra pronounce them.
Oddly enough, I'm weird. You know how gray is spelled with an E over there instead of an A?
Yes.
I prefer to spell it that way. There's something that feels a little more mysterious and like, it's gonna sound weird, a little more grown up about spelling it that way for some reason.
You spell it gray with your pinky, with an E with your pinky up. Is that right? I spell it gray, not gray. But did you want to go first on this one?
Sure. I was just gonna say I'm not good at picking favorites because my mood is always changing. The Game Boy Color is the one I have the fondest memories of, just because that was my first console and I played the crap out of it.
Okay.
You're from Scotland? Nice. No need to apologize though.
If you're bad at picking favorites, then you probably wouldn't do well on top 5 because you have to rank your top 5 of whatever the topic is.
I think we did some top 5 stuff the last time, and I was definitely like, "Oh gosh." Either that or I tuned in for one of them or something. But yeah, I'm not good at top fives.
But yeah, Scran says I'm from Scotland. Sorry, don't apologize. Just glad to see you here. He's from Scotland. I can't do Scottish accent. It's like what, or Scottish or Irish. It's like it's one of the like worst accents. I literally can't do it very well. So I'm not really gonna try. Um, but so did you say Game Boy Color? Is that what you
Yeah,
said? Okay.
Game Boy Color is the
How's-
one I have the fondest memories of.
honest man.
Game Boy Advance and GameCube are probably both second place, just because the GameCube was my first home like 3D console, and the Game Boy Advance was the first major technology leap I personally experienced in gaming.
Okay.
And I don't count, even though I got the GameCube before the Game Boy Advance, I don't count I don't count the GameCube as a techno leap because that was like a different brand of gaming for me as a kid.
Okay. Speaking of, like the big technology jump, I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, but that idea gave me a great. I don't know if it's going to be on next week's episode of Party Chat. It might be, but I just came up with a good topic for Party Chat last night and had to do with the technology jumps and video game generations. So, but anyways, all right. So Game Boy Color for the handhelds. Game Boy Advance was my favorite of the handhelds. Like I said, the Game Boy Advance SP was my favorite handheld.
Yeah, you
But
said that.
favorite console, gaming console. If we're talking only games that you can play on their originally intended hardware, then easily Xbox 360. The 360 era, in my opinion, is the best generation of video games, and I don't think that will ever get beaten. 2007 alone, the best year in video game history, will never get beaten. But if we're talking about the technological abilities, then easily the Xbox Series X, because it can play all 4 generations of Xbox games. But since there's like very few games that are Xbox Series X only, like you can't play them on other hardware, then it would be like if you could only play the games that were released for their original hardware, easily the Xbox 360. So, a dude rated the stream. I know he was doing his achievement hunting. He's currently playing through Metroid Prime 3. Since, like I said, we just recently got retro achievement support, so he's streaming Metroid Prime 3 on his channel right now. So he must
Yeah,
have just
hello,
finished
dude.
up his stream.
Haven't seen. Assuming you're the same dude that I know, haven't seen you in a while. How you doing?
So, dude is my co-host on Achievement Chasers. We do once a month because he's a even bigger achievement chaser than I. So, good evening, dude. I was watching this stream before I went live, but good to see you. So, thank you for the raid. And Scran says, I'm moving to Ohio, so I'll start spelling correctly soon. That's awesome.
I have to
glad
ask.
have you.
Yeah, I have to ask Gran because I'm really curious. Why are you moving to Ohio, and have you ever been to the U.S. before?
That is a great question. If you feel like answering,
Yeah,
curious why
don't.
Ohio
Well,
rather than
only tell
anywhere
us
else
what
in
you're
the US.
willing, of course.
But I would be interested to hear. I don't wonder why you're moving here to the U.S. I'm just curious on why Ohio versus anywhere else in the states. So
Yeah, I'm just curious about all of it.
But Lane also says, yep, I spell things the European way, even though I'm from the US. Could also be the fact that I read books from European authors. The thing that really it annoys me when I see like U's in like Kalur or when I see things that are spelled with Z's, but they spell them with S's, like authorization, it's authorization.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Oh yeah, they other than words that start with Z, they always spell Z words with S's instead, and that annoys me. But the thing that really drives me nuts is the freaking ER, and they spell it RE. That like makes no freaking sense. The other ones just
what's an example of that one?
literally every word that ends in ER, they spell it RE. Like center is spelled centre, CENTRE. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm used to those meaning something slightly different when that happens. Like there's 2 ways to spell theater, but one of them refers to like
performance,
the act of performing, and one of them is the actual place.
At least that one makes a little more sense. But the funny thing about theater is, I remember I want to say it was like 6th grade. We one of our on our spelling test, one of our words was theater, and I remember we had a substitute that day, and it was vocal, so they said the words, and the substitute said theater, and I'm like, "What the crap is theater? That's not one of our words." But yeah, at least that one makes a little more sense because there is actually a difference between like a movie theater and like a performance theater. But when they spell like literally everything else that ends in er is re, that one pisses me off. The other ones are all just like minor annoyances.
Yeah.
But dude is answering the question, says 7th gen is the third best gen. 6th gen is the best, and I have no idea which gen is which because people, obviously refer to the different gens as their numbers. I have no idea what generation is what number. So if you gave me a console from that generation, then I know what generation you're talking about. But if you just said Gen 6 or Gen 7, I have no
7th gen
idea.
was the 360 gen, but I might be wrong on that.
Okay. So then Gen 6 would be
I can't really compare them
GameCube,
because
Xbox, PS2. I'm assuming
I
is what he's
exclusively
saying.
had Nintendo consoles until long after the Xbox 360 and such. I didn't finally get other consoles until I was working at that same thrift store
Oh,
that
okay.
I've mentioned earlier. But yeah, I always said GameCube was underrated. GameCube may have not been the most powerful, but it had some of the greatest games ever made on it,
Excellent library,
as
and it's
shown
one
by the
of the
remakes getting made.
from what I hear, it's a very expensive console to collect for these days.
Yeah, I one of my roommates when I was in trade school mentioned that he thought GameCube was insanely popular because he had a really hard time getting one back in the day.
I walked into Target on launch day and found a bunch of them, and that's
Yeah,
one of the few consoles I got on launch day was GameCube.
yeah, he always
And it
liked
wasn't even
GameCube, but he
like
always had a hard time getting one for
it
some
wasn't
reason.
even like when they opened. It was like 3 in the afternoon. Was able to go in, and they had plenty of them.
Yeah, I got one of the platinum ones.
I had the black one.
Yeah, I've got the platinum one. I love my silvery platinum controller. It's very cool. I
So
always liked getting the special edition ones. So like we've also got the red Wii, I think.
okay. Yeah, dude, okay, you were correct. Dude says that GameCube was 6th gen, so that would have been GameCube, Xbox, PS2. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
to
was a
each
very
their own.
revolutionary generation in general because of Xbox and PS2 specifically. But then the GameCube came in with games that just they never get old, man. Mario Sunshine, Luigi Sunshine, what the heck?
Sunshine.
Mario Sun Slime, the third sequel, haha. Nah, Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, which I freaking loved that game so much.
I think basically everyone who loves Paper Mario, I think it's pretty much universally accepted that that is the best Paper Mario game.
It is. Like I've heard enough about the later games that I'm like and like seen footage and I'm like, yeah, it's just not like the second game. And then they put N64 on the Switch, and so I played the first one. And it's like, this is fun, but it is definitely a much simpler game than Thousand Year Door. Thousand Year Door is fantastic writing, fantastic characters, and I like to say it is the most adventurous adventure ever because it's just every adventuring trope is in there and then some. And it manages to do all of it without feeling like they're just slapping things on.
Okay.
Have you played it yourself or
No, since they're like turn-based RPGs, I have no interest in them.
Oh my word. Okay, as someone that has liked turn-based RPGs less and less over the years, like I don't like I've been thinking of doing a Pokemon marathon of some kind at some point, which is going to be a long one, goodness.
I was gonna say that is a long marathon.
If I do the marathon, it's at least going to be the first 3 gens. I don't know if I'll go beyond those because those are the ones I have the most memories with.
Okay.
And then 4th gen was when I started to kind of fall out of Pokemon. But yeah, I've kind of fallen away from a lot of turn-based. I don't enjoy them nearly as much as I used to,
I
but I
never did.
still love Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. There's just something really fun about it, and I think it's because they use what they call action turn-based or something, where you do have to input commands during the actions in order to get the most effect out of it. And then
That's
your
what.
accuracy with that affects things as well. So it still feels very active and like intense at times.
Yeah, that's why. No secret that I don't like turn-based games. I have played a few of them, but because of that, we talked about it on Party Chat. I don't know. It was probably a long time ago, but talk about favorite turn-based games, and mine are probably the South Park RPGs
Yeah, I've
from
seen some
Obsidian. Those are
footage of
pretty
those.
good.
Those definitely look interesting. If I wasn't worried about content, I would probably have played those. But
The
they're
second one, if I remember correctly, because I've played the first one probably like 4 or 5 times, and I've only played the second one like once. But if I remember correctly, the second one was nowhere near as didn't have the shock value that I think the first one was going for. So if you were to pick between the two and you didn't want things that are quite so shock value-y, I would say don't play Stick of Truth. I'd say play Fractured But Whole.
the one that has a more obvious butt pun in it.
So, but dude says that he just finished up Prime 3 on Veteran. He's starting Hyper Mode tomorrow night. Very nice. And Lane says, yeah, like Sentry or Theetry. Yes, exactly like those.
And then Laney gave a ton of examples just now of the spelling thing.
Yeah. And Scran says, I married a beautiful girl from Cleveland 5 years ago, so we're moving for family. Oh, that's awesome. I've been there at least 4 times.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Yeah. My favorite console was Sega Mega Drive, purely for Sonic 3D. And that's another thing is like, why the heck is it called Mega Drive overseas and, it's Genesis here? Is it not this? I mean, I understand for like Nintendo, obviously there was like NES and Famicom and Super NES and Super Famicom. It makes sense because the consoles actually looked very different. Did the Genesis and Mega Drive, I could be wrong because I don't really know a whole lot about Sega, but are the Genesis and Mega Drive actually different looking hardware, or are they just the exact same thing with different names?
I don't know. I think I heard about this. I think they are. It might be partially a hardware thing, but what I was thinking is either Genesis was just they thought it would be a more popular and competitive name in the Americas.
I do think it is a better name, but I'm partial.
What was I had a different thought, and now I lost it. It might have been a hardware difference that I was thinking of.
But Scran also agrees with me that 360 was amazing, unmatched for time for games. Absolutely, yes, Scran. So KOTOR is an exception. Well, that was an Xbox game, not a 360 game. But that's the one that you were talking about, Lane. Examples of words spelled differently in Europe are honor, color, flavor, sentry, theatry, authorization, organization, maneuver. Yeah. The ones that really drive me nuts are the RE. The other ones are just minor inconveniences, but yeah, the RE, that one doesn't actually make any sense. At least the other ones, they still make sense.
What gets me a little bit is that Scran's favorite console is the Mega Drive for Sonic 3D, which was, I thought I remember that one being kind of critically panned.
I have no idea. I know very little about Sonic games. I think the only ones I ever played were actually the ones that were ported to Xbox Live Arcade. So
I've played some Sonic collections, and I have played 3D, and it's certainly interesting. They were definitely trying something with that one, but oh boy, howdy, it was. It wasn't badly programmed. It was just like it felt a little basic, and I don't know. It just didn't have the same excitement for me.
well, okay. Lane says Mega Drive does sound cooler than Genesis, though. I disagree. I think Genesis sounds way cooler than Mega Drive, but that's just me. KOTOR is saying the exception to turn-based games is KOTOR, not that it's favorite 360 game, because like that wasn't 360 game.
Yeah,
KOTOR is kind of like in this because that KOTOR comes up very often because it is a very well-loved game.
Yeah, I've never played it personally.
I always call it a pseudo turn-based because it's not exactly a turn-based game. It plays more like a single-player MMO where you queue up your next few actions and then they play out. It's not like you're actually taking turns. So you're doing stuff at the same time as the enemy is, but your actions are, all playing out in order, if that makes sense. So I don't really consider KOTOR a turn-based game, even though but I don't call it a real-time game either. It's in this like this purgatory essentially. But I understand, and that's the main reason why I did play KOTOR, is because I'm a huge Star Wars fan, real Star Wars, pre-Disney Star Wars, because real Disney Star Wars does not count. It's not Star Wars, but real Star Wars. And I don't like turn-based, and everyone's ranting and raving about how good KOTOR is. So I was like, I found it's sort of turn-based, but not really. So I go ahead and played it. I did only play it once, so and that was when it was new. So I haven't played it since. I will play it again at some point. I don't plan on streaming it, but maybe we'll see. When I played it originally back in the day, I played it light side. So when I do play it again, I'll end up playing it dark side. And then right after that, I'm immediately going to go into playing KOTOR 2 for the very first time, because I've never played KOTOR 2.
I've never played any of them. Maybe I should give one of them a shot one of these days. But
they are highly regarded as some of the best Star Wars games out there, if not some of the best games ever. I think KOTOR is insanely overrated, because while they... like I said, I haven't played the second one. The first one has one of the greatest video game stories ever, and one of the greatest plot twists ever. But the gameplay is nothing to write home about. I don't know why. It's not really that great. The gameplay. If you were to swap out the story and everything with something else and kept the gameplay, it's like, this is not really a very good game. So, in my opinion, KOTOR is incredibly one of the most overrated games ever. It's still good.
I'm a little intrigued by it.
It deserves as much love as it gets.
I had friends try to get me into the Old Republic MMO, and I couldn't really get into it that well, but I've never played a game that's like an MMO but single player. So that it does intrigue me about KOTOR, is that aspect of it. And I think I might be able to enjoy that more, just because I grew up on single player games. Like, all the friends I could play with, I was only able to see like once a month due to distance, because I grew up in Cali, where everything was really dense and my friends were halfway across town. But
yeah, I did play the Old Republic for a while as well, but I still ended up playing it mostly solo, and it was not really that enjoyable solo. That it's an MMO, so it's much better enjoyed in multiplayer. With people.
The thing that takes me
KOTOR is single player only, so you don't have that choice. So if you're
the thing that takes me out of a lot of MMOs is when it's like, go do this and talk to this person. And like, they're treating it like you're the chosen one, while someone else is in the background doing way cooler stuff.
That makes sense. So,
yeah, it's like, oh yes, I and all these other 1,000 people, I am the chosen one.
So you're much bigger on turn-based games than I am, and in this quote, I'm in this context, I'm using turn-based in air quotes, because like I said, it's not really turn-based
these days.
But since you're more of a turn-based person than I am, I would definitely recommend KOTOR, both of them, because that's an ongoing argument, is which KOTOR is better, and lots of people argue towards both of them because they're both great, from what I hear.
Yeah, I as far as Star Wars games go, my current favorites are still Jedi Fallen Order, and oddly enough, EA's Battlefront 2.
Not what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah, I specifically... I loved Battlefront 2 because, like, the lightsabers and the Jedi are all super cool, but also they're in gosh dang everything. And I'm a little bit of a gun enthusiast. I want to try the blasters now and then, and nothing lets you do that, except, like, the Battlefront games actually do let you do that, and you get first-person view in EA's version of them. So you get to see them up close with, like, all this beautiful, like, water reflection and everything off of the blasters. And like, the first time I got to play the Battlefront games, specifically EA's, I was like, oh, this is beautiful, I love this. And then Battlefront 2, it had a terrible launch, I will not deny that. I did not play it until after they fixed it.
Same here. I didn't play Battlefront 1, but I did play a decent amount of Battlefront 2 after they patched out all the loot box, and the whole loot box controversy was
I
taken
had a
away.
great time.
And it was actually a pretty good game.
Yeah, and another thing I love about it is I do love flying the ships and everything, but I really respect a game that gives you a cockpit view, and I respect a game a lot more if the cockpit view is different for each ship.
Yes.
Yes.
It's funny how Scran just popped up saying, Neo here promoting real Star Wars. I love it. Yes. And as we're talking about EA Star Wars, which is Disney Star Wars. But the gameplay of Battlefront 2 was actually pretty good, especially after they fixed the loot box controversy. I'm not going to say that one of the things, Battlefront 1 didn't have a campaign. They had a campaign in Battlefront 2. It wasn't great, but it was okay, but it was still Disney
Yeah, it
Star
was all
Wars.
right.
So I'm not going to say that was
learning
great.
the game, if nothing else.
But the multiplayer aspect of Battlefront 2 after loot boxes, it was actually pretty fun.
Yeah, there's a lot I can appreciate about EA's Battlefront 2. And I say EA's because a lot of people love the original one.
Yes,
I tried playing the original one. I don't know if I get it. It definitely was more fleshed out in terms of like the types of multiplayer there were. But I don't know, it just didn't have the same appeal for me. And maybe it's just the old graphics were hard to get used to.
Yeah,
But
I never played much of the old Battlefronts, on original Xbox, but those are also up there in contention for some of the best Star Wars games ever.
for a long, long time, I didn't even know the Battlefronts were Star Wars games because nobody ever said I was playing Star Wars Battlefront.
You just thought it was like a Battlefield clone or something?
Yeah, basically. I didn't even know what
understandable.
Battlefield was until high school. But I heard a lot about Battlefront like throughout middle school and such, but nobody ever said Star Wars Battlefront.
Yeah.
So I had no interest in playing it because I didn't know it was a Star Wars game.
And when people are abbreviating it, it's BF, BF1 or BF2 as well. So
yeah, I didn't know it was a Star Wars game until like toward the end of middle school, not long before my family moved to Utah, because I was at a friend's house before school one day and he was playing it. He's like, "Oh, this is Battlefront," and I'm like, "Battlefront Star Wars?"
I had no idea.
And you're playing as the stormtroopers? Whoa! But yeah, I will say there is still relevance to EA's Battlefront 2. Part of it is that it's one of those first-person shooter multiplayer games that lets you play with bots. So if you suck at the game, you can actually learn how to play it.
Basically, all of my playtime in Battlefront 2 is me and like two of my buddies that I know in real life. I don't remember what the game mode is called, but there's a 4-player maximum, and all the other characters in the game are all AI controlled. So we're not actually playing against other people.
Love any multiplayer game that lets you play against bots, because in games like that, especially first-person shooters, there's often tons and tons of tryhards that make it really, really hard to learn the game because you're dying too much.
Yeah.
And so having bots to play against helps me learn the game, and suddenly I can compete with the tryhards. Go figure. And Battlefront did that, so I was really excited about that. But also, have you heard of Kyber? Not like the in-universe crystal, like I'm talking about the Kyber.
I was going to say, like, I know of Kyber crystal, but Kyber by itself? No, I'm not sure.
So Kyber is a launcher that I found out about like a year or two ago.
Is this like a Steam or Epic launcher sort of thing?
Sort of. It's a mod launcher that some fans have been making that I think is officially endorsed kind of by EA or something. Like, it's allowed to exist, basically. And I think they just finished their full version of it like a few months ago. Originally, you had to either sign up to join a beta test and then get chosen, or you had to donate any amount. They were fine with even as little as like $1, I think, on their Patreon in order to play it. And what it is it's a launcher that lets you load up mods to play EA's Battlefront 2. And there's like a default one that works with them that I think is just called Battlefront Plus, that adds like 20 different weapons to each class on top of the ones that already exist. And I was like, thank you, because I've played EA's Battlefront 1 as well. And I was like, oh man, they had like so many unlockable guns and that and stuff, and it was really cool. And then Battlefront 2 happened, and it was just like 5 guns per class. And I'm like, that's boring. Where's the Jawa electro shotgun? Where's the battery revolver that Battlefront 1 had? And I don't remember if they added all of those in Battlefront Plus. But yeah, you can get Kyber and play Battlefront 2 through it, and there's so much new content. It's super neat.
Very nice.
And then you can also it's a little wonky to set it up, but you can also load up bots into other game modes as well. So if you want to try Supremacy or something by yourself or with a group of friends, but without having to find like 30 people to play with, you can do that. My favorite thing with that is it also means you can play starship missions without needing to find other players. Because
very nice.
sometimes I just love flying the starships with like the cockpit view and everything, and it lets me do that, and it's so much fun.
Okay, I do want to ask you more about that. I did want to comment on a couple things in chat here before I do.
Sure.
I think let me scroll up here. Yeah, Scran says I was a dumb little kid. I was playing Sega when everyone else had PS1. I didn't have either of those, but I was a Nintendo.
You were playing
kid.
Sega when everyone had PS1. I was playing Game Boy Color when everybody had Xbox, my guy.
And Lane said, "Not me looking up what KOTOR stands for. That's Knights of the Old Republic." So you probably already figured that out by now by looking it up. But Scran says, "Real Star Wars, yes." So I don't know, Scran, if you recognize my name, but yes, I'm all about real Star Wars. I haven't been on his channel, he hasn't been on mine, but I'm a friend of Tim, Open Airlock / United Spacers Alliance from way back before he even got monetized. That's where I see your name the most, is in his chats. But I don't ever catch him live anymore, but I do always watch the streams after the fact. We did back at near the beginning when I started Top 5 about 2 years ago. Episodes 8 was Top 5 Star Wars games, and episode 9 was Top 5 Star Wars characters. And I think it was on, we did a part 2 of Star Wars characters, and I had Justin. Dang, I just blanked on his.
I have one
name.
question. Was Qui-Gon Jinn in that top 5 characters?
I'm almost positive it was. Let me pull up my
as long as he was in the top 5, you made the right choice.
Star Wars. I'll give you a rundown here. So my top 5, you can go back and watch it. I highly recommend it. But my top 5 Star Wars games, number 5 was TIE Fighter. Number 4 was Shadows of the Empire. Number 3 was Dark Forces. Number 2 was Rogue Leader. And then number 1 is Jedi Outcast / Academy. But if I had to pick one, it's Jedi Academy. Easily the best Star Wars game ever, because Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy games are the only Star Wars games to ever exist that lightsabers perform like actual lightsabers in the combat. No other Star Wars game has ever gotten lightsabers right, or the combat, and that's why Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy are by far the best Star Wars games. And then for Star Wars characters, let me pull that one up. So my number 5 was Boba Fett. My number 4 was Qui-Gon Jinn. My number 3 was Cade Skywalker. My number 2 is Kyle Katarn. My number 1 is Darth Bane. So that's a rundown of my top 5 Star Wars characters. And yeah, I do like Revan. It's just I'm not as familiar with him because I've only played KOTOR once, although I have read all the Old Republic books.
I've seen a lot of lore about Revan, and I gotta say, his story is really cool.
He's a very cool character. But Marvel Star Wars Purist joined us for Star Wars Characters Part 2, and he gave us his top 5 Star Wars characters. So I'm all about real Star Wars. None of this. I have played Fallen Order. It was okay. And I will play Jedi Survivor at some point. But
I like Fallen Order a little more, but I think part of that is just performance. Survivor does not perform as well. And then Survivor's planets feel a little more par for the course for Star Wars to me. It's like the first place you go is like a big old canyon, and then one of the other ones is just a straight up sand dune desert. And I'm like, this feels familiar.
Whereas, but yeah, if they were to wipe every single thing from Star Wars that Disney has ever touched, I would be perfectly fine with that. So
I'll admit, I really like Fallen Order. Part of it is just because once again, EA killing it with visuals.
Yeah, it's a very good looking game. I will say that Fallen Order is probably by far the best thing to come out of Disney Star Wars. Not that says a lot, since that's such a low bar to clear. I enjoyed it.
I also did really like its story.
It was great, but I did enjoy it. I'm actually looking forward to playing Survivor, but it's still Disney Star Wars. So yeah, Survivor also ties into High Republic lore. Exactly. So dude says you can play Pandemic Battlefronts in first person. Okay. And Scran says OG Battlefront 2 is superior. Unsurprisingly, there's lots of people that that's their favorite Star Wars game ever, which I totally understand. It would probably be in my top 5 if I actually played it a lot. I think I only played it like twice because I never actually owned it myself.
Yeah, I've tried playing it a few times, and it's hard to get into in the modern day with how spoiled we've been with a lot of other things. If you don't have the nostalgia for the old Battlefronts, I have a hard time with it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure I would have loved it if I had played it back in the day. Just
Yeah.
one of those
Also, the
things that I
fact that
just missed, even though I was always a big Star Wars fan.
yeah.
So Lex Lundendi, I've seen that name many times. Just I don't know that I've seen you in my chat before. But welcome, good to see you. And Lane says this Loki gives off podcast vibes. Well, that's I consider it a podcast. But yeah, thank you. Scran says I found this channel through Star Wars Marvel Purists. Awesome. Yeah, I haven't really talked to him much in a while, but yeah, he was on top 5 Star Wars characters. I think when we did our part 2, because he's a good dude. But great top 5. Kate is also in your top 5. Awesome. Yeah, he's awesome. I still had never actually finished all of Legacy because I couldn't find some of the issues. But yeah, Legacy or Legends, I forget what it's called. But that the Cade Skywalker arc is freaking awesome.
Yeah, I've heard about that arc as well.
So, anyways, what you were talking about going first person in the spaceships. This might have. I have a. You don't have to confirm this or anything, but I have a feeling that I'm a little bit older than you, so this might have been a little before your time.
Well, how old are you?
Well, I don't really say that. I'll just tell you that I am in my late 30s.
You are older than me then, but we're close.
Okay. Where I was going with that is my number 5 on top 5 Star Wars games was TIE Fighter. Did you ever play any of the TIE Fighter, X-Wing Alliance games?
If I did, I was very young and I do not remember it.
Okay.
I never owned them. I know that much.
They are
I did play, oddly enough, quite recently. They had an arcade game that used like vector graphics or something.
Okay, I never played it, but I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I went to a guy's house for like a church activity night thing that he was hosting, and I didn't know this. The guy had like a really rich family. He basically had an arcade in his basement with like tons of arcade 1-up machines and everything, and one of the machines was that vector graphics Star Wars game. And I was like, "Oh, sick!" And I played that for like an hour.
That's great. Scran says, "Yeah, Legacy." I was like, I can't remember if it's Legacy or Legends, but yeah, it's 125 years after the OT. That's Cade Skywalker and Darth Krayt and the One Sith and Darth Talon. Great arc. I loved everything that I read about it. But anyways, in the mid 90s, I don't remember exactly when it came out, but it was one of the first. I still have my TIE Fighter disc in that little CD tower right there. But it was very early. It was on CD, but it was actually a DOS game. So very old. But the TIE Fighter was the only one I played. I always wanted to play X-Wing and X-Wing Alliance, and I think there was a 4th one that was in that series of games. I don't remember what it was called, but they are still some of the best space combat sim games ever, not just in Star Wars. They were excellent.
Yeah, I've heard they're really good. I think I tried playing one of them once, and I played it for a little bit. I might be thinking of Rogue Squadron. I don't remember, but it was like sometime in the last 10 years that I did that, and I'm like, I see the appeal. I would have loved this as a kid. I don't know if I can get into it now, but I get it.
So the X-Wing and TIE Fighter games were all I don't remember if you could move.
Oh wait, were those MS-DOS ish?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah,
DOS
okay.
games.
Yeah, I remember reading about those once. I'm like, these look really cool.
It was all I don't know if you could move the camera to third person, but the default was first person, and so you're inside all these ships, and the cockpits are all unique to the ship that you're in. So all the cockpits are different, and they were excellent. The closest thing, I haven't played it because it's also Disney Star Wars, but the closest thing that's ever come to it, at least in Star Wars, I don't know if there have been other games that are in other franchises that are similar to those games, but the closest thing to it recently was the game that came out maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, just called Squadrons. That's very similar. But there was Rogue Squadron and Rogue Leader. Those are very different, but similar games. Rogue Squadron was an N64 game, and that was a third-person game, so you're seeing your ship the whole time. Although you could go into the cockpit view, but the default view is third-person. And then the sequel to that, which was also in my top 5, is Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader, and that was GameCube. That was actually a GameCube launch title. That's when I said I got a GameCube on launch day. I got Rogue Leader, and I got Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 on launch day for GameCube. But Rogue Leader is the sequel. Similarly, it's also a third person, although you can go into the cockpit and play it entirely from the cockpit if you want to, but it's kind of meant to be played in third person camera. But that is an excellent game. But those games, there was a third one. I never actually played it. That was also on GameCube. That was called Rebel Strike. I do want to play it at some point. But those 3 games are much more arcadey, whereas the X-Wing and TIE Fighter games are much more simulation because you have control over like literally everything. You have to decide, how much power goes into your shields versus your engines, and do you want to put your shields to full forward, full reverse, the same all the way around, no shields, all power into your engines. So you had like crazy control over everything.
Time.
So it was very simulation, whereas the Rogue Squadron games are much more arcade-like, kind of like the difference between like Forza Motorsport versus Forza Horizon. Forza Motorsport is very simulation, whereas Forza Horizon is very arcade-like. So
I wouldn't know. I've only played one of the Horizon games briefly in trade school. My roommate had it.
I played Forza Motorsport 2 and 3, and I know I would have liked playing the Horizon games, but I never played them because I swore off Forza forever after I had a falling out with Forza 3 after it deleted all of my save data after 300 or 400 hours of playing it.
Oh gosh, how did that happen?
I don't know, but there's an achievement for getting a gold medal in every race in Forza Motorsport 3. There are 969 races in that game, and I was probably about 920, so I only had like 40 more races to go and I lost all my data, and I was like, F Forza forever.
No.
So I've never played Forza since,
yeah,
even though I enjoy the games.
I think I actually got Horizon 4 on my at some point after trying it in trade school, but I never actually installed it and played it. But I know I'd probably enjoy it.
Yeah, I enjoy the motorsport games. Those are very simulation, more like Gran Turismo, whereas Forza Horizon is much more arcade, like Need for Speed. I like both, even though I've never played Horizon. I know I would enjoy it, but if it wasn't for losing all that data, I probably would have played all the Horizon games as well.
All right.
But yeah, so one last thing about the X-Wing and TIE Fighter games is I own them on Steam. You can get them; they go on sale for super cheap. But the reason why I picked them up on Steam is because someone did and I learned about this because of Fractured Filter. Shout out to my buddy Fractured Filter. He showcased this on one of his streams not that long ago, that someone did a like full conversion mod, and because these were originally DOS games, so the graphics are not very good. It would probably be equivalent to like Star Fox on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
So very similar.
Which is low key the best one.
But that, if you're talking like graphics capability, that's kind of the look of what it looks like. It looks like Star Fox on Super Nintendo.
Yeah, I've seen pictures. It just took me a bit to remember that that's what it was.
So someone has done like a modern full conversion mod to make it look like a modern game. So I want to go back and play that with this modern conversion mod at some point. I just don't know when I'm going to get around to playing it because everything about the gameplay was excellent. It's just the visuals are very, very dated now. So if you just put slap a new coat of paint on it, it's still an excellent game. So I got to go back and play it with that.
Yeah, that sounds
new
neat.
Modern visuals.
One of my current roommates, actually, like a few months back, he was looking at a conversion mod for Starfield that turned it into Star Wars.
I've heard about that.
It looks really good, actually.
I've heard good things about it. I haven't played Starfield, but I will play it. But I play if it. My primary platform is Xbox, so if it exists on Xbox, that's where I'm going to play it. And obviously, I can't do mods on that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever play Starfield, but I was definitely tempted to look into trying that when I saw the Star Wars mod.
I've dived it, so it is on my gamer tag, so I will play it at some point. I just don't know when. It could be years.
Yeah, Fallen Order has. I see that.
Hey, Mike C. the Scout, who I've not seen before. Welcome.
Fallen Order does technically have Starkiller Base in it.
I don't remember that.
Do you remember the ice planet?
Yes, it was Ilum.
Yeah, Ilum or something like that. I remember that it starts with an I. Yeah, that's where Starkiller Base is. It was built on that planet. And
I
in Fallen Order, I think the place that you infiltrate at one point briefly is like the start of Starkiller Base's construction. I didn't realize it until long after I finished the game.
I heard a rumor that that was the same planet, but I'd never heard anything that was confirmed.
No, it is the same planet.
Okay. So I still have to play Dark Forces. Excellent. The Kyle Katarn games are in my not obviously I said Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy are my favorite Star Wars games, but that whole series of games are, in my opinion, the best series of Star Wars games. Although Dark Forces is the one that's most different from all the other ones because Dark Forces is solely a first-person shooter. It's basically Star Wars Doom. Whereas all the other ones
Ooh,
are.
I'll have to look into that.
Oh yeah, if you haven't played Dark Forces, and there's a modern remaster that Night Dive did a couple years ago, and it's excellent. I just played that last year. First time I played through Dark Forces since I was a kid. And, the nostalgia was fantastic. But Dark Forces is solely a first-person shooter, whereas all the other 4 games in the series are you can play them as a first-person shooter if you want, but you have lightsabers and force powers through most of it. Sometimes you don't. But by default, when you pull out a gun, it goes into first person. When you pull out your lightsaber, it goes to third person. But if you want to play the entire thing as a first person shooter, for the most part, you can do that. Or if you wanted to do the whole thing as a third person lightsaber, or you could play in first person with a lightsaber and third person with the gun if you wanted to. But because you have force powers and lightsabers, the gameplay of all the other games in the franchise plays much differently than Dark Forces, but they're all excellent games.
Yeah.
So KOTOR in the original Battlefront games.
I think I was gonna blow everybody's mind with another obscure thing I had as a kid. Have you heard of the Star Wars Millennium Falcon playset?
I don't believe so.
So it says playset, but it's not entirely a toy. What it was it was a Star Wars game where you quote unquote fly the Millennium Falcon through various missions, and you had like a big controller set that looked like the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon that you would attach to your keyboard, and then different things in the set would push buttons on the keyboard that corresponded to in-game commands. And
Okay,
so it's
this
like
sounds somewhat familiar. I
so
think I might have
so
heard of this before.
so like to shoot the cannons, you actually had like that 4-barrel cannon from the movie
Mm-hmm.
in this playset, and you pushed on that and it would fire the cannon. I had that as a kid and I played that, and that was the first Star Wars game I ever played.
Very nice. So
The second one I ever played was a PC version of Episode 1 Racer that my uncle had.
excellent game.
Yes.
Fantastic game, Episode 1 Racer. I was saying this on Fractured Filter stream yesterday that I am interested in Galactic Racer, which is basically the spiritual successor. So I hope
I
it's
heard
good.
about that. So do I.
It's Disney Star Wars, so I don't have high hopes for it, but I do hope it's good. I'm interested. I'm not necessarily going to play it right away because I usually when I do play stuff, I usually wait till it goes on sale for like 50% off. So
yeah, I'm definitely withholding judgment until it's out.
Game.
If it's good, I'm definitely getting it because oh boy. So a couple interesting things about Episode 1 Racer. A while back,
who was your main?
I don't remember because I was really little the first time I played it.
Okay, my main was Bullseye Navoir. That was who I always played as. Oh gosh,
I need to look up the characters because I think I actually do remember who it was because I got it mixed up with Anakin.
Like?
Huh?
Do you remember what the pod looked like?
I do. That's the thing is I don't know how to describe it. It was kind of generic.
Okay. But Mike says you usually see me on Spacing USA's channel. Okay. Well, I don't catch his. I was just saying I don't catch his streams live, but I do always watch the replays. Yeah, Tim's a good dude, and I've reached out to him a couple times, like if he wanted to be on like some of those top 5 Star Wars episodes that we did. He's like, no, but if you do a top 5 NES games, I'll be on that one. It's like I haven't played enough NES games, so I couldn't even make a top 5 NES games. But if we ever do a top 5 NES games, I will reach out to Tim and get him on that one. So, and Mike says Jedi Outcast is pretty great, except for the Nar Shaddaa level. I like it because that's the first level you get to use the lightsaber on. But yeah, you're getting sniped by jackasses with the sniper rifles, and it can be annoying because they can incinerate you in one shot. But then when you get one, you can incinerate them in one shot. And just gonna try and get that Switch game pack with Pod Racer and the other games. Yeah, Episode 1 Racer is an awesome game. I remember playing Pod Racer once. I think I played Ben Quadraneros as a joke. Yeah, because he's played off as a joke in the movie too.
Wasn't he the one that died like immediately?
He didn't die, but his pod exploded pretty much immediately before he even got across the start line.
I thought he was confirmed dead in that.
I don't think so because
if I'm thinking of the same guy, there
but
was
he's
a
the one
deleted...
that has he has 4, and I forget what the purple beams that keep him connected.
cross in the middle.
But they cross because he's got 4 engines. That's Ben
Yeah.
Quadraneros.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the power couplings, that's what it is. The power couplings.
Yeah, if I'm thinking of the right guy,
engines go all over the place, but I don't think he himself went anywhere.
If I'm thinking of the right guy, I believe there's a deleted version of that scene where his whole family is in the crowd supposedly watching him live for the first time.
I've not seen that scene.
And I'm pretty sure he dies there, and I was like, oh no! Those poor
he
people.
Could have, but I don't believe that he did. But I could be wrong about that.
Oh shoot. I do know I had a fondness for Gasgano because I had a toy of his pod racer as a kid. I also just love his look. I think he's really cool looking.
I had 3 Lego pod racers. I had the set that had Anakin, Sebulba, and Gasgano. So I know exactly which one you're talking about. His was the green and orange one. And his engines were kind of like
vertical
and like had an oval shaped intake.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, yeah, you're right. Ben Quadraneros is not the one I was thinking of. Oh, who was the one that?
Did you find the one that you are thinking of? Mars Duo, maybe. What are some of the other ones?
It was Rats Tyrell, I think.
Okay. I don't know that one off the top of my head. I did think of another one, Dud Bolt. That was another one.
Yeah. I think Dud Bolt might be my current main in the game, or one of them, because I think he has good turning. The thing I can't remember, I can't find all of the pod racers though. So, like, I find a list of them. I can't find a list of the pod racer appearances.
Oh, what was remembering another one? It was like Arky or Bumpy or something. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Oh yeah, Mike C says that wasn't Ben. It was Rats Tyrell, the Alina. Yeah, so he knew which one you were talking about.
Yeah.
So.
Gosh dang, I found a page that. Let's see. I think my old main was either Odie Mandrell or Clegg Holdfast.
I remember Odie Mandrell. I remember exactly which one that is. What was the other one that you mentioned?
Clegg Holdfast.
Oh, okay. I do remember that name. I can't remember his pod or what he looks like off the top of my head.
They both have round pods, and that's all I remember about my old main as a kid was they had round pods.
Okay. I think I know which one you're talking about.
Or round engines, rather. So the interesting thing that I was going to say, one of them, is sometime in high school, I decided to emulate the game because I rediscovered it and was like, I want to play this again. And so I played it with mouse and keyboard because I didn't have a plug-in controller at the time. Or rather, just keyboard because it didn't have mouse controls.
Okay.
And many years later, I found it on the Switch marketplace. And I was like, yes! And so I bought it, and I still have it on my Switch. And I played it. I remember getting farther emulating it with keyboard than I've been able to on the Switch, oddly enough. Despite the fact that playing with emulator meant every turn I made was like veering as hard as I could because I'm just using keyboard buttons, not like multiple variants joysticks.
That's one of the arguments I often make when people are like PC Master Race. It's like, well, there's still, or not necessarily PC Master Race, but everyone, people who are like mouse and keyboard is superior. It's like there are a lot of genres that you do not want to use a mouse and keyboard, and racing games is one of them.
But
controller is far superior than a mouse and keyboard for a racing game for exactly that reason.
Yes, for racing games and for platformers, controllers all the way. For most other games,
hack and slash games, yeah.
Well, even for hack and slash games, if the controls are right, it still works great on PC. The main advantage PC has in most games is the speed of mouse movement. And that's why I like playing first-person shooters on PC, is because I can match my reaction time to my aim.
Yeah, shooters absolutely makes a lot more. I still prefer a controller, but for shooters where you need precise control over, where you're aiming, it definitely makes sense that mouse and keyboard is superior. But I'm
not always great at it, but I prefer it. It feels more natural.
But yeah, like when I say hack and slash, one of my favorite games ever is or franchises, the Ninja Gaiden games. I could not imagine playing that on a keyboard and mouse over a over a controller. That just makes no sense.
I've played. Let's see. I don't remember which ones, but I know I've played some hack and slash games with mouse and keyboard, and even though they are definitely also generally better played with controller, and they're not that bad on mouse and keyboard either. I think specifically Warframe is the one I'm actually thinking of, because Warframe is technically a shooter, but it also has hack and slash elements. Yeah, and it is definitely better played with mouse and keyboard.
I would still play with a controller, but I would understand someone who wants to play with mouse and keyboard. But if you said, list hack and slash games, I would never in a million years say Warframe, because that would obviously. Although if we were talking about shooter games, that would definitely be up there, like one of the there's some big shooter games like. Warframe wouldn't be the first thing that comes to mind, but it would definitely be up there on one of the first.
Yeah, Warframe has hack and slash elements, and so sometimes I forget it's technically a shooter, just because it does put some emphasis into melee. And I have to admit, I did try Warframe with controller once. The mouse and keyboard controls are already surprisingly unique enough. I was like, how the heck did they make this game anywhere near this efficient with a controller? And I tried it with controller once. I was pleasantly surprised. They did a great job with the controls for that game on like everything.
Controller's the only way I played Warframe.
Yeah, I recommend trying it with mouse and keyboard. But the thing that blew my mind was looking down to ground pound. I'm like, wow, I've been saying for years that they should do something like this, where the direction you point affects what you do in the game beyond just aiming a gun.
Oh,
and they did it in that.
Yet.
They did it really well.
I haven't gotten that far yet.
It's a basic melee move. You just jump and then point down and then hit your melee button, and you'll do a ground slam.
Do you remember if that's something you have to unlock? Because
it is not.
Oh, okay.
It is a basic skill. You just kind of have to figure it out. It doesn't teach it to you.
I was like, I don't think the game ever told me I had that ability.
Yeah, and I figured it out by accident because just through button mashing and such. And I'm like, oh, you can do that. What's actually better is, do you know how to do like the heavy swing with your weapon?
Maybe.
I don't remember what the control is for it on controller.
I've only played it a couple hours, and I haven't.
It's a different button from your regular melee button, or at least it is on mouse and keyboard.
Okay.
But you can do that for the ground pound as well, and it creates a bigger shockwave that's pretty much guaranteed to throw any regular mook halfway across the room. I abuse the crap out of it when I play Warframe these days.
Oh. So while we're on the topic of Warframe, my buddy Dude, who was rated over from Rumble that we were talking about earlier, he is a huge Warframe player. So if you wanted to potentially have someone to match up with to play some Warframe with, you should hit up Dude.
Maybe. I've kind of fallen away from it lately just because I've gotten burned out on those games, on that and Destiny. I played both of those like crazy for like 5 straight years at the same time. But I do still enjoy Warframe now and then.
I think I probably asked you this question before, but on Destiny, you played Destiny 1?
I've played a little bit of Destiny 1, but I didn't even know it had an Xbox 360 version until after I was already deeply into Destiny 2.
Okay. Yep.
I was really mad because I had a 360 that whole time and I never knew there was a 360 version.
Yeah, Destiny 1 was one of the most anticipated like I was more hyped for that game than probably almost any other game that ever came out. No other game had I followed the development as closely as I followed the development of Destiny, and I was so stoked for it. And it is the single game that I have the most hours in. But if you haven't played the first one, that I was.
I have played some of the first one ever since I found out about the 360 version and I bought it and I played some of it. I understand why people do miss the days of that one. It felt more fulfilling to play for sure
Well,
than
it
modern
was
Destiny 2 does.
360, and then it was continued. Destiny 1 was also on Xbox One and PS4. So
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
but I still have one achievement left that I need to do, and it's the very last raid and the last DLC on the harder difficulty. So if you didn't play it that much, you definitely probably don't have the gear for it. But it's one of these days I'm going to go and get that last achievement, and finish the game off.
I wonder what game do I have the most hours in? It might be Destiny 2.
But dude was confirming there is a ground pound build you can do with hammers. Very nice. And he says, I'm kind of burned out on Warframe with the 5,500 hours can do that. Yeah. I have potatoed, formed, Exilus, adaptered, and arcane adaptered everything until the update from last week, which I have no idea what any of that means. But does that mean anything to you?
I'm sorry, what was that?
If you read that last comment from Dude, does any of that mean anything to you?
Yes.
I have no idea what that means.
So, potato is a slang term for certain items in Warframe. I don't remember what they're actually called, but they just kind of look like steel potatoes. They're used for like mod expansion and such primarily.
Okay.
Forma is it looks like a golden puzzle piece, and it's used for you know how the mods in that game they have like this might be the gosh dang it, what's it called? They have like a symbol that like if you place the mod into a slot with that symbol, it like cuts the mod cost in half and such.
Okay.
Forma lets you apply one of those to a mod slot or change one that's already there, I think. And it also doing that also resets your mod cost a little bit, but it, like increases it. It's doing Forma more and more allows you to create more specialized builds, but that are also more powerful over time. Exilus adapter and arcane adapter. I think there's a specific mod slot for Exilus adapter this lets you apply an extra mod that can already be applied, but like certain mods can have their own special slot if you want them to be separate. And I don't remember what arcane adapter is. I think that's a much newer thing that's like end game stuff.
Okay. So, but Mike says, I'm considering doing another campaign playthrough of Black Ops 3. Still confuses me to this day. I have not played any of the Black Ops games, so I have no idea.
I've played a little bit of one of them, and I don't even remember which one it was. I was going to say Destiny 2 still holds the record for the most hours I've put into a game.
Okay.
At 3,748.4.
My most, like I said, my most hours in a game is Destiny 1, and you've doubled my hours in Destiny 2.
Yeah, I played Destiny 2 like almost daily for years. I loved it.
That's what I did with Destiny 1. I never played Destiny 2 though.
Oh, apparently I've earned all possible achievements in that as well. I did not know that.
Nice.
It has 23 achievements. Warframe has 193.
Yeah, it has a lot of
Warframe definitely has more passion in it.
Warframe has always been free to play. I think Destiny 2 launched as a paid game and then went free to play afterwards, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. What the best description I've heard of Warframe is it's a very smartly constructed game. It has very unique and strange controls that actually work extremely well. the devs know how to prioritize function over form. They're not going to put aside a game-breaking bug in exchange for fixing a little graphic that nobody noticed. And they went free to play like from the start, and they just keep adding more and more content that people actually want. Like Destiny, from day one, I have wanted space combat in Destiny, and they have not given it to me. Warframe has given it to me twice. I didn't even know you could do that. So yeah, Warframe has the second most hours in it at 2,316.7, and Starbound has the third most at 976.
Starbound.
Yeah, Starbound's not a very well-known one.
That's kind of like Terraria, isn't it?
It's like Terraria in space. I think it's very underrated personally, but I do understand the issues people have with it. It is not optimized well is the most obvious one. It's like built to run off like a single core and like run everything off of the CPU for some reason.
Oh, okay.
So it's like even on my computer that can handle Jedi Survivor, Starbound really struggles if there's too many sprites on screen.
That's ridiculous. And,
but I did do a full playthrough of Starbound over the month of January. I want to say last year or 2 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, it's like, I've seen the game. I don't really know much about it, but I was like, I'm pretty sure that looks kind of like Terraria.
Yeah, it does look a lot like Terraria. There's a lot about Starbound that I like more than Terraria, but I do think Terraria is more stable. And I streamed it. If you ever want to go watch my playthrough of that, I'm actually currently doing a series on Terraria Expert Mode because I've actually never played that in Expert before. And one of my coworkers challenged me to do that, so I'm working on that.
What changes in Expert Mode?
It's just harder in general. The enemies are harder to kill. They deal more damage. Bosses have like a new move that they use. And I don't know much beyond that, honestly. The other main difference is that bosses, for some reason, drop their items in a sack that you have to open. There's no extra process there. It's just for some reason, instead of the items dropping all over the battlefield like any other enemy, they drop it as like a bag.
Oh.
And then you open the bag and get your rewards. And it's like, I don't know why. There's also like extra things that they can drop, but there's like one extra drop per boss or something.
Okay. Expert mode is not a permadeath mode, though, I'm assuming.
No, it is not. I don't think I've ever played permadeath in anything because I'm not that good.
Yeah, I think the only
I'm good, but I'm not that good.
I've done a permadeath run on was Subnautica. I freaking love that game so much.
Subnautica's great. Yeah, I'm excited that Subnautica 2 is going to have multiplayer. I'm bummed that it's still not going to be randomly generated.
Yeah, that Subnautica 2 is my most anticipated game right now. I cannot wait for that. I will be absolutely playing that day one.
I don't know if I will be. I don't know when it's coming out, and I'm like, depends on if it's good. I don't even know if I'll have a lot of friends playing it that want to do multiplayer. But if I play it, I would like to play it multiplayer, I think.
I don't know if it's been confirmed, but I'm really hoping it has crossplay.
Oh yeah,
I want multiplayer in Subnautica. Well, that was like most people's like
that was most people's sentiment with the first one.
It's the first one. It's like I want to be able to play this in co-op, and it's a single player only. But Subnautica 2's got you. It's multiplayer, and it's early access. At least has been announced as starting in May, so next month.
Yeah, I'm still most excited for Mina the Hollower.
I had a feeling that was your number one.
Yep, it's coming. Recent news. I just learned this like a few days ago from someone that's been kind of in the know about it. That it's probably coming out in June because they're currently in the process of like putting it out to different companies and making sure it works on consoles.
That game's been delayed like a bunch of times, right?
I don't know about a bunch of times, but the big one was it was announced to release last Halloween. And I was like, that's perfect. And it was going to be my Halloween stream, my big Halloween stream. That. And I found out the day before that it had gotten delayed at the start of the month, and they didn't announce the delay on their Discord for some reason. And I was so mad.
Because, I never even heard of this game until you told me about it. And now every time I see it mentioned somewhere, I'm like, oh, that's the game the Winter Prince is looking forward to.
Yes, I played the demo. It's so good. I'm so excited to play the full game. But you could argue, for me at least, it's been delayed one extra time because, like, the year before that, I for some reason convinced myself it was coming out that Halloween, and then found out like a few months before, like, oh, they never announced a release date. I just for some reason convinced myself it was coming out. So I was bummed about that too. So yeah, Metroid Prime 4 and Mina the Hollower were the two big games that I'd waited forever for, and I was excited to play them. I have finally finished Prime 4 as of this past Sunday.
Yeah,
So that's
finally beat
one
it.
bucket list game crossed off. I'm just waiting for Silk Song happened as well, which I was a little more skeptical about, but I did freaking no regrets. That game's great. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm glad to have played it. I'm going to be getting back into that soon now that I'm done with Prime 4. And yeah.
I'm sure you probably didn't, but you asked me, like, what are your thoughts on Metroid Prime 4? I'm like, well, here's a 3.5-hour live stream if you want autistic detail.
Yes, you did tell me that.
I'm assuming you probably haven't watched that.
I have not. I have not.
Okay.
I have not had nearly enough time this week. I had like 2 different streams I was going to do this week, and I haven't had time to do them.
Yeah. So dude was on that panel with me, as was Jay Bongo, and I think Lowest Expectations was on that panel. That was fun. We all went over, basically we covered, like, we went over each aspect of the game and what we liked and didn't like about, like, the music, the map design, the story, the characters, enemy design, stuff like that. We go over each aspect of the game and give it a rating and what we liked and didn't like about each aspect of the game.
I'm reminded
it's a great breakdown.
I'm reminded of, I know Internet Historian's really controversial lately, but his old videos on, specifically his video on No Man's Sky and his video on Fallout 76 are two of my favorite videos he's ever made. My third favorite is The Cost of Concordia. Those 3 videos are great. And the Fallout 76 video, he comments about all the glitches that the game had on release. And he's like, oh yeah, this guy over here made a video just listing all of the glitches that the game had on release that he discovered. That game is that video's 3 hours long. And I'm like, how do you release a game in such a poor state that one guy can find 3 hours worth of just glitch content?
Yes, it's Bugthesda.
It's like, that sounds less like a video game and more like you smashed together a motherboard, plugged it in, and saw what happened.
And yes, dude says he was the biggest defender. Yeah, he definitely had the highest opinion of Prime 4 out of the 4 of us on that.
Yeah, and I liked Prime 4. It definitely had its problems. You saw me complaining a fair bit about the Silex fight.
Yeah.
But I still had a great time with that game. I still think Silex is the coolest character in Metroid.
He's cool. It's as like a physical character design, he's a cool looking character.
Yes. Physical character design, and just I am a big fan. I love ice and fire. Those are my 2 big elemental things, but lightning is very close second to those 2. Oh, you disappeared for me.
Yep. Can you still hear and see me?
I'm gonna reconnect again. Hold on.
All right. So I am assuming that he could not hear me since he didn't respond to that. There he is.
Again?
All right. I'm assuming you could not hear or see me when I came back.
No.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I enjoyed my time with Prime 4, but I was incredibly let down by it. And
yeah, it definitely could have been better. I was hoping for a lot more after that long wait. But they did have to restart development, so maybe it was slightly rushed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
After 8 years.
Yeah.
And 18 years since Prime 3. But even interesting. So, because I played through Prime 3 on stream late last year as part of Metroidvania Monday, because I went through the entire Metroid franchise. And then I just finished replaying it last week because of the Wii launch for Retro Achievements. That was the first game I played. And I already really enjoyed Prime 3, but now after playing it again, I like Prime 3 even more than I did before. Dude is, as mentioning, is he's playing through Prime 4 on stream right now, or Prime 3 right now on stream. And he even when we did our Prime 4 discussion, he said Prime 4 is better than Prime 3. He's just beat Prime 3 again, literally a couple hours ago, and he still stands by that Prime 4 is better than Prime 3, and I highly, highly, highly disagree.
I
Prime 1 and
slightly
2 are like
understand it.
up here, Prime 3 slightly below it, and then Prime 4 is like way down here.
I slightly understand it because Prime 4 is definitely a smaller game, or at least a shorter game, and it does have its problems. But the visuals are fantastic, and there are certain
is.
things, especially you saw me with the charged lightning gun, that are really satisfying in that game.
Yeah, no, we in that stream that I mentioned, we praise the things that deserve praise. The visuals are fantastic. We were all blown away because I think we all played it on Switch 1, not on Switch 2. I could be wrong about that, but I know at least 2 of us played it on Switch 1.
I
And
did.
and we were all very impressed by how good it looks on such old hardware and how smoothly it ran. The only performance issue was how long the freaking load times were.
And even then, there was a slight bonus to the load times being that long, and it's when you go down a tunnel as just Samus running because of how awkward and goofy it is.
Yes, that one makes a lot. Yeah, I was like, I think Dude played on Switch 2, but I think the other 3 of us on the panel played on Switch 1.
Yeah, it's possible it's better on the Switch too, even though I think the only difference is just the controls because it has the mouse control thing going on. But I don't know.
Yeah.
So I was going to say something way earlier, by the way, while we were still on the topic of Episode 1 Racer.
Oh, okay.
So I mentioned that, oddly enough, I got further in the game with stunted keyboard controls than I did with a proper controller, oddly enough.
That's right.
The other thing that I learned
was
that
gonna
not
say
a lot of
something about
people
Episode 1
know.
Racer as well, and I forgot, so I'll say that after you're done.
Yeah, another thing a lot of people don't know about, and I didn't know this myself until like a year or 2 ago, it already has a sequel.
Yes. Are you talking about Racer's Revenge?
Possibly. I don't remember what it's called, but it like takes place in the future. It has adult Anakin, and like Sebulba has an upgraded pod racer and such, I guess.
I think that's Racer's Revenge. I never played it, but I do know that it exists.
Yeah, I think it was Cat Icarus did a video on Star Wars games or something.
Let's see
Or
here.
somebody did, and they found that one, and they didn't seem to know how obscure it was.
Oh,
like,
yeah, the
wait.
reason why I never played it is because it was a PlayStation 2 exclusive, and I never owned a PlayStation.
Ah, that would do it. I actually do have a PlayStation 2 that I got at that thrift store, and I played a bit of it. I didn't play that game, but I played a bit of the PS2. Maybe I'll have to get that. One
There's
thing
also Super Bombad Racing, which is the kart racer.
Yeah, that was like super dumb.
I never played it, but I heard it was terrible.
Yeah, it looks terrible. It looks like something you would get as a Happy Meal game if they still did those.
Yes.
So
did you play Racer's Revenge, or you just
I did
found
not.
out that it?
I just found out about it. But one thing that I
okay.
thought was really funny was he talked about like, oh, they changed the engine sounds. It's not the same. Sebulba's engines don't have that chunk to them anymore.
Oh, because yeah, his pod sounds so great with the.
No, here's the thing though. I was listening
sound.
to it in the video. I'm like, you're wrong though, because this is the future. The engines are going to be upgraded, newer versions. Sebulba's engine still has the chunk, but it's up pitched and a little faster because it's a newer engine. It doesn't sound like it's choking anymore, but it still has that chunk. You just have to listen a little more. And I'm like, that's weird that he didn't catch that.
His pod sound, I love the sound of his pod. One thing I was going to say about his pod on Episode 1 Racer is that it's the one pod that, because in the movie, he's got the flamethrower on the side. And you can actually do that in Episode 1 Racer, but it's kind of pointless because it doesn't really do much. But you can do it.
I didn't know that.
But it only works on one side. You can't do it on both sides. It only works on the right side of the pod. And I don't remember how to do it, but I do remember that you can do it. It's kind of pointless.
I imagine. I wonder if that's how it was in the movie as well. Just it wasn't clear because it was like the movie version. You only saw one trick here or there. But it kind of makes sense that he'd only have it on one side because he's got to make it blend in and he's got to make it functional and everything. And I don't imagine that's very easy, even considering like space fantasy mechanics.
Yeah.
They do try to be believable with those.
The flamethrower was much more effective in the movie than it was in the game.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Especially because I didn't even know it existed in the game.
Yeah, I played it on N64. I want to say that the way to do it is you had to push right on the D-pad, and it's like obviously with the N64 controller, the D-pad is over the prong on the left, and
Yeah.
rarely any games ever use the D-pad prong. So it's like, why would you bother pushing any of the D-pad buttons? I could be wrong, but I want to say it was tied to one of the D-pad buttons, which you don't typically use for anything, and that's why a lot of people don't know that you could do it.
Yeah, my issue with the game isn't even dealing with the other racers; it's turning.
Well, playing on a keyboard, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, on the keyboard, I got used to like light taps, but it was still like veering every time. I think, and I just thought of this. I wonder if the reason I was better at it on keyboard is because I got used to that. Whereas playing with a joystick, it does have that travel to it before you hit the veer position.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not exactly slow with the joystick, but I wonder if maybe that has an effect on it. But nah, it's just some of the pod racers don't turn great, and eventually you have to turn at very high speeds.
Yep.
And I'm also not, as far as I can tell, unless I'm missing something, if you buy upgrades for your racers and then it's just not adequate, there's like no way to reverse those decisions and move the upgrades. So I think you could soft lock yourself into having terrible racers.
I couldn't say. I don't remember that, but
I
that
do
would make
know
sense if you
that
had no
once
way to
you
sell. I thought you could sell your parts, but
maybe
I
you
don't
can, but
remember.
I think the sell price is lower than the purchase price.
That would make
And
sense.
you can't earn more money by redoing races.
Oh, you can only earn money on races you haven't already done.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could very much get screwed into if you don't upgrade properly into a pod that you're soft lock, you basically got to
Yeah, I
start
don't think I
over.
even knew about the upgrades my first few times playing the games. I just somehow never went to that menu or never bothered with it because, you can go fairly deep into the game without upgrading anything if you pick the right racer that works for you. But the last time I played it on the Switch, I tried the upgrades, and I think at some point I was like, this is not adequate, and I cannot afford to upgrade a different racer to be adequate. Yeah, that game is still great. I think they need to. They ought to just. I'm really hoping this new one coming out is good, but I also think they need to re-release the old one with some like updates.
Yeah, if you just basically remastered it, just re-release the game as it is with better graphics, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, it's just
because they have
F-Zero. It's
re-released
just
it a couple
F-Zero
times.
with a Star Wars skin on it, basically.
Exactly. But they have re-released it recently. I think Aspire did it, but it's just a port. It made like no changes to the game. But I rented it from Blockbuster back in the day as a kid, so I didn't actually own it. I do remember that it has a crazy detailed debug menu in the game that you're not supposed to know about, but you can get in there and you can tweak like every little setting about the game, like as if you were a programmer on the game. It was awesome. You could tweak everything.
That's crazy.
But I ended up buying it when it came to Xbox with the Aspire port, and so the Xbox achievements on it are pretty easy. So it only took a couple hours to get them all. But I do own it, and I do want to go back and play it for retro achievements at some point because I know that retro achievements are usually don't allow the achievements are usually actually make you play the game in its intended mode. So that'll be a much more thorough experience than playing the Xbox version.
Yeah, I never finished it because of that soft lock issue.
But yeah, that is a great game.
I want to.
So, I gave my favorite Star Wars game. Do you have a favorite Star Wars game?
I already said it's kind of just because they're so different. It's kind of a tie between EA's Battlefront 2 and Fallen Order.
Okay,
but
so
in my defense, I have not played a lot of Star Wars games. I did not.
Okay.
They existed for me growing up, but I didn't have any of them.
Gotcha. So I'm assuming you have. Did you? Probably not. But did you ever play any of the Super Star Wars games?
No, I don't even remember what those are, to be honest.
They are notoriously difficult. And
Oh, so like the Super Nintendo Star Wars ones?
Yeah, the Super Nintendo Star Wars games.
Yeah, I've heard about those. No, I have not played those.
I rented, and I'm pretty sure I beat all of them back in the day. The only one that I ever actually owned was Super Empire Strikes Back. But I am going to be playing all 3 of them for retro achievements at some point. I don't remember them being as difficult as everyone says they are, because when talking about difficult Super Nintendo games, those often get brought up. It's like I don't remember them being that difficult, but we'll see when I
Based on
replay them
the
again for the first
footage
time
I've
as an
seen,
adult.
I remember thinking, "Oh, this looks ridiculous."
The one that I remember the best was Super Return of the Jedi. And I remember renting that one because I, as a kid, I don't remember what grade it was, but I had to get some teeth pulled because I had too many teeth. And so I was out for a couple days, and so we went to Blockbuster, and I got to rent a movie and a game. The game I rented was Super Return of the Jedi, and I remember beating that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing through all 3 of those again for retro achievements at some point. I might do those on stream
Nice.
for Retro Rewind, because I just finished off Link to the Past last night. So I won't be doing a Retro Rewind next Wednesday, because Dude and I are doing our Achievement Chasers next Wednesday instead of Thursday, because I've got something going on, real life stuff going on next Thursday, because we typically do it on the first Thursday of the month, or early in the month on a Thursday, but we're doing it Wednesday. So there won't be a Retro Rewind next Wednesday, but there will be one the week after that. And I don't know what I'm going to play yet, but it could be Star Wars. But I do plan to play those for retro achievements at some point. So we shall see. But yeah, if you ask people about it, usually you'll get the consensus that they're very difficult.
Yeah, I will simply say, try playing EA's Battlefront 2 with Kyber. Go get Kyber. You can get it free now. It's out. It's cool. It adds a ton of content to the game, as well as a ton of new functions. And there's lots of people that still play it. I think the one thing they did not... Well, actually... No, yeah. The one thing they did not do in Battlefront 2 that I wish they did was have the cockpit view actually have like functions to all the lights and stuff going on inside, instead of it just being aesthetic. Because like with squadrons, the multiplayer squadrons, the cockpit view actually shows you all the lights and everything, and like what you're doing affects that. So
I thought Squadrons was only in first person. You can't actually go into third person in that game.
It might be. I don't remember. I've only played it like 3 times.
Okay. Because that was
like
my
that
impression, is that you can only play it in the cockpit view. You can't go into third person. But I could be wrong about that.
That game had potential. Flying, that game is very cool. It's just a shame that it had like no substance to it beyond how cool it looks.
I've heard that is one of the best VR games from what I hear.
I haven't heard that, but I'd believe it. Because it does look very cool. Like, it really feels like you're flying Star Wars fighters of various kinds. And I love that they even have some fighters kind of unique to the game that you never use in any other game. The U-Wing, you can fly that in that game. But yeah, I wish they did that with Battlefront 2, where like the cockpit view is more than just an aesthetic thing.
Okay. Yeah, I think you should, even if you don't play the X-Wing or TIE Fighter games that I mentioned earlier in their original form, I definitely think you should try checking out the full conversion mod that modernizes the graphics. I think you'll really like it. The thing is that I bought the bottom on Steam, and it requires a joystick, which I don't have. So you can't play with keyboard and mouse. You have to have a joystick.
Oh,
which I had back in the day, and that's how I played it. But I don't have a joystick now, so I need to get one.
All right.
So, all right. Well, we're about 2 hours and 45 minutes almost. I'm happy to go as long as you want. Do you want to call it here? Is there more stuff you wanted to talk about? Up to you.
I feel like there might have been, but it's not coming to me. So Probably not.
Okay, because if you want, I have a couple my couple go-to questions that usually I'll kick off an open mic with, and that'll lead to 3-4 hour discussion. So if you want to keep going, we can. Totally up to you.
I could probably spare a little bit longer.
Okay.
I have about an hour and a half before I really need to get going to bed.
All right.
So,
well, yeah, you just let me know anytime you're ready to go, and we can call it a night. Totally up to the guests because I'm good to go for as long as you want to.
hit me with one of these questions.
All right, so we kind of the first one that I usually lead off with, we kind of already touched on some of it, so I'll go to the other one. It's what are you playing right now?
Well, that seems like a great thing to end this on, honestly. On stream, I already said I'm currently doing Terraria, expert mode for the first time. I just recently finished Metroid Prime 4 at last. Let's see. I've got Thank Goodness You're Here and The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog planned to be one-shot streams for the month of April. I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to do them yet. Probably on weekends, just so I can get a good turnout amongst my friends, as well as, have the time I need to finish them, because I don't actually know how long those games are.
Okay.
I think Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is probably an hour or two, but Thank Goodness You're Here, I've only ever seen edited playthroughs, so I don't actually know for that one.
You know what? Let's find out right now how long.
I don't know if I can rely on it's this long of a game, because I've seen some people be like, oh, it's like a 10-hour game, and I'm like, then why did it take me 40 hours to beat it?
Thank Goodness You're Here, according to How Long to Beat, says main story is about 2.5 hours. 100% is about 4 hours. So
that sounds
not a terribly
about right.
long game.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
What was that on Murder of Sonic?
Yes.
And that says very similar. Main story 2.5 hours, completion is 3 hours. So not terribly long games.
No. And I'd love to see you there for those if you're willing. I think you'll have a good amount of laughs and intrigue.
Right.
Aside from those,
maybe I'm playing anything off stream.
Well, I was going to say I'm also going to see about getting back into Silksong now that I'm done with Prime 4.
Oh, right. You mentioned you played it, but you hadn't beaten it, right?
I hadn't beaten it, partly because around the time I had promised I'd play Prime 4 when it came out, and I had issues getting my capture card working for that, but I did manage to get it working, and I started streaming it. I cut off my original playthrough of that part way through so I could stream part of it blind. And,
okay. So you had started playing it, but then you started it over once you were playing it on stream.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And so I the first half of the game I was familiar with, and then the second half I wasn't. And then around the same time that came out, I hit a point in Silksong where I realized there was a piece of content that I'd missed. And in order to view it, I'd have to play through the game again. And so I was like, okay, while I'm playing through Prime 4 on streams and such, I'm going to play Silksong off stream on a second file and just blaze my way forward.
Okay.
I actually did really well doing that. I was impressed with myself at how quickly I got back to that point. Now I'm at that point, and my main debate is, once I have streamed that bit that I missed, do I want to go back to the previous file where I'm further ahead,
or just keep going on the
or continue the new file? And my only worry about continuing I have two worries about continuing the new file. One of them is that it is quite a bit further behind, so that would be a lot of stuff I'm restreaming or playing offline again and having to figure out what to do in the meantime.
Okay.
And hoping it doesn't take until the release of Mina to get caught up, because then I'd be delaying Silksong again to play Mina. And the other worry is, because I blasted through the second playthrough, I don't know if there's any other content I missed that I did on the first playthrough.
Oh,
and the reason I'm worried about that is because there's a third act in the game that you cannot access unless you've completed certain objectives in the first two acts.
Okay.
And I was not really paying attention to those objectives during the second playthrough.
Yeah, just blazing through it quickly.
Yeah. I paid attention to him for the first one, though. I know I'll get the third act on my first playthrough. So we'll have to see.
I would say resume the first the first save slot, but that's just me. So
I probably will. The main thing is I wanted to see if I could go for 100%, at least on like a default, at least with like the monster compendium. And I don't know if I think his name is Gehrman. I'm probably getting it mixed up with Undertale, actually. But because I was talking about Undertale yesterday
okay.
with somebody. But the guy, have you played Silksong yet? I don't remember.
I dived it, so I've got like the first couple of achievements. I played it for like 20, maybe 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, you couldn't stand it.
Well, I haven't played enough of it, but Hollow Knight, I'm not a fan of. I did not enjoy Hollow Knight.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
I did beat it. I have the achievement for 112%. So I've done basically everything there is. I haven't done the achievements for like speed running the game or beat it without dying. And I probably never will. But I did get the 112% achievement, so I've done basically everything in the game, and I did not enjoy it.
Yeah, I do
that's
think
why
Silksong is better.
I will play Silksong. I'm just not in a rush to because I didn't like Hollow Knight.
Yeah, I think Silksong. I think as far as the beginning of the game, Hollow Knight has a stronger start. It's definitely more mysterious and interesting to get into than Silksong is, I think. But Silksong, especially once you get the ability to run, and you also like start unlocking new move sets and such, then it starts to feel really, really satisfying. And I do think Act 2 especially is really strong.
Okay. So I was going to ask you, I'm assuming you probably played Hollow Knight, so I was going to ask you, which of the two do you prefer so far?
So far, at first I preferred Hollow Knight, but then once I got deep into Silksong, I started preferring Silksong really quick.
Okay.
Because the run mechanic in it just feels really, really good. Maybe that's just me. I always had an issue with dashing to go fast versus just running.
Okay.
And I also do like leaping, flying, hit and run mechanics over close up repeated slapping. And Silksong is really, really smooth and good with that. I do like that Silksong gives you multiple playstyle options as well. Silksong is definitely trickier with the bosses, though, I think. Hollow Knight's main difficulty with the bosses is how stiff the controls are. They are great controls, but they are also very stiff, and it's hard to do a lot of dodging and complex stuff with that.
Okay.
Silksong makes it very easy to do complex stuff like that if you can get a good flow going. But because of that, the bosses also have a lot more tricks up their sleeves. And there was one boss I remember fighting in Act 2 that's like a stage performer. And it gets really hard to keep track of everything that's going on because he's so flashy with everything. Okay. There's like lots of explosions and things flying around everywhere. But I had so much fun fighting that guy, partly because of that and partly because I knew what I was doing. And I could see what I was doing wrong, and I could see like how to change up my playstyle to work around it. It was just like I was a little bummed when I beat him because I'm like, I can't fight him again without playing through the rest of the game again.
Do you know if Silksong has like the I forget what it's called? Is it God Home? I think in the first one where you have all of the bosses, so you can go and fight them as many times as you want. You can fight them on the different difficulties as well.
I don't know, but I do know Silksong has something similar to Steel Soul mode, I believe.
I know it's got that, but I was wondering if it has an area where you can go and fight all the bosses again.
I don't think it has that. I don't know if it will. I do know that they are planning more DLC for it.
That would make sense because I think that area is like essentially the DLC for Hollow Knight. Because I don't know if that was in the game when it initially released.
It was not. Hollow Knight had 3 DLCs. One of them was just the Lifeblood edition, which like made a few tweaks and added the blue blood thing. The second one I think was the Grim, and then the third one was God Home.
Okay. Because on Xbox, the only version that exists is the Void Heart edition, which has all that bundled, all that as one game. So I wasn't sure what was DLC and what wasn't. But the God Home area seems like DLC, but whereas everything else seems like it's actually part of the game.
Yeah, the only part of God Home I actually attempted was I tried to do the I forget what it's called, but the Zote the Mighty challenge, where it's just a
Okay.
bunch of Zotelings flying around. I did that because I wanted to unlock the goofy Zote start screen, and I really struggled. You have to get like 57 kills, and on most of my attempts, I was getting up to 30 before I was having a hard time staying alive. On one attempt, I think I got up to like 52 or 55 kills, and then I died, and I was so mad.
I don't think I know what you're talking about.
So
I
the
remember
in
fighting Zote and Zote the Mighty, but I don't remember fighting multiple of him at
so
a time.
it's kind of a secret. In God Home, it's really hard to find if you don't know where it is already. There's a little alcove you can find by doing a really tricky, like high up wall jump. And there's just like nothing up there. It's just like a little cave, but you can break the I think you'll hear some banging on the wall, and if you break the wall, a statue of Zote just slides out, implying that even just a statue of Zote is so desperate for attention that he'll force his way into a niche of the God Home that nobody's going to see, but he's there, and so
Okay,
he's
yeah,
technically part of the gods.
that does not sound familiar to me at all. So I don't think
Yeah,
I saw
yeah,
that.
it's really weird. But then you can use the statue to go into a special fight where just a bunch of little bugs with Zote's face on them will just start swarming you, and it's a waves thing.
Okay, yep, I definitely did not play
Where it
that.
starts out with like 2 bugs, and then 4 bugs, and then bigger bugs, and then weirder bugs, and it's just it gets to a point where you've got like 10 different bugs you're fighting on screen, and like 3 of them are freaking enormous and launching themselves at you. And it's just a lot. It's a mess. And the challenge is just go as long as you can. But if you
Interesting.
can beat a weirdly odd number, like 54 or 57 of them or something like that, you can unlock because like you saw, you can change the main menu, right? And
I don't remember that.
yeah, you can, depending on the progress you make throughout Hollow Knight, you can unlock different versions of the main menu. It's mainly just different backgrounds,
Okay.
but you can unlock one for Zote that also changed the music so it's Zote humming the main theme. And I'm like, that's so freaking dumb. I want to try that.
I'm surprised that given all the like videos and everything that I've seen about Hollow Knight, I've I never have seen this ever get mentioned in the tons of Hollow Knight videos I've seen, or Hollow Knight gets mentioned in a video. I'm surprised
Yeah,
I've
it's
never heard
really
about this.
obscure, and I didn't find out about it until shortly after I finished the game on stream, I think. And like a month later, I found out about it, and I was like, I guess I'm gonna go back to. I guess I'm gonna go back to Hollow Knight, see what I can do in God Home to get that. I never actually succeeded, but I also didn't try very hard after that one failed. After that one close call, I've just been dealing with too many other things and don't have much of the drive. But if I go back to Hollow Knight, that is one thing I want to try to do: is get the Zote menu.
Okay.
I hate Zote, but at the same time, he's so funny.
He is.
He's such a joke.
Did you ever fight his like legitimately tough form?
I never fought the. If you mean Grey Prince Zote, I believe I did.
Yes, that one.
I think I did beat that on stream. I don't remember,
Okay,
but
'cause, yeah, that one was actually
I kind of
pretty
hate that
difficult.
fight because it messes with your sense of timing so much.
That one took me so many friggin' attempts. I was so
Yes,
happy when I finally beat him on that one.
I have done 2 playthroughs of Hollow Knight. I only finished one, but on the first one I did get to the end. I just never beat the final boss, and I never beat Great
Okay.
Prince Zote on that one either. I gave up.
Did you do Nightmare? Was it Nightmare
Grim?
Grim?
No,
What is it? Is it Nightmare King Grim? I remember there
something
was
like that.
when I saw
I don't
someone
remember if I
abbreviate
fought
it, and it was
Grim, but
3
I
letters.
definitely did not do the DLCs for Hollow Knight on stream in any sense of completion.
Okay.
My
'Cause I got
goal was just to get to the Hollow Knight and beat it. What caught me really off guard is the first time I fought the Hollow Knight ever, I really struggled, and I was like, I think I'm at my limit. I don't know if I can beat this. And then when I decided to stream the game, I was like, screw it. I'm gonna beat it. I'm challenging myself. I'm gonna beat it. I had a much easier time with the Hollow Knight than I thought I would. I beat it on like my second or third attempt. I'm like,
Yeah, I
what?
was surprised that with how difficult the game was, the final boss was not that difficult.
And part of it is because like there's a pure version of the final boss to beat or something that's way harder, I think.
Yeah, there's the like Radiant or Radiance or something like
Yeah,
that.
I considered trying to do the Radiant version, and then I found out there was a bunch of other stuff I had to do that I'm like, I don't have the patience for that. So I didn't bother going to that.
I beat that one as well, and that one like still was not all that difficult. The by far in a way, in my opinion, the hardest boss by leagues was it was only in the Pantheon. He wasn't in the base game. Um Pure Vessel, by far the hardest boss in the entire game. One of the hardest bosses I've ever beaten in my entire life.
Yeah, and Pure Vessel, that was just the Hollow Knight, but godified, right?
Yeah.
That was supposedly the Hollow Knight before he became infected.
Yeah. It was the character model was very similar to the Hollow Knight. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think lore wise, the Pure Vessel is what the Hollow Knight was like to fight before his infection.
okay,
So
that
it's like
makes
this was
sense.
him at his absolute peak when he was like, freshly into his 20s, basically.
So, oh, I also forgot to mention, dude, while we were talking about permadeath earlier, dude said that he did have a character in Diablo 3 that he did permadeath for an achievement. So, but dude says that if you're good at parrying, the Dark Souls 1 final boss is a chump. And I definitely was
I
not.
never figured out parrying in Dark Souls.
I did not either. I mean, I know I did it once or twice, but I was definitely not good enough to pull it off ever if
Yeah,
I,
I want now that
intended.
if it's anything like Fallen Order, which granted has a much bigger parrying window, but if it's anything like that, I might be able to figure it out now. But Dark Souls was the first game I ever played with a parrying system, and I did not know how it worked.
But yeah, I want to say it was Nightmare King Grim because I remember talking to someone in a forum or on Reddit or something, and they said NKG, and I was like, "What WTF is
I
NKG?" And
think
I'm pretty
Nightmare
sure they
King
said Nightmare
Grim
King
is
Grim.
essentially the God Home version of Grim, isn't it?
Yes, and that's the one boss I didn't actually beat. I was like, I'll come back to him later, and you can't because if you progress too far, you can't do that fight, and you have to do a whole nother playthrough. So
Ah,
when
that's
I
a shame.
do another playthrough, I will go and beat Nightmare King Graham. But
Quote
I
unquote
played it many
when. It
times, and
sounds more like it'll be an if for you.
I will play it again because there are still a couple more achievements that I do plan to get. Um, but I will beat Nightmare King Grim and get that achievement. I was really close to it when I did it this time. I mean, that was probably almost a year ago now that I played it, but I got really close to beating him. I just it was like I'll come back to him later, and then I ended up screwing myself that I couldn't come back to him because if you progress too far, then he goes away and you can't do it. So I know I can beat him. I got really close because he has like 3 phases, and I got into the third phase multiple times. I just couldn't finish off that third phase, so I will beat it eventually whenever I get around to playing it again. I just don't know when that'll be.
I my brain ADHD'd over to Silk Song for a second, and I just remembered a couple things about it.
Okay.
Um, well, one of them is already disappearing from my brain, oddly enough. So I am gonna say there's a few. There's at least one boss in that game that has like a secret way to beat it, and I didn't find this out until my second playthrough.
And a secret way to beat it, is that like an easy way to beat it or just like a different way to
Kind
beat it?
of. It's like you still have to get to like phase 3 of the boss or something, but then you can quick kill it if you know what you're doing.
Okay.
Uh, it's fourth chorus. It's a giant robot thing. I believe in its final phase, it has like air jets that you can fly up on or something. And if you can get high enough, you can actually see like a stalactite that you can drop on its head for an insta kill or
Okay.
something like that. I think there's another boss in the game with a quirk like that. I don't remember what. What else was I thinking about? Gosh dang it. Because we were talking about Grim and how you can't fight him after a certain point.
Something that I just learned, on literally, like, a couple weeks ago on a video is, in the Nightmare King Grim fight, like, he bows to you, and he'll, like, wait to attack, but
Yes.
if you start the fight and hit him immediately, he'll immediately go into, like, one of his strongest attacks. I didn't know that because when the fight started, I would always attack him immediately because I was like, "I gotta get as much
Yeah.
damage in as possible."
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
love
know that
that. I
you
think that's
could
really cool.
not attack, and he won't go into that attack first. So
Yeah, it's
next
like,
time I
have some
play it,
dang
that will
respect,
also
man.
help uh, when I fight it again because I did not know that.
Yeah, I love that. I love when bosses have character in the boss fight. One thing I was going to say is something that might be a gateway for you with Silksong is the last boss before Act 2, the last judge is what it's called, is a really tricky fight that my second playthrough I beat it I think on like 6 attempts and I was really proud of myself because on my first playthrough, which you can find on my stream, it took me like 2 gosh dang hours to beat that thing. I was I was excited to beat it. I was raring to go, and then I got mad, and then at some point I was just dead. I was like, okay, let's fight it again. Here we
I
go.
didn't do it on stream, but when I beat Pure Vessel, it probably took me over 4 hours to beat him.
Yeah, beating the last judge on stream, you can see me progress from like excited to angry to zombie. And then I finally beat it and it plays a little trick. I'm going to warn you. It tries to blow you up on death.
Oh,
Its body explodes and if you're standing too close, it will kill you and you have to fight it again.
that's like the nuclear armadillos in Ninja Gaiden
Yeah.
2, which
I did not it
dude
almost
might
got
know
me
about.
both on both times that I beat it, it almost got me with that, and then I was like, "Wait a minute, that looks different," and I ran and managed to avoid getting blown up, but yeah, that first time I beat it, I was like, "Oh, look at that, it tries to pull one more trick on you. Yay, glad I
Slow
avoided
down, I'm
that."
taking you with me.
Yeah, I couldn't even appreciate the cleverness of it because I was just so burned out. And then the next part of the game shoves you into a bunch of tunnels that make it hard to move around. And so I was like, here we go. And there's not a lot of save points in there. So I
Oh, that's
was
right, you have
burned
to
out for the
save.
entire huh?
Because in Hollow Knight, you save at benches, but in Silksong, it's something different, but
It's still
it's
benches,
oh, is it benches?
but in this particular zone in Silksong, the beginning of Act 2, it puts you into what is the equivalent of the slums of the Citadel. Where like the Citadel became all about greed and classism. And so the slums area is like, oh yeah, there's benches, and but you have to pay money to use them every single time you want to use them, and it's cheap. But the enemies down there don't drop a lot because they're all poor suckers. And there's not a lot of save points either, and so it's just like I was zombieing my way through half of that too, and
I
I
know
almost
that feeling. I had that happen on a number of our Dark Dude Souls streams when I played through
yeah,
Dark
and
Souls.
that at that point in the game, I was really like, do I really want to continue this? I don't know if I'm liking Silk Song anymore. Like, it was fun up to this point, but I don't know. I'm just not feeling it. And I like took a break for like a week, and then I went back to it. And not only did coming back at it freshly renewed, not being zombified from the last judge anymore, but also getting into the Citadel proper with its beautiful music and architecture and everything. Oh boy, the game gets so much fun from there. I'm like,
Okay.
no regrets. I'm glad I went back to the game and didn't give up because from there it definitely gets very cool. The one thing that has burned me out so far after that is another slum-ish place uh called Bilewater that once again it just really messes with you in a few ways. But it, I definitely had to change up my playstyle a little bit to beat the boss there. But I figured it out and I did beat the boss. and it was shortly after that, I think, that I stopped streaming to play Prime 4 and do my second playthrough.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah, to answer the question for me, really the only main, 'cause I finished a bunch of stuff recently. I did Ocarina of Time, and then I did Majora's Mask. I just did those off stream. I just finished Link to the Past last night on stream. On my last Metroidvania Monday, not this week, but last week, I finished up Mini Shoot Adventures. So really, the only thing I'm working on, I just started it yesterday, but I only really started playing it today. And that's my primary game right now is Twilight Princess. And that's why I played through a bunch of Zelda games as leading up to Twilight Princess. So that's my main game that I'm playing right now. And I played it for a little bit today, and I just got back to your village after being turned into a wolf. So I'm still very early on. I haven't even gotten to the first temple yet, but I'm looking forward to playing through Twilight Princess again because it's been a long time. So that's really the only main thing I'm playing now that I've beaten all the other games that I've been working on. But the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about that you briefly brought up at the beginning of the stream that I was like, oh, we'll talk about that later. And then I totally forgot is this right here. So you
Yes,
mentioned
that's right.
Ori, and Ori, both Ori games are fantastic, but the second one, Will of the Wisp, is my number one favorite Metroidvania of all time, and I think it's my number 2 favorite game of all time behind Mass Effect 3. Let me
I think I played the first one and never quite finished it. I reached a puzzle room that wasn't required, but I really, really wanted to beat it, and I just could not quite get through it for some reason.
okay.
And I think I stopped playing it because that I was just kind of playing it on my own time at the time, and there were other things happening. I just never got around to getting back to it, and because of that, I never played the second one.
Okay, well, that answered my question then. So I was going to talk to you about the comparison because, yeah, and I pulled up my ranking, and yeah, I have Ori and Will of the Wisp as my number 2 game of all time. It is amazingly fantastic, and as I said, I did not like Hollow Knight. I was not a big fan of it. I will play Silksong. It's just not very high on my to-do list. But my issue, a lot of times people are like, oh, you didn't like Hollow Knight. Is it because of the difficulty? It's like, no, it has nothing to do with the difficulty. It has to do with just design decisions on how they design the game. And I wrote a very in-depth review of the game on GameShelf, if anyone wants to go read it, and why I didn't give it a very high score. And basically everything that I don't like about Hollow Knight, Ori does the exact opposite, and that's why the Ori games, in my opinion, are light years better than Hollow Knight. Even though
That makes sense.
everyone's like, Hollow Knight's the greatest game ever, it's the greatest Metroidvania. It's like, no, it does all these things that drive me freaking insane with how they designed the game. And
Yeah,
Ori does the exact opposite, and that's why I freaking love
what
the
I
Ori
played
games.
of Ori, I did really like, but
So I
it
highly
definitely
recommend them.
it definitely didn't suck me in quite the way Hollow Knight did, and maybe it's
Interesting.
just I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just because Ori didn't seem to have quite as much mystery to it, aside from like how's this gonna end. I don't know. I like Ori. I just
I
haven't gotten back into it.
Okay, I highly, highly recommend playing both of them. Um, and
Well, then I'm going to encourage you to move Silksong higher on your priority list. Once again, it starts out a little bit slow, a little bit Hollow Knighty, but the more you play of it, especially once you get into Act 2, then you're like, okay, we're flying now.
yeah, I like I said, I will play it. I just don't know when. But the
I
my one major issue with the first game, and like the main reason why I think Will of the Wisp is better than Blind Forest, with Blind Forest being the first Ori game and Will of the Wisp being the second Ori game, is Blind Forest. The combat is not great. And they had basically addressed that and made it excellent in Will of the Wisp. There are a lot of other reasons why I think that Will of the Wisp is better than Blind Forest, but that's like the one standout thing that makes Will of the Wisp so much
Yeah, the
better than
combat
the
did
first
feel a
one.
little jank in Blind Forest.
Since basically the combat is just spamming the X button and hoping that you're close enough to your enemy for your little light that follows you to hit it with its laser beams, essentially.
Yeah, I didn't even know Blind Forest had combat until I played it. I
That
never saw footage of it. I never heard anyone talk about it.
And that's the thing that I think would have actually probably made it better if they just removed the combat and it was just exploration and puzzle solving and platforming Metroidvania, because the combat is not great. So when they were, before Will o' the Wisp came out, it was very hesitant. So it's like it was like they're expanding on the combat. And I was like, I don't know if you should expand in the combat. It might just be better off to get rid of the combat entirely. But they pulled it off in the combat, and it is great because they give you a lot of different combat options that are far more than the first one. And it does everything else that the first one did, at least as good, if not better.
Yeah, I want to give a special mention to Pseudo Regalia that I'm sure you've also heard me gush about.
Yeah, I've watched you stream that one a little bit. I have it. I just the thing that really kind of puts it not very high in the list is that there's no way to play it for achievements. No platform has achievements for it. So
Well, I'm gonna say it's a short enough game. Do you remember me playing it for my challenge month?
I don't remember if it was for a challenge month, but I do remember watching you stream it for a little bit.
Yeah, it was this. I've streamed it twice. One of them was 3 streams during which I was playing it for kind of my first time, and the second time was this past January. I played it for challenge month.
Okay, I
Which
don't think it was this time then, because I don't remember seeing you stream it for. It was probably like a year or so ago.
Yeah, that had to have been the first time. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, to celebrate New Year's resolutions and to motivate myself to start actually improving as a person, amongst other things, I came up with Challenge Month, which is throughout the month of January, I'm going to challenge myself to do various things on stream. And this year it was I wanted to beat Pseudo Regalia in one day, and I wanted to beat Luigi's Mansion in one day.
Ah,
And I succeeded at both of them.
nice.
But Pseudo Regalia caught me off guard. I thought it might take me at least 5 hours or something. I think I beat it in 2.5.
Very nice. I didn't realize it was this short. I just pulled it up on how long to beat, and it says the main story is 5 hours and completion is 7.5.
Yeah, it's a very short game.
That's short.
And that's why I was going to say I'd recommend also putting that higher on your priority list, just because it's so short. You'll get of course, it doesn't really have any achievements. There's not much to be achieved in it other than beating it, because it's such a small and simple game, but it is so fun and satisfying to play.
And shout out that it's a 3D Metroidvania. We don't have enough of those.
Yes, it's a 3D Metroidvania, almost a pure platformer. And that's what I like about it. Is like, this is what makes platformers great, is this right here. Everything this game does, it does right. I wish it was getting a sequel or a series or something, because gosh dang it, I want more of that.
Given that I didn't know it was such a short game, I may play this for Metroidvania Monday in the near future.
I would love to be there for it. Let me know ahead of time when you're going to play it, and I'll see if I can show up for that.
All right.
But yeah, I beat it so fast that day that I had a bunch of extra time, and I was like, screw it, let's go round 2. And I played another classic style platformer that I had not streamed before, but I had played it, called Corn Kids 64.
Never.
Which,
I'm assuming it's an Nintendo 64 game.
No, it was another fan game.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
That was made in the last few years. I found out about it because I found Nitro Rad's video on Pseudo Regalia, and that linked me to Corn Kids, as well as just I looked up games like Pseudo Regalia, and I found a bunch of them.
Oh, okay.
And Nitro Rad covered most of those in like one video. And I would say, despite the naming conventions, Pseudo Regalia is visually more like PlayStation, whereas Corn Kids 64 is like N64. Gameplay wise, I would say Pseudo Regalia is closer to Mario 64 or Sunshine.
Okay.
Whereas Corn Kids is closer to Banjo Kazooie.
Gotcha.
Corn Kids, it's a slower platformer, but it is still very short and simple. It has a little extra like post game content type stuff to do. There's a lot more like exploration involved. I don't know. It's a little less Metroidvania because you don't unlock a lot of moves and stuff like you do in Pseudo Regalia. But yeah, so I beat Pseudo Regalia in 2.5 hours. I said, let's stream Corn Kids 64, and I beat that one too in like 4.5. So that's the first. I think that's the first time I've ever beaten 2 games in one day
Two
that were
full
not
games.
basically mini games.
And you did it all in one stream?
Technically, yes. I recorded them as
Nice.
separate streams, but it was all the same event basically.
Okay. I see my buddy Nightmare in chat saying, "Welcome, valued customers." Yeah, I don't have clips, and I probably wouldn't have your clip either, but he often plays that on his streams. But good evening, Nightmare. We're getting close to wrapping it up here, but
Yeah,
okay. I
as
will.
far as I don't. Pseudo Regalia is a really good Metroidvania. I don't remember if Corn Kids counts as a Metroidvania, but they're both frequently compared, I think, in terms of like best modern indie platformer.
I had not heard of Corn Kids, but given that it's a shorter game and your glowing recommendation of it, I may play that very in the near future for Metroidvania Monday. So when that
Yeah,
happens,
Corn
I will
Kids
definitely let
actually
you
has
know.
a Pseudo Regalia reference in it. I did not find it during my streamed playthrough, but somewhere in the game you can find a portrait of Sybil from Pseudo Regalia, where the main character Sybil's like a goat thing, and the Corn Kids are also goats. And in Corn Kids, if you find that poster and like press the action button on it, he's like, "Man, I hope to be as cool as her someday." I'm like, "That's awesome."
Oh, okay. Nightmare's been here. He's just informing me that I was rated. Oh, okay. Restream doesn't give me a notification if I'm rated, so I don't know it unless I actually have the actual YouTube stream up or someone tells me. So thank you for letting me know that, Nightmare.
Oh,
My
hello,
buddy
raid
Jeff,
people.
my buddy Jeff, Suns and Shadows just rated. So what's up, everyone from Suns and Shadows? We're getting close to wrapping up the stream here, but yeah, this is Mike. We're just talking about video games. So Jeff's a good dude. I will be let's see here. He's gonna be on my channel in a couple of weeks when we do. It was supposed to be this last Tuesday, but we postponed it a couple weeks because it just worked better for everyone. But we're doing he was on last time he's been on my channel a couple times, but I think the first time on my channel was when we did top 5 for Stargate SG1 episodes, and we're following that up in a couple weeks with top 5 Stargate Atlantis episodes. He'll be on in a couple weeks, and I've been on his channel a bunch of times. I think I'll be on his channel again. Let's see here, next month. Yeah, next month. So he's a big Stargate guy, as am I. So what's up, Jeff? Good to see you, and everyone raiding over from the Suns and Shadows side. So but yeah, so okay, so Pseudo Regalia. There was something else I was going to mention.
I had a couple things as well. So
Uh, go for it, because I don't remember what I was gonna say.
one thing I was gonna say is counterpart to your Ori plush. I actually have a Hornet from Silksong plush
Oh,
that
okay.
one of my friends made me for Christmas last year
Oh,
and
handmade
sent
by a
to me.
friend. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was if you remember Zelda Chic, she's the one that made
Yes.
it,
Oh, that's awesome.
and it sits in the corner of one of my shelves. And I'm used to it now, but for like the first couple days, just because it has like deep black eyes on a white head, like it kind of looks a little bit creepy if you're not used to looking at it looming over there in the corner.
So
And
while we're on the topic, that's my Ori plush. Right next to it, that white thing is
yeah,
also Ori, and it's hard to see. I used to have it lit up, but you could see less of it when it was lit up. But it's called a shadow box. Uh, for what I'm told, my buddy Carl
oh yeah, I know what
sent
those
it
are.
to me, and so it's basically like a little like diorama made out of layers of paper, and it's backlit, and it's got a bunch of events that happen in Ori and the Will of the Wisp, and it's freaking awesome. And so you can't
Yeah,
really
those are
tell what
cool.
it is, but it's awesome. And he sent that to me because he knows how much I love Ori.
Yeah, I have my own little creation close to my Hornet plush that I've been really diving into writing more lately.
Okay.
Sometime in February. I don't remember if you've heard me mention. I went through like 3 weeks of 12-hour shifts because my coworker got fired.
Yes, I do remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, during pretty much that whole time, I found a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fan fiction that I got really into, and I'm still really into it. I love it. It's fantastic. And it inspired me. It gave me enough ideas that I was like, I can actually write my own story based on this. And I have an idea of what to do with the story and how to end it and everything, instead of my usual case of knowing how to start and a thing in the middle and that's it. So I've been really, and I was like, I also, once again, I'm also working on actually improving myself this year. So I'm like, I'm really diving into improving my writing skills and trying to write this story of mine. And
Well,
the
that's
main
awesome.
character of it is an Absol. And I want to say it was about a month ago now. I went to a church activity that was supposed to be a Bob Ross night, but it was too loud in the room and nobody could hear the video. So we were just kind of painting our own things. And I was like, screw it. And I painted a picture of an Absol, and I've
I
got it over there.
don't know what that is.
It's a Pokemon that,
Oh, it's Pokemon. Okay.
yeah, you just look up Pokemon Absol. It's one of the cooler looking ones. It's a really popular one. Partly because it looks cool. Its face is quite literally a cleverly disguised yin yang, but also it's described as having a danger sense. In Pokemon lore, it's considered bad luck because danger usually follows, but that's because it likes to, when it senses danger, it finds locals and tries to warn them about it.
Okay.
And I'm like,
What's
that's super cool.
what generation Pokemon is this? Do you know?
I think third gen.
Okay.
I don't
I
know.
don't.
It's spelled ABSOL if you want to look it up.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up here. I'd never even seen this Pokemon before because I was never really into Pokemon, but I do know most of the Gen 1 Pokemon. And other than Gen 1, the only ones that I know are ones that have shown up in Smash Bros.
Ah, yeah, third gen was a big one for me. After third gen was when I started to fall out of Pokemon. I'm not a first three gens purist necessarily, but I do think they started to fall off with Pokemon after the third generation. It was subtle for like fourth and fifth, and then once you get to sixth, then it starts getting more obvious. But yeah, Absol is one of my favorites up there, and I figured the story that I've been following is about a Riolu, who I'm sure you've heard of Lucario, right?
Yes.
Riolu is like the
Lucario's
baby
in
form.
Smash Bros, so I know who Lucario
Yes.
is.
Riolu's like the baby version of that, and they have the whole
Okay.
aura powers thing, which is unique to their Pokemon line. And so they're really, really popular for fan fiction and gamers and stuff like that. Because it's like, oh, this is cool. They can read emotions and all this other aura stuff. That's the special one. In this story I'm following, the main character is a Riolu, and the author does a really, really good job exploring over the course of the story how she learns to use her aura powers and read people's emotions and stuff like that. But I'm like, a lot of people do that in some way or another with this. And so with my story, I was like, I'm going to go a different direction, use a different Pokemon with a skill unique to that Pokemon, and go with Absol with their danger sense. And it's
Okay.
also a little opposite because Lucario and Riolu are very respected, and Absol have the whole bad luck stigma. And
Okay,
so
that makes sense.
I'm like, this is going to be really interesting to write.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm having fun with it. I think I'm close to finishing chapter 2 at the moment.
Nice.
I feel like I was going to say something else and I lost it again, but no biggie.
Okay. Well, since we've been talking about Ori and Hollow Knight, and obviously I said, Will the Wisp is not only my favorite Metroidvania, but my second favorite game of all time. Um, do you have a favorite Metroidvania?
uh, Outside of the Metroid and Castlevania games themselves,
I mean,
I
those could
think
be
it might.
included as well. I'm including those.
Well, among them, with Castlevania, it's Symphony of the Night, hands down.
Okay.
That's actually the only Castlevania I've finished, and I haven't played many of them. I've sampled a lot of them, but I haven't significantly played many of them.
I haven't played
I
very many Castlevanias
I
either.
played Castlevania 4 a fair bit once, just because it's like that one seems awesome and actually kind of fair. It's not stupid stiff controls all the time.
I own all the older ones. I just haven't played them yet. Basically, the only Castlevanias I played are the the three Lords of Shadows games, because Lord of Shadows 1 and 2 and Mirror of Fate, which is the in between game, and then Symphony of the Night. And that's about it.
Yeah, Symphony of the Night is the poster child of Castlevania because it's oddly enough quite different from the rest of the series, but it's such a beautifully made game. I like to call it. I like to call it Phantom of the Opera, the video game, because it really
I never
feels like.
thought of that, but that is quite a good analogy.
Yes, it really feels like you're playing through like a gothic mystery. It's just so gosh darn good, and I'm so bummed that none of the other games quite hold a candle to it. Because I want more of that. I want Symphony of the Night 2.
And Nightmare
Lords
says
of
Lords of
Shadow
Shadow
2
2 is his favorite, which I just played last year for the first time, and I wish
Wasn't
I
that
had
one
known.
of the reboot ones that was like 3D?
Yeah, so the Lord of Shadow 1 is basically a God of War clone. It's a hack and slash.
Yeah.
Lord of Shadow 2, which I did not know until I played it, is also a 3D Metroidvania because it's a interconnected semi-open world that you need new abilities to access areas that you couldn't previously access. And I'd never, ever heard anyone ever mention that it's a Metroidvania. I'm like, why didn't anyone tell me this is a Metroidvania? I would have played it years ago.
Yeah, that does sound cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I've never played the Lords of Shadow. I keep forgetting they exist, but I might try them one day.
I had never heard anything good about Lord of Shadow 2. Everyone's like, it wasn't very good. And then I played it. I'm like, this is freaking great.
Have you heard about the fighting game?
I don't think so, but I don't do fighting games, so that would not be surprising.
I don't really either, but there's a Castlevania fighting game. I want to say it's called Castlevania Legacy or something. I don't remember. Oh my word, the character designs are so different. They went full Final Fantasy with those, or Soul Calibur or something. It's like you've got Simon Belmont, but rather than looking like, like Conan the Barbarian, he kind of looks like a teenager with like belts all over his outfit. Yeah, it's very interesting to look into, and some of the character designs are actually kind of cool. But it's just like, wow, this is so different. So yeah, Symphony of the Night is up there amongst my favorites. I'm almost thinking of replaying it again, just because I love the vibe of that game.
That's another one where I did play it once. I played the Xbox 360 arcade version. I'm gonna play it again for Retro Team at some point. But it's also one of those ones that, like Hollow Knight, I don't think is as good as everyone says. I think it's overrated. I am not a huge fan of it. But I do like Symphony of the Night way more than I like Hollow Knight. I will say that.
I understand thinking Symphony of the Night is overrated. The controls definitely, you remember it being better than then you actually play it and you're like, oh, this feels weird.
Well, I never, like I said, the first time and only time I played it was the Xbox Live Arcade version. So I didn't play it as a kid. I didn't play it until I was an adult. So
same here. I never actually played it until I think it was 2020. I finally actually played it, and it was because I had been holding out for a way to play it officially, but they never released it on a console that I had, except Xbox, and I didn't even know it was on Xbox Live until that was shut down.
Symphony of the Night. It is backwards compatible, so it's still on the Xbox store.
Yeah, so it's like
I played it in 2016 for the first time, so June, so almost 10 years ago.
Yeah, I was waiting for them to release another remake, but they never did, and so I finally said screw it, and I emulated it. I had a great time. If I could get a proper version of it, I would in a heartbeat.
All right, so that's your favorite Castlevania. Then what's your favorite Metroid?
Favorite Metroid. I don't know if I can pick a favorite among the primes. I like them all pretty much equally for varying reasons.
Okay.
Like Prime 1 is definitely really good. I do think it's slightly overrated. A lot of people are like, oh, that's the best one. I'm like, I kind of beg to differ a little bit. It's really, really good, but I don't like how the scan system is done, and that takes me out a little bit.
I also say Prime Remastered is my second favorite Metroidvania, and it is also my third favorite game of all time.
Prime Remastered was really good. I do really like that one. I've been forgetting about that one actually. My favorite Prime is probably a toss-up between 2 and 3. I love the darker and more serious vibe of Prime 2.
I love Prime 2.
Prime 2 is underrated, where Prime 1 is overrated.
I don't agree with the Prime 1 being overrated, but I do agree that Prime 2 is underrated.
Prime 1 is overrated, but only slightly, like 2% overrated.
Just 2%.
Yeah, it's like, because everyone's like, Prime 1's the best one, and I'm like, Prime 1's really, really good, but I don't think it's the best one. That's why I think it's overrated.
Okay.
2 and 3 are fantastic, I think.
So,
as far as the mainline games go, it's gotta be Dread.
okay.
Dread's music, I think, was lacking a little bit. It was a little too atmospheric, not very memorable for me. But it definitely did great at creating atmosphere and tension. And then the gameplay is great. The animation is great. The story is great. Pardon my French, but Ravenbeak is badass. And I want him for Smash Bros.
Oh, that would be awesome.
We finally got Ridley. Give us Ravenbeak now. Ravenbeak is too freaking cool.
Oh, he would
Silex
be great
too.
in
I would love
Smash Bros.
Silex in Smash Bros.
So, oh yeah, Silex could definitely fit in there as well. That'd be awesome.
But
if you had to pick a favorite Metroid overall,
I think it's got to go to Dread. I hate that it's not a good beginner game because of how much story that is involved before you get to that point, and like how different it is from the other games. But gosh dang it, it is so good. It's so cool. And I did want to mention earlier, by the way, I did beat Luigi's Mansion in one day as I intended to for Challenge Month as well. I think that might have been one of my longest streams. It was either that or one of the Metroids.
I know that my Metroidvania Monday, where I was dedicated to finishing Metroid Prime 2, that was my my longest stream. I think it was over 8 hours. It was way longer than I was expecting it to be. But I was like, I'm beating Prime 2 tonight, no matter how long it takes. And I was playing on hard mode, so
one of my streams was either Metroid Dread or Luigi's Mansion was 9 hours plus. It was not 10 hours, I think, but it was close. And yeah, I completed all of the mainline non-Prime Metroid games in one day each. And I'm counting, even though I did 2 different AM2R streams, I am counting that because the only reason I split it was because I started falling asleep during the first one close to the end. And the second stream was only like an hour to finish the game.
Okay. I did that with when I did was it earlier this year? Was it late last year? Prince of Persia Lost Crown. I didn't know how much I had left, but I got to a point. I'm like, all right, we'll pick it up next week. And then there was like 20 minutes left of the game. So I spent the rest of that stream just going around picking up collectibles that I missed.
Yeah.
But I pulled it up here. Metroid Prime 2 on Metroidvania Monday. That was 8 hours and 11 minutes. I was not expecting it to take that long, but I was like, I'm dedicated to beating it tonight, no matter what. So it was a long stream.
Yeah.
And it was an epic finish too. It was epic.
That's awesome. Yeah, I remember.
I beat the Emperor Ing with 1 HP left and 0 ammo.
Oh, that's so satisfying.
I had no ammo left and 1 HP left. And because I was playing on hard mode, I would literally been fighting him for probably like 25 minutes. So it's like if I had died and had to do that whole thing over again, I would have been so
pissed. That once with the final boss in Paper Mario the Thousand-Year Door. And it felt so epic because it was like, if I do not win with this 1 HP, I'm done. Yep. I had like no healing left or anything. All praises to Thousand-Year Door. Go freaking play that this year. Gosh dang it. So good.
Jeff is actually showing up in chat himself. That's Suns and Shadows saying evening all. Good evening, Jeff. I see you rated me earlier, so I appreciate that. You are awesome, dude. And Dude is also there because I did want to mention. Dude said there's a Castlevania game that's part of the Wii rollout called Castlevania Judgment, which I knew of, but I did
that's
not.
The fighting one.
I did not know it existed until I was looking through the Wii rollout games recently. I was like, "What the heck is this Castlevania game?" It's like it's a fighting game. I'm like, "Oh, no, thank you."
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, it's listed as an arena fighting game, so I don't do fighting games. So, all right. So then the last question was favorite Metroid, Metroidvania. It could be a Metroid or a Castlevania, but you were specifying what's your favorite that's not a Metroid or Castlevania game.
What's my favorite that's not a Metroid or Castlevania game? It was Pseudo Regalia.
Oh wow,
I'm leaning
that
towards
high.
Silksong now.
Okay. Would you
They
put?
can't really be compared because Silksong is a much bigger game, and I also haven't finished it. But I want to finish it. I'm going to finish it. Pseudo Regalia Pseudo Regalia is fantastic for how small it is, and because it's so small, it has massive replay value.
Okay.
Because it's like you can 100% the game and be like, I want to keep going. I want to keep doing all these flips and jumps and everything, so I'm just going to start over and go again. I wonder how many times I could beat it in one day if I just kept replaying it.
That would be an interesting thing to keep track of.
Yeah. Did I
Okay.
beat Pseudo Regalia 5 times in one live stream?
Do you think Pseudo Regalia or Silksong could? Would you think it'd be possible that you would rank that higher than Symphony of the Night or Dread as your favorite Metroidvania, or would one of
I
those other
might.
two probably still be your favorite of the different genre?
That's hard to say. Because they're all so different from each other. One of the huge draws for Symphony of the Night is the art and the music and how it tells its story with so little actual story being told. The majesty, I guess, of Symphony of the Night is what makes it stand out, and none of the other games quite have that. Silksong comes really close. The Citadel is very majestic and beautiful, and just that place and its music actually inspired me to write a one-shot a while ago that was otherwise unrelated to it. I was in the middle of writing a series of sorts just for fun, series of one-shot bits featuring a couple characters doing various random things. And I, for some reason, was just like, I want to write about them visiting the Citadel. And I did. And I actually listened to the Citadel theme song for 3 days straight while I was writing that.
Nice.
I used it as an experiment to build on my ability to describe things because I'm not great at describing environments, but that definitely helped, as well as reading this mystery dungeon story I told you about. It's really good at describing things.
Awesome.
So yeah, Symphony of the Night, I think, as far as pure majesty, is close enough to Silksong that I'm not sure which one beats the other. Other than that, I think the rest of them beat Symphony of the Night purely control-wise, because Symphony of the Night has outdated controls that make it a little bit easy to like. You can get yourself into scraps with certain enemies. It's nearly impossible to get out without losing tons of HP if you're not careful. Just because it's like, oh, this thing just doesn't freaking stop, and
Okay.
all I have is a sword to swing. And maybe there's ways to work around that I'm just not familiar with, but it's definitely like Symphony of the Night, if it was released nowadays, could probably have a much better control scheme.
Okay.
Other than that, love that game.
That's my because if I had to pick between like Metroid and Castlevania, I'm picking Metroid 100 times out of 100 because I'm just not big on Castlevania, and I will almost always take sci-fi over fantasy. But
I usually would say the same, but Castlevania is such a unique direction for fantasy because it's gothic fantasy and it does it without being Dark Souls like everything's dying. They
right.
went, nah, everything's beautiful, but it's a dark beauty.
Yes.
It's the kind of beauty that's like it's alluring is the thing.
But yeah, where I was going with that is, everyone praises Super Metroid as being like one of the greatest games ever, and it's like, my biggest issue with Super Metroid is the controls are in that game are garbage.
I disagree, but they are very floaty.
And that I mean that like the actual like controls on the buttons, not the like how the character controls. It is very floaty. But yeah, the fact that the Game Boy Advance games with less buttons have better controls than the Super Nintendo game does with more buttons.
Yeah, but that was their first time adding that many functions, so I can understand like that was their first time trying to figure out how to do that. And so I can they're definitely outdated controls, but I can give it a pass anyway, considering that. And also, it is still a very good game. I forgot about that one. Let's throw that. I guess top it'd be easier for me to make a top 5 Metroidvanias, and those would be Dread, Symphony of the Night, Super Metroid, uh, Pseudo Regalia, and Silksong.
Okay. Yeah.
In no particular order, because it's
Yeah,
really
no
hard for me
particular
to
order.
rank them.
Yeah, because Super Metroid is actually in the lower tier of Metroid games for me. Most of the Metroid games I have ranked above it, and my main issue with it is the controls.
Yeah, I think
It is
Super
still a good game
Metroid.
though, but I just
Yeah,
don't
I
think
think
it's another one where I don't think it's as good as everyone claims it is.
yeah, I think Super Metroid and Symphony are at the lower end of the top 5 for me, purely because of the outdated controls. But it's like those games are still absolutely fantastic, and if you ignore the fact that their controls are outdated, I absolutely understand why they were legendary when they came out. They're still legendary now. Um, I'm going to give special mention as well to AM2R
I like
because that's
AM2R more than Super Metroid.
I might, I don't know, because I kind of count it as like separate because it is technically a fan game. But I do think AM2R is the superior Metroid 2 remake.
So that's what I hear from a lot of people who've played all three of them. I've only played the original and AM2R. I've not played the 3DS official Nintendo remake. I will at some point.
I did not
Um,
finish the 3DS one, but I came very close.
okay. But it's so you played most of the game and you still think that AM2R is better.
Yes.
That's what
I
I
think
hear
if
from most people who have played it,
I
but
think
it's obviously way, not that the original Metroid 2 was that bad, but Metro AM2R is much better than the original release of it.
oh yeah, they're both way better than the original. Oh my god. My word, the original did not age well.
I like Metroid 2, but yeah, AM2R is far better. But I think there's a much bigger gap in quality between the original Metroid and Zero Mission than there is between Metroid 2 and AM2R.
Oh, of course, but that's because Metroid 2 was at the time innovative, even more than the original Metroid was in a way.
Yeah, because, um, but anyways, while we were on the topic of Symphony of the Night, the other thing don't know why it took me so long to think of this is another thing I need to ask you if you played, because it's basically the spiritual successor. Since we don't have a Symphony of the Night 2, is have you played Bloodstained Ritual of the Night?
I have.
Okay.
Uh, I don't. I didn't. Let's see. Is Ritual of the Night the 3D one, or was that the like 8-bit one? Because there
No,
was an 8-bit one they
Ritual of
did
the
as
Night
well.
is I mean, it's takes place in a two-dimensional plane, but
Yeah.
the world is it has depth to it. So it's the world is in 3D, but it takes place in a
Yeah.
two-dimensional plane.
Yeah. That's
Curse of the
the modern
Moon
graphics one.
are the NES looking ones with 8-bit
Yes.
pixel
Okay, that's right.
graphics.
I did not play Curse of the Moon. I did play the Ritual one,
Okay.
whatever that one was. I played that quite recently, actually. I think it was last year or 2 years ago. I didn't finish it, but I've been meaning to. I
Okay.
kind of keep forgetting to go back to it.
Because the
Uh,
sequel, Bloodstained The Scarlet Engagement, is planned to be releasing this year, and I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, I thought they already had a sequel for it, and it just didn't do as good.
Nope, let's see here. Scarlet
I do really like
Engagement.
it. I don't know how I
Um,
feel about the modernized graphics. Maybe I'm just biased for 16-bit and 32-bit stuff.
it doesn't have a release date, but it does say late 2026.
Okay, cool. I didn't know about that. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I was playing it for a while. I think I was lucky enough to get the game breaking early game sword
oh,
in that.
I forget what it's called, but I went out of my way to get that, and that greatly helped my enjoyment of the game.
Yeah, I think I didn't know about that until after I'd already gotten it, and I'm like, oh, no wonder I haven't found a replacement for this. I just got lucky with the drop. But yeah, I got to a certain point in that, got distracted for a while, and I don't remember why. I think that might have been around the time Silksong came out, was when I stopped playing that.
Okay.
And then I tried getting back into it, but I couldn't. I had reached a point in the game where there was a lot of new pathways I could take, and I just kind of got lost.
That's a tough game to, if you don't play it for a while and come back to it. That's a tough game to come back to it if you've forgotten a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and I can give another special mention to Axiom Verge for that
Okay.
same problem. Axiom Verge is great, but it does have that same issue where at some point there's a lot that you can explore. It's just a really big map. It's easy to get a little lost or take a long time to get where you want to go.
That's
And
another one I
another
need to get back to because I still have a few achievements left that I didn't get for, like, doing
Yeah,
the
and
speed
then
run
the
mode
final
and do it
the
without
last
dying.
couple bosses of Axiom Verge are also stupid difficult compared to the rest. I had to use a cheese tactic to beat the final boss of that game.
Okay.
That I had to actually look up what that cheese tactic was to figure it out.
Have
Axiom
you
Verge 2 though,
I was
really
just gonna
liked
ask you
that.
if you played Axiom Verge 2 because I've not played 2 yet, but it's on my backlog.
Yes, I got that when it came out and I played the crap out of it. That one is great. I do think it is better than the first one. It
Really? I
doesn't
think
have
you're the first person I've heard to say that it's better. Most people say the first one's better.
it still has its problems. There was a point in the game where I got really lost. I don't remember what the solution to my problem was, but I think it was like there was a gate I had to get through and I had the solution, but I didn't realize it or something. I don't know. I got lost for a while in that one. And I do like the first game's biotech theme a little more,
Okay.
but the second game is still really fun. It has aspects of it environment wise that I still really, really like. The gameplay I think is a little smoother. I don't know. I remember that I really like both games. I just think the second one is balanced a little bit better.
Okay.
There's more use for the various items and weapons you get, unlike the first game where like half of the weapons are going to be virtually useless for most players.
It has one of the widest weapon varieties in Metroidvania I think I've ever seen.
I
Every
read an
gun is very
interview.
different, but some of them it's like you're never gonna use
I
this.
read an article about it in Game Informer magazine back when that was a thing, and I think I remember the guy saying he had like 700 different weapon ideas.
Oh, the guy who made the game?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he had
that's
like
another thing is Axiom Verge was made by a single developer and it blew up, so,
yeah.
um,
The
I don't remember the
another
guy's
thing
name though.
about Axiom Verge 1 that I both love and hate is, are you familiar with the secret zones?
Maybe? I don't know.
So every time you start a new file in the first Axiom Verge, it plants 3 hidden areas in random places on the map.
Yes! Okay, I forgot about that, but I know what you're talking about.
I love the idea. I both amused by and hate that they can show up in unreachable places. And my first playthrough of it, the only one I found was in an unreachable corner.
Ugh. I forgot
But
about that because 'cause it's
my
been a
second
couple years since
playthrough,
I
where
played
I
it.
actually did finish the game, I think I did find all 3, and I was really happy with that. And they're very cool. I love that. I just hate that they can show up in I like the randomization of it as well, but I hate that they can show up in unreachable places,
Yeah,
especially
places are good too.
because it is specifically programmed to try and make them reachable if that happens. But it's just the one that I found, it was just not reachable in that first playthrough.
Okay. One other thing I wanted to say about Ritual of the Night. So, because it's the spiritual successor to Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, um, because it's done by the same guy, Igarashi, and
Yeah.
it was crowdfunded. But when I played it, I wasn't really digging it at first. It took me a while to get into it, but once I got deep into the game, I actually really enjoyed it. And there's a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of mechanics in the game that the game doesn't do a great job of telling you about. So I went through the game not necessarily under leveled, but under equipped. And it made a lot of the game way more difficult than it needed to be because the game didn't do a great job of like explaining these things. And once I kind of figured those things out, the game was much better. So when I played through it again, because I have another, I did the Xbox version. I also have the Windows version. So I'll be playing it again. I'll probably do that one on stream for Metroidvania Monday at some point as well. But my second playthrough will be much better than my first one since I know all these things now.
Yeah,
But
I had the same problem where it didn't suck me in right away, and I think part of it is just because it starts you out on a rather regular looking boat. Symphony of the Night, you get right into the castle, and you're immediately like, "Oh, this place looks great." In Bloodstained, it starts you out on a boat in the middle of the ocean. It's like this almost feels like a Symphony of the Night character displaced into like that boat section of Skyward Sword. Like, what happened? But once you actually get into the castle proper, oh yeah, after the boat crashes, then you have that like destroyed town, and then you get into the castle, and then it starts sucking you in because it's beautiful again.
But
Also, right out the gate, blood fountain. Heck yeah.
Yeah, there were a couple. Even on top of that, there were some things, some design decisions that annoyed me about the game. So that's why it took me a while to get into it, and it's not in my
Yeah.
top echelon of Metroidvania games. But I did enjoy it, and I am looking forward to playing through it again. My one thing that I'm not looking forward to is I think the game came out in like 2020, and they released a DLC for it in 2024. It's like, why did you wait so long? It's called Dominique's Curse. This is legitimately one of the worst DLCs I've ever played in my entire life, and I hated every second of it. And I got to do it again for the Windows version.
Why?
Because you're not playing as the same character, and the DLC plays entire. I mean, it's still a 2D platformer Metroidvania, but the way the game plays is drastically different than the way the base game plays. Because as you're going through the game, you're getting like super powerful, and you get like crazy fast. Because one of the coolest things about Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is the shard system. And you can level up the shards, and there's like attack shards and there's like defense shards, and if you level them up enough, then they basically become passive abilities, so you don't have to equip them, so you can use your slots for other ones.
I don't think I knew about the passive part.
Yeah, you have to level them up to like their max level, and once they get to like level 10, they become passive. And because you have like I said, it's been a few years since I played it, but through most of the game, you can only have a certain number of shards equipped. But once you get some of your shards leveled up to max level, then you can turn them on and off as passive abilities, and you'll have that ability. But you can use that shard slot that you were using for that one for a different shard. So once you have them all maxed out, you can have all the shards in the game active at all the time. It's freaking awesome. You just become crazy powerful. But none of that is in the DLC. You're playing as a different character. And it's the art style is still the same, but the gameplay feels like original NES Castlevania. It's super like molasses slow movement, and it has like you in the base game, as you get faster and stuff through getting better gear and better stats and stuff. I don't think the DLC even has any stats, but you become like more and more like acrobatic in your movement. Gets way faster and better, and you can move around. Your movement abilities are freaking great. In the DLC, you don't get any movement upgrades. Your attack range is like 3 pixels long, and by the end of the DLC, it does get upgraded to like 6 pixels. It's a little bit more than that, but your attack range is pathetic. Your movement speed is molassesly slow. Your jump is horrible. I don't even think you get a double jump. You just have your single jump, and it's that like classic style where once you jump, you're committed to the jump. You can't like double jump. You can't like you have no control over like where you move. Like once you jump, you have no control of your character until they hit the ground again. So if you get hit by something, you'll get knocked back. You have no way to like
classic
dodge.
Castlevania control.
It's like classic Castlevania movement.
I'm reminded
you can get hit by stuff that drops you into you get hit by like a bat, and you fall into a bottomless pit, and then you're dead, and you have to go back to your last save point. It is brutally freaking not necessarily that difficult. It's just brutally punishing, and the movement is just god awful terrible, like the worst movement of any game I've ever played. And the fact that you have like no control over your character when you're in the air, and your attack, you like a lot of the times in the base game, I think you can attack in multiple directions. In the DLC, you can only attack in front of you. You can't attack up. You can't attack diagonally. You can only attack forward. So if the enemy that's coming at you doesn't line up just right with you, you can't attack it. And if it's like, you're jumping and you're in the air, if that like bat or whatever doesn't come right in that line, you can't hit it with your whip or whatever your attack is. And then it'll hit you and then lock you back. You have very little health. enemies do stupid amounts of damage. It's legitimately one of the worst DLCs I've played in my entire life, and I despise it with every part of my being. I
I can
rated it
tell you're
the
really heated
lowest
up
possible
about
rating I
this.
could possibly give it. That Dominic's Curse DLC can go die in a fire. It is atrociously awful, and I hate that DLC, and it ruined an otherwise great game. And I have to do it again for the Windows stack.
Oh no. I was gonna say I don't think it ruins the game. You don't have to play it.
If you're not an achievement hunter, then yes, you don't have to play it, and I would highly recommend not playing it. But I'm gonna,
I'm
I got
reminded
all
of
the
Symphony of the
achievements.
Night
I
had
had
a
100% in Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, and then they added this terrible DLC. So I needed to play the DLC and complete it to get all the achievements. So I reacquired my 100%, and so added this DLC years later, and I lost my completions. I had to go back and reacquire it, and
jeez.
there's a Windows stack for it, so I am eventually going to do it again. I look forward to playing the base game. I don't want to play the DLC, but I'm going to do it again. But at least this time, I know what I'm getting into, so it's not going to be as bad.
Even chat's taunting you. You're ranting
Yeah,
so
Nightmare.
hard right
Like,
now.
you're a huge fan of the DLC, I take it. This, not for Bloodstained Ritual Night, probably the worst DLC I've ever played in my entire life. Despise it
So
with a
I'm
passion.
reminded of Symphony of the Night had, I don't remember how to access it, but it did have an extra game mode you could access. I think I played it on stream a little bit. I checked it out, where you play as the Rondo of Blood version of, I think it's Simon, was it?
Okay.
Richter. You play the Rondo of Blood version of Richter going through the rest. You basically replay the game as him with
Yes,
his Rondo controls.
there
And it
was an
felt
achievement for
really,
that, so
really
I
weird to
did that.
me. Yeah, it felt really weird because I'm like, it's the classic Castlevania controls with, modernized tweaks for that point of the game. But
Yeah,
it
the
was like,
last
oh,
achievement
this
I
almost
got
feels like
was
a
for
downgrade.
finishing the game as Richter. So I did do that as well.
Yeah, it's like you don't have all the RPG elements, you don't have all the Metroidvania elements, and I was like, this almost feels disappointing to play because it's like it just feels like yet another like monster killing trek rather than the mysterious exploration of the base game. A lot of people are
Yeah,
like, oh, it feels better that way. I'm like, I disagree. I like the base game more.
I do remember that playthrough was quite short compared to playing through it as Alucard.
Well, it does show why they're the top monster hunters because they can just breeze right through that palace. But
So.
I randomly remembered a little bit ago. I've been playing a lot of Vampire Survivors here and there,
Oh, okay.
and I've been playing the crap out of the Castlevania DLC for that,
Okay,
just
I've
to
heard that's
unlock
a great
everything in it.
DLC.
Huh?
I've heard that's a great DLC.
It is for that kind of game. It's a great DLC, but also there's a lot of unlocks in it that are really cryptic. It's like, well, it is based on Symphony of the Night, which has some pretty cryptic secrets in it, I'll admit. But I think they are slightly more obvious than the ones in Vampire Survivors.
Oh, okay.
There's Vampire Survivors is like there's a whole section of that Castlevania map that you can't even get to until I think you've unlocked Richter and beaten a certain boss with Richter. But some of the requirements for there's like a whole chain of things you have to do to unlock Richter, and not all of those steps are clear.
Okay.
And then
So,
you have to figure out that you have to beat that particular boss before you can unlock that extra zone. And it's like, oh, that's how you unlock Dracula, who's actually kind of overpowered. And then you unlock that extra zone, and then you have to do these other things, and that unlocks all this other stuff, and then finally you can go to the throne room. It's like, I've been trying to do this for days.
I played, I don't know, maybe about 10 or 15 hours of Vampire Survivors, so not a whole lot. But I do plan to complete it at some point, so I will probably be going through that at some point. So once I get there, I'll be like, this is what Winter Prince was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not difficult. It's just long. It's a long chain of steps. At least the method that I use. Maybe there's a quicker method, not counting the cheat code system. But yeah, that's the thing. Let's see. I think I was going to say another thing that took me out of Ritual of the Night a little bit was just the graphic style. It's not bad at all. There's just something about it that feels a little more indie than I would like.
And it's
'Cause
funny
there's
because the similar to like Borderlands before it came out, it had an entirely different art style, and then they changed it kind of at the 11th hour. Same thing happened with Ritual of the Night. It looked entirely different until like right before they released it, and then they completely changed the art style.
Really? What did it look like before? Was it
I
more pixely or
don't remember what it looked like because, but I just remember hearing that they did change the art style like really late into to development. So I don't know what it looked like beforehand.
I wonder if I can find pictures of it.
I'm sure you can.
If it was more like Symphony of the Night's art style, and then I'm bummed they changed it because I'm a sucker for that classic like 16-bit look.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember what it looked like, but I just remember hearing about that.
Uh
You find anything?
I'm finding a few things. I can't tell which of them are correct. There is I see Japan-esque cosmetic pack, and this kind of just looks like a wallpaper, but it does look really, really clean. I love it.
Oh,
Yeah, I found one picture of the old versus new. Oh, now it loads correctly. It doesn't look like that much of a difference. It kind of just looks like a color facelift, and that's about it.
okay.
The colors looked a little dimmer in the old version. Uh, yeah, I'm not really seeing a major art style change.
Okay. Maybe it wasn't as drastic as Borderlands art style
Maybe
change.
not.
But another thing about the game is they have supported it quite well over the years with free DLC, and they've added a bunch of crossovers and stuff into it as well. Like, um, unless I'm getting, oh wait, I might be getting mixed up with another game because I was like, yeah, I'm thinking Blasphemous had a crossover with Bloodstain. I think
It did, and I was
Miriam
gonna
showed
bring
up
that up.
as in one of the free DLCs. So yeah, there wasn't a lot of post game support for Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, but there was in Blasphemous. So there was a bunch of free DLCs, and one of them was a crossover with Bloodstained. So
Yeah.
that's what it was. So
Yeah,
I had it a little
I need to
backwards.
finish Blasphemous. I got close to the end of that one as well.
That's one
That
where
was
I first started playing it and I didn't like it, and I put it on hold, and I came back to it a couple years later, and then I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think I had kind of the same. I had
I
that with
haven't
Hollow Knight actually.
I haven't played Blasphemous 2 yet, but that's also in the backlog, and I've heard that it's better than the first one from everything
I've
that
heard
I've seen.
very little about Blasphemous 2. I heard Blasphemous came out and people were like, Blasphemous this, Blasphemous that, and then Blasphemous 2 happened and they were just like, oh, look.
Like I said, I ended up enjoying Blasphemous 1. I think I'm gonna like Blasphemous 2 even more.
I really liked Blasphemous 1. I don't remember why I stopped playing that one as well, but that's part of why I designed Challenge Month, as well as why I got into streaming, is to break my habit of playing most of a game. And then
Yeah,
stopping toward the end.
yeah, that rarely happens for me.
Yeah, I didn't have that growing up. I don't know when I started doing that. I think it mainly came from there was a long period of my life where I was getting like one new game a year, and so I was replaying my games a ton. But because I'd already finished them, I'd play up to the point where I started getting bored and then move to a different game.
Ah, okay.
And I got in the weird habit of doing that even with games that I was new to at some point. I'd play until I started losing interest and then just stop instead of actually finishing it because it would reach a point where I can see how it's going to end or something, and then it'd be like, all right, I'm satisfied. And I need to stop doing that. And so I got into streaming, which has been helping with that. And I did challenge months, which has been helping with that.
So since we're kind of on that topic, I just looking over my GameShelf profile, and you can see like your breakdown of like how many of the games you've played, how many have you beaten, mastered, which ones are just played, and which ones are shelved. Like you played some of it and you're planning on coming back, which ones you're just abandoned, you're never coming back to. And out of my 1133, I have 16 that are abandoned, so not very many.
I will say one thing Blasphemous did somewhat uniquely for me is
Most of
there's
the
a
ones that are abandoned it's because their achievements are discontinued, so there's no reason to keep playing it because I can't get the achievements for it.
gotcha. Yeah, lately the main reason I keep stopping short of the end of a lot of games is just because something new comes out that I'm even more interested in. Like Prime 4 came out while I was still doing Silksong, for example. And it's like Silksong I'd waited a long time for and I was having a great time with it, but I didn't wait 18 years of my life for it. Which that's something I was going to point out earlier. I don't know if
I
I don't know
did.
if you noticed.
Since Metroid is my second favorite franchise.
Yeah, between the Prime 3 and Prime 4 had such a huge gap between them. There is not a single person on Earth that played both on release day within their childhood.
That is true. You could have had a kid when Prime 3 released, and then that kid would be old enough to vote by the time Prime 4 released.
Uh-huh. They've graduated high school by the time Prime 4 released.
Yep.
They're in college. And I'm like, that is such a stupid, huge gap for a game.
Not counting games that are just perpetually in development. Star Citizen, cough, cough. I could be wrong, but I think Prime 4, maybe not the longest game in development, that actually released might go to Duke Nukem Forever, because I think that was in development for like 14 years. But I think Prime 4 is the longest time between games that actually released. I could be wrong about that, but it's definitely up there for longest time between games.
Now I'm the one that had a reconnection issue, I think.
Yes, that was odd.
I'm back, though. I see you.
So, but yeah, if it's not the longest, it's definitely up there in contention for one of the longest games in development.
One
that actually
big gap.
Gaps between games that actually released. Which Shantae game?
Just in general. Are you familiar with the series?
I played a couple of them, and I have a couple more that are in the backlog that I haven't played yet.
I forgot about those. I think do those technically count as Metroidvanias as well?
Most of them. The one that I know that is not is Half Genie Hero. That's just straight up platformer. But I've played Risky's Revenge. I've played let me see. Let me pull it up here real quick. I played 3 of them, or I played 2, and I have a couple more in the backlog. Seven Sirens is the one that I have not played yet.
I think. Let's see.
All right, I've beaten Pirate's Curse and Risky's Revenge, and I have not played 7 Sirens, but I do plan to play it.
Pirate's Curse was the first one I played. I don't remember why I got into that one, but I loved it, and I looked more into the series. And I also played Half Genie Hero, and I think I've played some of 7 Sirens.
Okay.
But yeah, the Shantae is interesting because it was originally a game that came out on the Game Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Game Boy Color, I think, specifically. But it came out close.
The original was an original Game Boy game.
It might have been. I don't know. I just remember it came out around the release of the next console.
Oh, you were correct. It was Game Boy Color.
Yeah, and if it was released for original Game Boy, then that was a special case of them just trying to reach a wider audience, probably. But it came out toward the release of the Game Boy Advance, and because of that, it was very overlooked. Because a lot of people were already planning to move to Game Boy Advance. Why would they look at this random new game that came out for Game Boy Color? It also just looks kind of basic. It doesn't have a particularly strong.
It came out after the Game Boy Advance release, because the Game Boy Advance came out in 2001, and the first Shantae game came out on Game Boy Color in 2002.
Yeah, and because of that, it was
over a year after GBA had already been out.
Yeah, and then at some point, a guy named Brick Road did a Let's Play series on it on YouTube.
GBA released in 2001 in Japan. It released in oh, no, never mind. They were both in 2001. No one's talking to you. Shut up, Siri. I saw the next one said February 2003, but that was the Game Boy Advance SP. But the original release was both in 2001. It just came out in March in Japan. It came out in June in the States.
Gotcha. Yeah, so at some point, like 15 years ago or something, I don't know, a guy named Brick Road did a YouTube Let's Play series on it because he loved it. He'd grown up with it. And tons of people saw that playthrough. And Shantae gained something of a cult following because of that playthrough. And he also had a running joke where he would there's the waterfall monsters that poke their head out of the waterfall and try to bite you. He called them Barnacle Bob frequently as a joke.
Okay.
And so
And that
because
stuck.
of the cult following that they got, WayForward was able to start making Shantae again. And so the next Shantae game that released was on the DS, I think, and it was a short thing, but
There
it
was
was.
the Game Boy Advance one.
Oh, was there a Game Boy Advance one?
There was. Here, I'll tell you in just a second.
I thought it was DS.
There was a DS game as well, but there's Shantae, just called Shantae, was the Game Boy Color game. There was Shantae Advance Risky's Revolution on the GBA. And then there was Shantae Risky's Revenge on the DS.
I could have sworn that there was a huge gap between them.
Let's see here. So Shantae, like I said, the GBA came out in 2001, but Shantae on Game Boy Color came out in 2002. The GBA Shantae game came out in
Yeah, I was just looking at
came
that.
out last year.
Yeah.
They released a new GBA game in April of 2025.
I don't think I heard about this one.
So you are correct that the next one released was the DS one that came out in 2010. So
yeah,
that was
I'm like, oh, it's the
so 8 years
game.
later.
That's crazy. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, here it is. The game began development for the GBA in 2002 and was planned as the second game in the series, but was canceled in 2004 due to WayForward being unable to find a publisher. In 2023, WayForward announced that development had resumed and that limited run games would be distributing physical cartridges for the game. The GBA version was released in April last year, so 1 year ago.
Yep.
With ports for the Switch, PS4, PS5, Windows, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S. All those last ones were released in August, so several months after the GBA version. Okay, that's nuts. I love that. But yeah,
I remember I was looking into this and I was like, wait a minute, they released a new GBA game in 2025? It's like, yeah, it was one of those things where it was developed back then and it just never came out, and then they finally released it now. But it's like they release it on the
have to look
GBA.
into
That is so weird.
Yeah, the fun fact: Shantae was my number one pick when they were doing the polls for who should be added to Smash Bros. Forever ago.
Oh, okay. I never thought of that.
Yeah, Shantae was my number one pick, and I specifically, well, technically, my number one pick was Quote from Cave Story, which is another great Metroidvania if you haven't played it.
I have heard lots about it, but I have not played it yet, but I will likely be playing it soon.
I streamed it a while back, but you can't find the full stream anymore because I got really behind on uploading my streams to YouTube. And I think one of the streams did not record correctly or something, or I forgot to hit record and it had already deleted it from my Twitch.
Bummer.
So I didn't have, I think my first stream of that game is no longer available, unfortunately. I might go back and replay it someday. But I like to say Cave Story kicked off the indie craze because that was the first major indie game I heard about that was just made by some guy. And around the time I heard about it, that was when tons of indie games started coming out and reaching the mainstream.
Okay.
But yeah, I think Quote, the main character from that game, was actually my number one pick for Smash Bros. But I was willing to bet that wasn't going to happen because Cave Story was still a little bit obscure.
Yeah.
And the only reason I thought it might make it at all was because it did get a re-release on the Wii and the 3DS.
Yeah, it's in the Wii rollout, which is why I'll probably be playing it here very soon.
Yeah, Shantae, though, had always been a Nintendo property of sorts. And I remember I voted for that, and I saw someone comment that Shantae would be terrible for Smash Bros. And I was like, excuse me? There is no indie character more suited to Smash Bros. Than Shantae, and I'm going to prove it right freaking now. And I pointed out that, like, in a lot of the Shantae games, she has various platforming skills as well as various things she can turn into.
Mm-hmm.
And she usually has around 4 transformations that she can turn into, as well as roughly 4 non-transformation skills. And she's got, like, weapons that she can use as well as, like, passives and such. And it's like, okay, so for regular platforming skills, A button moves, transformations, B button moves, etc. It's like her the way she controls in the games would be arguably easier to translate to Smash Brothers than any of the other indie characters being voted for in that poll.
I don't know
And
who else was in that poll, but I would probably agree with you.
yeah, and I don't remember what my exact argument was, but it was something along those lines. And I think it started out with me being like, "Yeah, Shantae's more suited than anybody else. What are you talking about?" And the guy was like, "I just don't think she's very suited for Smash Bros." And so I pointed all that out, and I don't think I ever got a response back. It's like, yeah, I don't think you can argue against my points here. It's a little too obvious to me that she's perfectly suited for Smash Bros.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she would be a great fit, even though I had not ever considered her before.
Yeah, she was one of the more popular indie picks for that poll. I think she was first or second place at one point. But yeah, Shantae. I guess I'm the one that needs to play more of those then. But I loved Pirate's Curse a ton, and I do intend to stream that at some point.
Okay.
Oh, it's 12:30. All right, we should probably be calling it.
I was just gonna say, I think that's probably a good spot.
Yeah, you did ask earlier about games I'm playing currently that I'm not streaming, and I didn't quite finish that
Oh,
question.
all right. Go ahead and
I've
finish this off.
just due to time constraints and other things, I've mainly been focusing on games that have like mobile games. Basically, I'm still playing Arknights, which I used to stream fairly frequently.
When we were talking about games with the most hours in it, it's like I haven't actually seen any of your Arknight streams, but I do see often that you're streaming Arknight. So I was curious if that was up there for games with the most hours. But
Yeah, I Arknights has reached the top of my favorite mobile games of all time. It is it's a very good tower defense, even for a gotcha game. It's very fair with the gotcha. I know a lot of gotchas say that, but this one actually is.
what about Arknight's Enfield?
I've been playing a little bit of that as well. Not as much. It definitely feels a little bit more soulless, but not by much, I think. I think it's just the character designs are a bit weaker.
Okay.
And the gameplay is very different. It's a lot closer to Genshin, but I do like the environments more than Genshin. I think it looks a lot prettier. The gameplay feels a lot more fun to me. It's because it's a little more complicated. I do like the character designs a little bit more, but that might just be my bias for sci-fi designs over fantasy.
Okay.
When it comes to like basics, like there's lots of different ways to do sci-fi, lots of different ways to do fantasy. Like I said, Symphony of the Night is technically fantasy, but it stands out because it's
Mm-hmm.
gothic mystery, as opposed to like classic elves, you know. And I think uh, Enfield feels a little generic in the sci-fi look, but I do like the basic sci-fi look more than basic fantasy, which Genshin has.
When I had lowest expectations on for open mic a few weeks ago, we spent a good amount of time talking about that because that's what he was currently playing, and we spent a lot of time talking about the automation aspect of Enfield because he and I are huge fans of Satisfactory. So he was kind of telling me how how it compares to that.
Yeah, Enfield has automation and tower defense aspects as a holdover from the original Arknights, and I was really happy about that. It was really interesting to explore it and learn about it. I will admit, oh my word, there's so many tutorials. Oh my gosh, there's so many tutorials. I have not played all of them just because half of them I'm like, I don't need that right now. I don't care. The tutorials are fairly thorough and I do like them, but it's just like there's so many tutorials. Oh my word. I think that is one drawback of the game is it's really intimidating, all the different extra content that's like this doesn't need to be extra, or it doesn't need to be listed this way. And then 3 battle passes is a little bit nuts. At least it's actually not as intimidating as it sounds.
Okay.
But it's like most battle passes are like $10 to unlock the battle pass. This one's like $10 to unlock all 3, basically. But it's still like that's a little weird. And it definitely feels a little less fair than than original Arknights. I think in terms of the gacha, it doesn't help that the characters do feel a little more lifeless. But base game Arknights, I will admit I'm super burned out on it, but I'm still keeping strong just because there are still things about it that impress me, and it is still to this day the only game I have played with permanently missable content where I have managed to get all of the content. I did not miss. I did miss permanent content before I started playing it, but it came back,
Oh,
and I
nice.
got it. It was the Rainbow Six thing.
Rainbow
Did you hear
Six
about
and
that?
Arknights. Interesting.
Yeah.
That
So that's
does
part of
not
what
sound like
that's
it fits
that's part
together.
of what got me to stay with Arknights. Was shortly after I tried it out for the first time, I found out that shortly before I tried it out, they had a Rainbow Six crossover, and I was like, "That's a freaking high profile crossover for a gacha game."
And that seems like a very different type of game.
Yes, but they did it super well, and I was bummed that I missed out on it. And at some point, like 2 years ago, I want to say, they did a second Rainbow Six crossover, and then brought back the first one as like a post content part of it.
Nice.
And I got all of the Rainbow Six characters, and I was like, "This is it. The collection's complete. I now have every single character in the game, and they're still releasing more. There's over 300. They might be close to 400 now. I don't know.
Jeez.
That's a lot of character designs, but they're all so unique and interesting. They're all super cool. More stand out from Genshin in that. And they just released one recently named Mantra. That's like, this might be the coolest character design I have ever seen. She's literally at least 70 years old. I don't know her actual age, but her combat experience is listed at 70 years. And she's very intimidating looking. She has a rattlesnake theme, and she's the first character in the game with paralysis mechanics.
Oh.
And she just has her colors are a mix of black, white, and like kind of a neon blue. And then you've got a little bit of gray in there as well because old lady hair. But it's just like Mantra. I'm like, I don't know much about Mantra, and I'm really bummed that I do not have the time to look into the story that came out with her. But she is, I'm like, character design wise, Mantra is very cool, and I'm excited to see more out of this character.
Very
Coming up
cool.
soon, we do have an alternate version of Silver Ash coming out, which is another favorite of mine. That's going to be like kind of overpowered, and I'm excited about it.
We won't get into it, but since you mentioned the Rainbow Six crossover, are you a fan of the Tom Clancy games, or were you just wanted all the characters that were in the game?
Part of it, I just wanted all the characters in the game. Part of it is I'm a huge Russian Badger fan, and he got his claim to fame exploring all the characters of Rainbow Six Siege. And Siege is a game that I would have been deeply into if I wasn't into Destiny and Warframe at the time.
Okay.
I played a little bit of Siege with my roommate in trade school, and I was like, yes, I absolutely would have loved this game if I wasn't so into Destiny and Warframe. I actually bought it around the time that I was streaming Arknights for a while. I was going to stream it around the time that they redid the Rainbow Six crossover, just to show the other side of the crossover, even though I don't think Rainbow Six got any Arknights content. But I never actually got around to streaming that, unfortunately.
Okay.
Just kind of didn't happen. Wasn't super motivated.
I'm not interested in PvP games, so I never played it. And I was very disappointed that it's not a real Rainbow Six game. I like the actual Rainbow Six games that are not
Yeah,
PvP
I've never
and are
played the other
squad-based
ones.
shooters. Okay. Rainbow
I
Six.
tried reading one of the books, actually. I tried reading the Rainbow Six book, but
I've read some other Robert Ludlum, or Robert Ludlum is very similar to Tom Clancy, but I've read
my
some
parents,
other Tom Clancy stuff, but not.
My parents love, or at least my dad loves Tom Clancy. He loves reading them. He's not a huge gamer though, like at all. I don't think I've ever actually seen him play anything outside of like family parties.
Yeah.
but I knew he loved Tom Clancy, and I was like, "Hey, do you have like a Rainbow Six book?" He's like, "Yeah," and I borrowed it and took it to trade school with me, but I read like 1 or 2 chapters, and I was already having a hard time keeping track of what was going on because there was very little description of the characters at the start. And it's like I can't keep track of just names. I need to put a face to it. I need to have some kind of background, or I have a really hard time keeping track of who's who and what's going on. And so it just did not suck me in.
Okay. But yeah, I like a lot of the other. I like a lot of the Tom Clancy games. But yeah, Rainbow Six Vegas 1 and 2 are, in my opinion, the best Rainbow Six games.
Yeah, it's I'm a little bummed that the height of Siege happened while I was into Destiny and Warframe, because I would have loved to give that more attention on stream or something. But I wasn't streaming it when that came around. And then when I was streaming, it was just the game had already died off and I didn't have much motivation to play it. But
It's still
that
going,
game,
but yeah, it's definitely not. It doesn't have the player count that it used to. At least I don't think it does.
as far as hero shooters go, very unique, very interesting. I do love the Siege concept of it. And I'm surprised that with all these hero shooters coming out, nobody else has tried that particular thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. We've had
It's
all
like
these
so,
like Overwatch clones, but we haven't really had a Rainbow Six Siege clone.
yeah, it's like, and why? It's like you've got all these options for hero shooters, but you just keep trying to copy Fortnite and Overwatch for some reason. And like the only one that worked out was Marvel, and it's because Overwatch died and Marvel basically just did Overwatch again, but the way people wanted it to be.
Yep, exactly.
I've heard Overwatch 2 they've changed it back to just being Overwatch in terms of title, and it's getting
Yep.
better.
I don't know about that, but I do know they dropped the 2 and just went back to Overwatch. So it's
Yeah, I've heard they dropped the 2, they brought back 6v6, and I think I've heard that it's actually getting better again. So I'm hoping to see it climb back up because I did really like Overwatch back in the day.
never played it. So
Overwatch was really, really good before Overwatch 2 happened. I played the crap out of that for a while.
that seems
And
to be
then
the
2 happened,
consensus.
and I played a little bit, and I'm like, it's just not there anymore. It's just gone. But if they make it what it was before with tons of, and I've heard they finally added perks, which I was excited about. That was one thing I was excited about with Overwatch 2, was it looked like they would add perks so you could change how the characters play.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, that's really interesting, having different play styles for the heroes. I liked that idea, but they didn't do that on release, and I was bummed. But I think they finally added that in, I heard. I think they changed. Orisa was one of my favorite characters to play back in the game. Very balanced, very newbie friendly as well. And they changed her mechanics drastically for Overwatch 2. Not in any bad way. I still had a lot of fun playing her when I tried it, but it was different. It was
Okay.
definitely not as newbie friendly. And I think the main thing was in the first game, she had a shield that she could launch out to wherever you were pointing, basically. And I got really, really good at positioning that thing. It was like, this is the best shield mechanic in the game because most other shield characters, the character's holding the shield.
Yeah,
But
I'm assuming this character like throws it like Captain America.
kind of, she shot it out of her wrist, kind of
Okay.
like a batarang or something, and it had a little bit of an arc to it. But you could throw it, and so you could place the shield in a strategic position from a distance, especially if you yourself didn't want to be in that position right away, but somebody else needed it. But what you could also do that I love taking advantage of was on payload maps, which was most of the game actually. You could plant it on the front of the payload and then sit on the back of the payload and then just have a moving shield that you could shoot through.
Nice.
And so I used to abuse the crap out of that. Another thing that was great was pairing up with a Bastion player and doing that, because that was the premier tactic for Bastion. Bastion had turret mode where he would plant himself in a spot and then just have a Gatling gun. And my favorite tactic with Bastion, which was a common tactic, was just planting that firmly on the payload and then just have your team escort the payload, and now you have a mobile Gatling gun, mobile minigun, whatever.
Yeah.
And if you plant a shield in front of that as well, good freaking luck. I had one match I played in Classic Overwatch where I played as Bastion, and I don't remember if I had anyone shielding me, but the amount of team support I had combined with possibly not great tactics from the enemy team, they moved the payload maybe 5 feet over the course of the entire match.
Oh, the other team?
The other team. It was a game where we were on defense, so
Okay.
or something like that. We had to stop them from moving the payload. They did not stand a gosh darn chance. And what made it better was I had just gotten the Lego skin that had just come out. And that was my first match playing with the Lego skin. And I remember at the end of the match, the chat from the other team was like, I can't even be mad. We just completely bombed that. There's like, that was an impenetrable defense. It's like, that's what happens when you have a Bastion that is well placed and plenty of healers and support for that Bastion.
Very nice.
And
Do you
I
remember-
was like, I kind of feel bad at how strong I held that.
does that game like tell you how many kills you got? Do you happen to remember if it did?
I don't. I had a play of the game for that though, for sure. I'm bummed that the play of the game was only 30 seconds or maybe like 10 seconds or something, because it's like, man, I wish I could have recorded that whole game. I was not doing any recording at the time, and I wish I did. Actually, that was the moment that convinced me to look into getting screen capture stuff for like clipping the last minute.
Okay.
That was the match that convinced me to look into getting that, and I got the NVIDIA one at the time. Now I use Metal because it doesn't break every time it gets an update.
Nice.
But yeah, they changed that Orisa, the character with the shield, in Overwatch 2, so she didn't have the launchable shield anymore. Instead, she had a spear that she spun, and it also gave her a speed boost. It's like, that's really cool. It's fun to use. It's a little more strategic, but I do miss the shield. And I was reading about this literally just the other day to see if Overwatch got better, and I think I read that they replaced the spear with the shield again.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, I hope that's the case, or maybe it's a perk or something, because I want that shield back. If I get back into Overwatch, that is.
Yeah.
So yeah,
into it and find out.
Yeah, wrapping things back up again, I guess. Other games I've been playing offline are Battle Nations, which is an old favorite mobile game that
Never heard of that
got
one.
bought out, got shut down, and then fans brought it back.
Nice.
Fans bought the rights to Battle Nations and brought it back within like the last couple years, and I've been playing that as well. That one got a Team Fortress 2 crossover, which also came back with the fan re-release. Goodness knows I've been using the heavies and the soldiers way too much. Let's see. There's some other things I've been playing, but I'm getting it mixed up with all the stream games I've been playing. I am looking forward to Pal World 1.0 coming out.
Is that still not hit 1.0?
Not yet, but it's
Wow.
close. It's coming out soon.
I
We
thought
just
it hit
don't know
1.0
exactly
like a year ago.
No, it's almost complete, but like they still have, you can't do anything with that big tree in the background yet, which has always been in the plans. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's up with that. And then they are still dealing with the Nintendo lawsuit, which slowed things down significantly.
That makes sense.
But Nintendo is slowly losing.
Good.
Very good. I've been playing a little bit of a little roguelike game called Dungeon Crawler here and there.
Okay.
It's a roguelike based on claw machines.
That's a great name.
I did stream that one. I was pretty tired, so it was a short stream, but you can go see my stream for that if you want to look at that.
That is a very good name for a game like that.
Yeah, and then I mentioned I've been playing Vampire Survivors. I think. Oh yeah, I've played a little bit of Arc Raiders. Have you played any of that?
I have not. Another one that I have no interest in.
So I have to ask, why is that?
I just don't have any interest in PvP stuff.
So here's the thing about Arc
And
Raiders.
that's another one that seems like it'd be fun with a group of friends, but it's just I don't really have any interest in it. And I know that there are some people that I know that are playing it, but And it's like,
My interest is not huge, just because like it's not a major on my list right now. But I have to say, as far as extraction shooters go, Deep Rock Galactic was fantastic, but it didn't it didn't quite have the collection aspect I wanted. Because what I wanted out of extraction shooters was that scavenging feel, and Deep Rock Galactic was more mission based than scavenger feeling.
okay. Yeah, I would.
But
I mean, I
ever,
guess you could say Deep Rock Galactic is an extraction shooter since it's a shooter and you have to extract, but I would never consider it an extraction shooter.
yeah, it's not. It's because it's not PvP based,
Right.
but it is. It is an extraction shooter in genre, and I did really like that. And I think that's the one I played the most, and I would still enjoy it to this day. But Arc Raiders has the PvP aspect. It has the collection aspect that I want. You are scavenging for supplies, and a lot of what you find will be useful in some way. And I love that. But my favorite thing about Arc Raiders that drove me to give it a shot is how they do the PvP. And my brother in law didn't know this either and was turned away from it because he also didn't like the PvP aspect of a lot of them. But I explained it to him, and he's like, actually, I might try it. Uh, I just got a random friend request on Discord. I'm
I've
curious.
been
Is
getting
this
a
one of our
few of
followers
those
here?
this week. I always look at friends in common and servers in common. If I don't have any of those, then I ignore it.
Yeah, I'm probably going to ignore this one. The one mutual server I have with them. I was hoping it would be yours and one of your followers, but it's not. It's a server I joined for help in figuring out how to use an emulator for emulating old humongous games, humongous entertainment games, because I couldn't get them to work on Steam. It's called
Okay.
Scum VR.
I've heard of that, but I don't know what exactly it is.
Yeah, it's a little unclear. I don't even remember how I got it working, but I did it so I could play Spy Fox for my birthday last year. That's
Nice.
one thing I like to do for birthday streams is I like to play something nostalgic, which is uh I'm thinking of doing Star Fox but faster for that this year. Or if I don't do Quest for Camelot for April Fools one of these years, I'll do that for a birthday stream probably. But I've mainly been doing humongous games or other classic childhood games for me for my birthdays. I did
Okay.
I did Spy Fox last year, and I also did to celebrate May the 4th. I played a children's game called Yoda's Challenge that I grew up with, and then I showed off Kyber that
Okay.
night for like an hour. But yeah, Arc Raiders, the way they do it is they actually pay attention to how you interact with other players. And when you start out the game, you are put in servers with other newbies and other passive players that are just out exploring and not really that hostile. And you might occasionally encounter a hostile player, but it pays attention to who shoots first. So you are not penalized for fighting in self defense as long as you do not shoot first.
Okay.
And then,
I didn't know that there
or as
was any penalty for being aggressive.
And that's the thing is there's technically not a penalty for being aggressive, but the more aggressive you are, it puts aggressive players together in aggressive servers.
Interesting. I did not
So
know that.
if you're aggressive constantly, eventually everyone's going to be trying to kill each other around you. But as long as you are not the one that attacks first, you're going to keep encountering passive players that are likely to be friendly. And it also has proximity chat, so you can be
That I
like,
did know.
I'm friendly, don't shoot. And chances are they're not going to shoot you unless they're already hostile anyway. I have had 2 or 3 encounters with players that killed me themselves. I have had one encounter where uh, the the other guy lost to me, but that was technically not me. I was with a random group. Then they, for some reason, they attacked him. I don't know if they saw something I missed or what, but yeah, I enjoyed Arc Raiders a lot actually.
It definitely seems like the easiest extraction shooter to get into.
Yeah, it's as far as mainstream extraction shooters go, it's certainly the friendliest
But I
by
also
far.
never buy anything basically I never buy anything new and wait till like a year later till it's 50% off or more. So that's also another reason why I didn't play it.
I think I got it on discount. I don't remember. But one thing that's both very pleasing about it and also very disappointing about it is the cosmetics in it kind of suck. So it's like, oh, these cosmetics are ugly, but also that means I'm not inclined to spend money on the game for cosmetics. So yay.
I never heard of Humongous Games, but Nightmare says his favorite Humongous Games were the Blue's Clues ones, by the way.
I didn't even know they made a Blue's Clues one. But yeah, have you heard of like Pajama Sam or Putt Putt?
Putt Putt, I know. I haven't played it, but I know of Putt Putt.
Yeah, Putt Putt was one of their main series. Alongside Putt Putt, you had Pajama Sam, Freddy Fish, and Spy Fox.
Okay, I never heard of Spy Fox or Pajama Sam, but I know of Putt Putt and Freddy Fish. And the only reason why I know about those is because those have come up on roulette streams over on Melee Games channel.
Yeah, I love all of those games. I grew up on them. Spy Fox, I remember as a kid, I thought Spy Fox and Star Fox were the same guy, just in different universes. And Spy Fox, I knew about Spy Fox before I knew about Star Fox as well.
Okay.
But
I had never heard of Spy Fox until literally like 15 minutes ago.
No, I played it last year. I played Spy Fox 2 on a full stream because that was the main one that I played growing up. I played. Let's see. I think I played one of the Putt Putt games the year before that. Unless that was Spy. Maybe I've only played one of the Humongous Games. I don't remember. I swear I played 2. But yeah, I grew up on those, and they're all fantastic. I love them. And if you ever want to play like a point and click game that's just like technically for kids but still a great time, I recommend Humongous Games.
Okay, and I missed this comment that Nightmare said. He's giving us more detail on the Scum VM is an emulator / virtual machine that runs old specific games from specific old engines like Scum, mostly point and clicks like a lot of the early LucasArts games.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, I think my first birthday stream was actually Wario Land 3. And then I came up with the idea for playing Spy Fox and such after that. I could be wrong. It's been too long. It's been like 2 or 3 years. But yeah, so that's kind of what I've been up to offline is on the side, a couple little side things actually. I found out there's a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon MMO that somebody's been working on called Pokemon Mystery Universe. I've played a little bit of that. It's really jank, I'll admit. I needed to get a separate program to play it in a large enough window to not have to squint.
Oh, okay.
It's not that small, but it's just small enough. It's a little awkward. But they are working on it. They're working on a lot of other things. It looks really interesting. And then I've also been playing another favorite mobile game that I almost forgot about called Pixel Gun 3D. Have you heard of this?
I have not heard of that one.
So it started out as like a Minecraft clone, but just an FPS, like 20 years ago when like iPhones and such were still a new thing. And it was just everything was Minecraft, but you had guns, and it was a PvP game. That was it.
Okay.
And it slowly grew from there because, of course, that was going to be popular that back then. And I don't remember how I ended up getting into it. I got into it, huh?
And it's still around.
Yeah, and so I got into it pretty early on. I think I was just desperate for a first-person shooter that I could play on mobile because I was really into first-person shooters for a while, and there weren't a lot of good ones until the Switch came out. At least for mobile, anyway. But, yeah, I watched that slowly evolve, and then I've been in and out of it over the years. At some point, they released a PC version, and I got really into that because and they've also gotten their own graphical style since then, but it's still like blocky voxel stuff.
Okay.
It looks very clean and fun, actually. But they released a PC version for a while, and I got really into that, and I was also really good at it because since it has Minecraft style graphics, the characters all have big cube heads.
I would assume so.
So you don't have to have stupid, like, superhuman pinpoint accuracy to get headshots all the time. But also, headshots are not a guaranteed one-shot kill with everything. It's just really high damage. So you're only really getting one-shot kills if you're getting headshots with high damage weapons, namely sniper rifles. But
Okay.
a lot of other stuff is still competitive. Well, at some point, they then shut that down. And I was like, dang it. And now I can't get back into the main game as easily because now I'm working with frickin' touchscreen controls again,
Yeah.
which were still really good, but it's still like now I'm playing this on phone instead of tablet, and it was just not as good, not as easy. And it also got very monetization heavy. I found out like a month ago or 2 months ago or something. No, I guess it was actually closer to November or December. They did finally release a Steam version of the game that is keeping up with the mobile releases.
Mm.
The monetization, the weight of the monetization has been toned down. Like there's still a ton of it, but it's not like you're missing out on tons of content if you don't follow it. It's
Okay.
very easy. Like there's a basic. There's usually like a basic battle pass that you can follow without having to buy it that still gets you plenty of stuff. I don't know how the new experience compares to old player experience because there is like a leveling system that includes damage and such, but I don't know what kind of difference it makes because most players I fight against are not new players. But there are hundreds of different weapons in the game. There are 6 classes of weapon in the game, and you bring all 6 into battle. You have to choose which one to bring for each class.
Okay.
And then there's such a massive variance in how they all work. You'll have like your basic shotgun, your basic sniper rifle, basic this, basic that, all the way up to this gun shoots black holes that suck you toward the center of it and hold you in place so the guy that shot it can then unload on you with a different gun without having to wave it around to hit you. Or also, instead of like a knife, how about an Iron Man arm that just every time you land a punch with it, it then gets a super punch that's pretty much guaranteed to one shot the next guy you hit with it. Or you have freeze mechanics, fire mechanics, ricochet mechanics. There's a couple sniper rifles in it now that I want to get, and I'm probably not going to get them because they're random drops from loot boxes.
Darn
They
loot
have
boxes.
both X-ray and wall break.
Reminds me, not quite the same, but very similar to the XR20 Farsight and Perfect Dark.
Yes, it's like these guns are wall hacks. I have snipers with wall break. I have snipers with X-ray. I do not have snipers with both. But boy howdy, do I have fun with the snipers in that game because you can actually land headshots in that without having to be tournament level
God
championship
tier.
skill. And it's like it feels so much more balanced and I have so much more fun with it. The one thing that's a little quirky about it is there are many times where I think you're pretty clearly playing against a bot because it's like, I'm standing on a hot air balloon way up in the sky, sniping on everybody, and none of them are looking at me. I have gotten 30 kills to the second place is 7.
That sounds great.
Yeah, if you want to try PvP and actually have a really interesting time with it, I recommend Pixel Gun 3D. Also, it has a campaign.
Oh, okay. That reminded me of another game. I couldn't remember what it was, so I had to look up something similar to it, and I found what the game I was looking for. That sounds very similar, but curious if you know of or have played Battle Bit Remastered.
I played it once or twice because I really wanted something like Battlefield, like classic Battlefield, 1942 Battlefield. It didn't quite scratch that itch for me, but maybe I didn't play it enough. It definitely had more tryhards than I was expecting.
Okay.
I've seen plenty of footage of it. I don't know. It kind of just feels like a Roblox attempt at Battlefield to me.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I'm bummed. I really wanted 1942 Battlefield, but I haven't found that yet. but maybe I just need to play Battle a bit more. I keep forgetting it exists, to be honest.
Oh, and Pixel Gun 3D is free to play.
Yes, I forgot to mention that. It is free to play as well. Maybe one of these days, hit me up if you decide to try it, because I am very curious to know what it feels like for a new player versus a veteran. I want to be when I recommend it to people, I want to be able to have that comparison to to actually evaluate whether or not it's a good recommendation. So there is that.
I was gonna say it's PvP, so I'm probably not interested. But I'm watching the trailer when I pulled it up on Steam, and this actually looks pretty fun.
Yeah, it's one thing that is really interesting about it is there's so much almost copyright infringement in it.
It
Like,
almost makes me think of like a voxel-based Minecraft-looking version of an Unreal Tournament.
yeah, that's kind of what it is, really. It's and I haven't played much Unreal Tournament, but I know exactly what you're talking about. And
Interesting that the recent reviews are mostly positive, but the English reviews are mixed.
the English versus recent, what?
Yeah, on Steam, it's best. I guess it separates reviews in your language from other languages, and the English reviews are mixed, but the recent reviews are mostly positive. Interesting.
I think it did kind of come under new ownership sometime in the last couple years, and whoever's running it now is not really getting rid of the stuff that made it bad for a while, but they are changing things around and making it more fair and playable. My only current disappointment with it, honestly, is just that there are certain maps and game modes that just nobody plays, and so I can't play them because it doesn't have a bot system in that way.
Ah,
But it's still got plenty going on. I was actually playing it just yesterday because they do have some maps that rotate in and out, I guess, which I'm a little bummed about. I wish they would keep all the maps and just keep making more.
yeah,
But
that's kind of annoying. It's like, why do you, cycle stuff out? It's like, what do I want to play that?
as long as you keep bringing it back, I'm fine with cycling it out. Cycling it out,
It's
like
probably so
the
they
freaking
can.
like the McRib, McDonald's McRib.
It's probably so they can feed on people's, fear of FOMO.
Yeah, it's the FOMO mostly comes from like the loot boxes and everything, but there's so many different weapons and everything in the game that the FOMO kind of killed itself. It's like, yeah, I missed out on this one really good weapon, but goodness knows they're gonna release another one in like a week. And that one's gonna be really good in some way, and then I'll have my hands on that. It's like it's just play the game enough pretty much. And it's really not too difficult to do that. Like, I play it maybe once or twice a week, and I'm completing battle passes like crazy.
Okay.
So yeah, I love it. Uh, it's kind of fun how they keep skirting around copyrights with things. They've got all kinds of skins in it that's like that's definitely just Thor from Marvel, but they call him Lightning Man or something. So it's not Thor. And
Something
it's
generic.
voxel graphics, so it's not a direct ripoff. Yeah, they do all kinds of real funny stuff like that.
Alright.
But fun fact about it though, there's actually 3 different Pixel Gun 3D PC projects going on. The other 2 were fans of how it used to be. Where one of them is how Pixel Gun was at the end of its life as a Minecraft adjacent game, shortly before they changed it to start including all of this uh kind before all the monetization and like rip-off stuff started happening pretty much.
Okay.
Back when there were like 20 weapons per class and that was it. And all of it was original content. And the other project is kind of what the current game is, but it's a lot faster and a lot closer to tournament style PvP. And then it doesn't have the monetization in it. And I tried both of those before I tried the official one. I thought I'd stick with them because I thought the official would still be terribly monetization heavy and a turnoff, but I'm actually really enjoying it. So if you don't like the official one, there's 2 others that you can try out. The only downside is because they're fan made instead of the official game. There's not as high of a player base with those, but you can find people.
Okay.
So yeah, that's everything that's been going on with me gaming wise lately. Sorry for talking your ear off about it.
No worries. Like I said, I'm good to go as long as the guest is.
Yeah. So
So
I guess signing out, I'll just announce upcoming streams again quick.
I was just gonna say, Winter Prince, thanks for official open mic. I had a great time chatting with you tonight.
Yeah.
So before we say goodnight here, what do you got going on? Link to his channel is in the stream description, but I am also dropping it in the chat. So go give him a follow on Twitch because that's where he does most of his stuff. But this is a good dude. So what do you got going on?
And you can invite me back for another open mic night anytime. I love this.
Excellent.
Going on currently, just finished Prime 4, so I've got Terraria Expert Mode. And I'm going to be getting back into Silksong, probably. For the month of April, I plan to play Thank Goodness You're Here and The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog to celebrate April Fool's Day, even though that day already passed yesterday. And I almost forgot to mention this. I'm thinking of doing a Slay the Spire stream just because I've never played that, and I've been hearing a lot about it in the sequel.
Okay.
I've got it. It's installed. I just haven't played it yet. I was going to do that, I think, a couple nights ago, and then I was just way too tired. But that's what's going on with me currently. I'm going to be getting back into Silksong soon. When Mina the Hollower comes out, probably in June, I'm immediately switching to that. I've been promising for years that I'm going to play it on release day, stream it for everybody, and I've been looking forward to that like crazy. I also have a big stream content surprise planned for that if all goes well.
All right.
So, yeah. That's current stream plans. Unfortunately, I do not have exact dates for things at the moment because like I said, I worked 3 weeks of 12s, and that completely threw off my schedule for streams and everything. And I've had a really hard time getting back into it lately. I've been terrible at going to bed on time, as well as just lots of things going on after work and whatnot. So I'm working on it, but at the moment, stream announcements are pretty much going to be like a few minutes before I stream, pretty much. So just if you want stream announcements when they happen, as I'm preparing to stream, either give me a follow on Twitch, because I usually do start the stream before I'm actually ready to get things going, or I have a Discord that I always make announcements in there as well. And sometimes I'll announce in there if I'm not going to stream or if I've got one planned for a specific time. So it's all kind of random at the moment. So do your best to keep track, I guess, with the resources I've got.
Sorry to enable you on your continued not going to bed on time.
No, you're good.
But had a great time chatting with you tonight. So, but yeah, so thanks for joining me and for a much longer than I was anticipating. But I have no problem with that because I love chatting about video games. That's what that's why I started my channel. That's the whole point of open mic. So for anyone who is out there in chat still, if you ever want to come on open mic and talk video games with me, let me know. I basically have April booked already, but I don't think I have anything in May yet. So if you want to come on and talk video games, let me know, and we'll figure something out. But for my schedule, Monday, I will be returning with Metroidvania Monday as per usual. And I decided yesterday on what my next Metroidvania Monday game is going to be, and that's going to be Blast Brigade, a game that I've been looking forward to playing through for a while. It's... I would say it's kind of inspired by this game, but there's already another Metroidvania that is way more inspired by it. But I was gonna say, think kind of like Metal Slug, kind of art style, and it's a 2D shooting.
Oh, maybe I have heard of this very briefly recently.
But that's why I say kind of loosely, because there is a Metroidvania that is also at the top of my list of games to play for Metroidvania Monday called Guns of Fury, and that is straight a Metal Slug ripoff if they were to turn Metal Slug into a Metroidvania. So I will probably be playing that one very soon as well.
Oh yeah, I see it just in the title alone.
Yeah, the font looks like Metal Slug, but that's Guns of Fury, which I will be playing probably for Metroidvania Monday very soon. That was up in the top list of contenders for next games to play. But the one I decided I'm gonna play is Blast Brigade. Technically, the full name is like Blast Brigade, and it has like that Harley Quinn and the Wondrous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn, or whatever the heck the name of that movie was. It's kind of like that. Let me pull up the full name of the game, but everyone just called it Blast Brigade because I can't remember what the rest of it's called.
I will say my favorite thing about Metal Slug is like the boss designs. And have you played Metal Slug Advance?
I have not. The only one that I've played, like, I don't even want to say extensively, but I played the most of was Metal Slug X.
So a while back, I was on a huge Metal Slug kick, but I had no way of playing it. But I'd always liked the idea, and I found out about Metal Slug Advance, so I emulated that. This was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I do really enjoy the Metal Slug games.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like Metal Slug Advance because it didn't have like insta death when you take damage. It had like an HP system, and it was kind of a short game and all that jazz. I loved it personally, but
Okay.
one of my
It
favorite
does have retro
boss,
achievements.
yeah, one of my favorite boss designs in that game is it's my favorite because it's hilarious. It's called the Twins. It's a pair of twin tanks. But the thing that's really funny about them is they are tall and skinny and each have one tread. So I'm like, theoretically, these things can never turn. You point them where they need to go and they can move forward and back in a straight line.
Yeah. So Nightmare saying I should really sleep too because he's on the East Coast, so it's already 3 a.m. for him. So you should. But we'll be done here in literally just a minute. I know we've been saying that for like an hour and a half, but we're just about to be done.
Yep.
But the full name of the game is Blast Brigade versus the Evil Legion of Dr. Creed. So I could not remember that. So obviously everyone just called it Blast Brigade. But that's gonna be my next Metroidvania Monday game. So I'll be starting that on Monday. And I've been wanting to play that for a while. Tuesday will be the next episode of Party Chat. And our guest is going to be a recent friend that I've been hanging out with on a lot of my streams. That's Max Smalls is going to be our guest. And then Wednesday, I'm starting a new stream. It'll probably be Wednesday mornings, but it could change. This is just when we're doing the first one with my friend I mentioned earlier, Lowest Expectations. We're going to be streaming Satisfactory, and it's called Chatisfactory because we're going to be chatting while playing Satisfactory because that's a very chill game. And then I'll be doing my next Achievement Chasers with Dude on Wednesday evening. So that's what next week looks like. So, yeah. So anyone who isn't, sub to Winter Prince, go give him a sub over there on Twitch. And appreciate you guys hanging out with us for 5 hours as we talk about random video game stuff. So, again, great chatting with you tonight, and everyone, you all have a good night, and we will see you all later. Have a great weekend since this is my last stream for the week, and we'll catch you next week. And so have a great weekend. We'll see you later, and as always, in the meantime, game on.
Have a good night, everybody.